see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feeling, 'cause they just want your words. I won't let them take me. No, I won't let them break me. No one on this earth can bring me down. Now I'm standing tall. I won't ever fall. Concentrate on the tightrope. The hope that you make it through to the other side. Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Let them see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feeling, 'cause they just want your words, 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 Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Now I'm standing tall. I won't ever fall. Concentrate on the tightrope. The hope that you'll make it through to the other side. Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? just blinded by the lights. The start of the end of forever. Did we destroy ourselves or just break under pressure? Screaming 1,000 times, but drowned out by the night. How we lost out here. I'm just blinded by the lights.
I shine bright in the dark like a luminescence. You're not a failure at all if the shoe doesn't fit. It means the picture was bigger than you did expect. Never give up, keep it going till you get a check. Dude, my game's so lucrative. But it's all about real hip-hop, you know. Cause we make pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know about now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. With a sound, made the beats go bang. Where you see me in the town, made the speakers go numb till they bust. Getting the party crushed, people moving around like they're rushing. Tunes in the make, yeah, I'm on it. I'm living in the beat like my house is a drum kit. It's all about hip hop, you know, cause we made pop lots more popular. The same game every day, they know ain't nothing changed. Only the strong survive, the rest will go up in flames. They should know about now. 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 Now. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up. Turn my music up louder. Turn my music up
you're beneath me. I just need some kind of guarantee. You should not have made you leave me. I want you to feel me. Don't act like you're beneath me. I just need some kind of guarantee. You should not have made you leave me. How can you do this to me? Why can't you see it's not over? Don't go, leave me so cold. Don't let them know that it's over. Why should we deny it? Pretend like we don't like it. All I wanna say is, give me just a little bit, just a little bit more. Can you come a little closer and give a little bit? Just give a little bit more. Don't be scared to just come over. Just a little bit, just a little bit, just a little bit closer, closer. Give me just a little bit, just a little bit more. Can you come a little closer?
Give me all that, bring your body over here. You're a cool cat, party like you got no fear. In the middle of the night, you still be shining bright. Energy you bring it makes me craving for your loving side.
Now I think I'm going crazy for you, knowing that you're wanting me too, me too. Why should we deny it? Pretend like we don't like it. All I wanna say is, give me just a little bit, just a little bit more. Can you come a little closer and give a little bit? Just give a little bit more. Don't be scared to just come over. Just a little bit, just a little bit, just a little bit closer, closer. Give me just a little bit, just a little bit more. Can you come a little closer?
Girl, now listen, you're shining like a star in the sky. And honestly speaking, you're all that I'm seeking. I would never tell you a lie. I will show you the world if you give me a chance. Allow me to bring you romance, cause I knew from the start you got it all. I wanna be able to catch if you fall.
Yeah, I am also feeling the way you do. Oh, I wanna be closer to you. Oh,
Bring it on now.
give me just a little bit, just a little bit more. Can you come a little closer and give a little bit? Just give a little bit more. Don't be scared to just come over. Just a little bit, just a little bit, just a little bit closer, closer. Give me just a little bit, just a little bit more. Can you come a little closer?
Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive.
Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Got it feeling so good.
'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive.
Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Dancing till the daylight.
'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't
接下来我们会对阵RNG 这队伍磨得很久，一直是联赛的前几名。
之前洲际赛之后回来，队伍打法可能有些问题，但现在已经改善的差不多了。
RNG는 모든 5명이 약간 한 명처럼 움직이는 그런 모습들이 많아서 그런 부분을 좀 고쳐야 될 것 같아요. 5명이 다 한 몸이 될 수 있도록.
他们的打野算是比较强的肉食型打野。
肉食型打野的话，其实也算不上吧。现在版本也都是坦克型打野的版本。
打 RNG 感觉中野很重要，尽量中野取得优势吧。
他要围绕中来打的话，我们也不虚吧。
也是没有进化的，闪现一个贝贝从房子下来，回敲，贝贝丁点了一下，这个大树节奏太好了呀。
자우 선수랑 그 마라샹궈 왔을 때 미드 언제 올지 모른다는 그런 압박감이 좀 느껴져서
你也不用太虚，香锅一直来中路帮忙嘛，我们就来一场1v1的 solo。
我们5个人打到一致，就有可能战胜他们。
我们也会全力以赴拿下每一场比赛的。
After dark, and the stars shine silently. Purple unicorns line the streets of gold as we wait so patiently. As I walk to tomorrowland, touch the light before we all fall down. We all fall down. We all fall down.
It's the final day of Week 8, everyone, and we are getting ready to round up our first week returning to intra-conference play. We've got Jingdong taking on RNG for our first match of the day, and they are loading into their practice rooms to get prepared to try to challenge each other. The Gargoyles in 6th place, trying to reclaim that final playoff spot, and of course, the Titans that they need to bring down. The crown itself, RNG, looking very strong after their 2-0 against WE, but you can see it looks like Doinby and the gang are looking relatively relaxed in their room. Welcome, everyone. My name is Dom Romer, and joining me here on the broadcast, we've got Indiana. Pentakill Kale definitely stole my hair. Frostgear and Black.
I had to wear my hair a different way just because I couldn't wear it up big anymore since that skin came out. So definitely stealing a lot of my swagger.
It's still pretty great. Like, Pentakill Kale, she's got the style, but like, ooh, that's good hair.
Yeah, it's just blow dried.
Okay, that's the secret?
That metal blow dry.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Okay. Are there like spikes on the blow dryer as well?
No, it's just when you headbang a lot, you get a lot of air put into your hair, and so it's very poofy.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining me here on the desk, Frosco. Again, it is week 8. We are day number 4, the last one for the weekend. We've got Jingdong taking on RNG for our first set of the day. Just afterwards, we've got Suning Gaming versus LGD. And to round it out, we have Newbie versus OMG. Yesterday was Group A. We got to put an end to most of the rivalries, and we got to see who was better. Of course, EDG did come out victorious with their 2-0 win over IMM, demonstrating they are still the bigger brothers. There was a lot of stop hitting yourselves going around.
And I'm not touching you.
Yeah, exactly. And I was like, Mom!
You know, yesterday was a lot of fun. We got a new chapter of a very old rivalry in Invictus Gaming versus Team WE, and that was the big surprise factor that IG, and not just Rookie, but their bottom lane, Weston Megan, as well as their jungler Ning, really stepped up next to the Shy. It's pretty much everyone but Rookie in a sense, and carried IG to a very decisive 2-0 victory. This was 27 minutes and 22 minutes. They just cleaned WE's clock.
Yeah, and you talked a lot about the legacy of that matchup. I think you could see yesterday some of the crowd shots were super excited. There were a lot of WE fans, and nobody really saw it coming, but IG was still representing as well.
I mean, effectively, we have the Return of Legends tournament that's going on right now, and Team China is the old school IPL Team WE organization. You know, it's Sao Mei, Wei Xiao, Ruo is their acting jungler instead of Clear Love Messiah came back. And when you think back to that dynasty, that era of Team WE or World Elite back then, it was Invictus Gaming that put a stop to it and created this rivalry. You know, they were the ultimate brick wall that Team WE initially crashed into. And from there, Team WE returned to glory, but IG have kind of been floundering. Well, yesterday, they got their first good taste of victory, and it felt good.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if they can continue that return to glory, because IG, they've still got a lot of work ahead of them if they want to move forward into playoffs and potentially beyond. You can see our standings. Yesterday was all Group A. EDG solidly in first place with WE. Just behind them, you've got IG in third place looking comfortable, but that fourth spot for Group A is a mess.
Yeah, we say this every single time the standings get flashed on the screen board. It is a tight race. Everyone is within firing distance or touching distance of every other opponent. So it's going to come down to the wire. It's going to come down to a photo finish of who are going to be our top 8 teams into the playoff gauntlet.
Yeah, Group E is looking just as exciting. Today we get to see 6th place versus 2nd with Jingdong versus RNG. Just afterwards, Sunin versus LGD fighting for that 4th place spot. And again, at the end, 1st versus 3rd. So let's get into that a little bit. It looks to be pretty fun. Jingdong, for the first time since Doinby splintered off and created his own team with the Chaogui Reapers, he has now defeated his opponent Swift, and he was able to claim a title with Shinyi and Loken.
Yeah, he's on the up and up. And, you know, normally when you get kind of a 6th versus, 1st in this case, even though RNG aren't there in the standings, they're certainly there in terms of recent performance, because if JD are playing up, so are RNG. 2-0ing WE was pretty decisive. Rusty has gotten the honor of casting pretty much all of the JD games, and I've kind of felt like a little bit left out. You know, I love the heart and soul. I love the emotion that Doinby brings and just kind of that rawness onto the Rift. And I'm actually very excited to cast a 1st versus 6th place game, because I feel like it's going to be a lot closer than it really should be. And that's kind of been the telltale of the LPL so far. It's you cannot count out our bottom tier teams, because when they hit you, they will sucker punch and knock you down.
Absolutely. Is this because of that emotion that Doinby wields so readily, and now we're seeing the rest of the team start to get that fire lit as well?
I mean, if we want to go analytically, I think it has more so to do with the volatile meta right now and how the LPL is creating their own domestic meta and how it kind of bridges or shores up a lot of the weaknesses that the bottom tier teams didn't have over the top tier teams. But it is also, in part due to the fire that Doinby brings and how it's really lit up the rest of his team. It used to be that Doinby was like the driver. We call him Speed Racer Doinby. If you watch him in his little seat, he's bouncing around all the time. He actually looks like Speed Racer from the old anime, and you would just assume that the other 4 members on his team were effectively left wheel, right wheel, back wheels. But now
who would be the monkey in the trunk? Just completely
Kabe's left wheel. Okay. Loken's no, but now it's starting to mix it up where Loken is the engine and Kabe is the shifter. They're starting to take on a higher role of responsibility and trust fall and catch Doinby that he doesn't just have to be that carry.
Yeah, and that's something that they're going to need, because RNG, as you said, they are playing up right now. Xiaohu is a huge task to try to match up to. Doinby's going to have his hands full in that mid lane, leaving the rest of the map to fend for themselves against MLXG, against Uzi, against Let Me.
And it's so unfortunate that when we saw Xiaohu go against Rookie, it was one of the worst series that he's played all split long, because every other incident, no matter who he's taking on, if it's Icon, if it's Xie, he puts them in the ground. Xiaohu is playing out of his mind well right now, a one-man army when the rest of RNG fall down. And luckily for Xiaohu, the rest of RNG is starting to step up, and then they also have Goku there in the mid lane.
And it's so important to maintain that fire over the course of the split, because again, the LPL, this is not a sprint. This is not a quick 5, 6, 7 weeks and done. This is a marathon, and we are going the distance. It's JD up first. Kabe, Shinyi, and Doinby, with Loken and Mao returning in the bottom lane.
And I know I just said that the rest of JD are also starting to step up, that it's not just Doinby, but if you saw the little interview beforehand, it was really Doinby and Shinyi, and those are the 2 guys that you need to watch. They're the facilitator and the carry jungler, whereas on the other side, they're looking across at MLXG and Xiaohu. Quite the competition to take down.
And, of course, their opponents on the opposite side of the Rift, it's RNG. Should be familiar names to most people at this point. Let Me, MLXG, Xiaohu in the mid lane, the Titan of Uzi in the bottom lane with his support Ming.
And again, honing in on that jungle mid synergy, it's just kind of reversed in a sense, where Shinyi is kind of more so the carry and Doinby is the facilitator to unlock how Shinyi works in that 2v2. Xiaohu is the primary carry, and MLXG is the facilitator to unlock him.
On your screen right now, you can see some of the stats comparing them. JD, no longer the worst team in the league. They are now keeping pace with Aimee, Dan, and Snake, and just behind LGD and Sunin Gaming. That still keeps them near the bottom, 10th and 11th for most of these stats. And RNG on the other side, though their stats look like 2nd, 3rd, 4th, they should be considered first right now. They beat WE. They are challenging EDG. And OMG look to be in a little bit of trouble themselves.
Yeah, of our top 4 teams, WE, OMG, EDG, and RNG, it's really been EDG and RNG that have retained form and kind of are sitting just a cut above everyone else right now. We expect the same coming into this matchup. It's still very much heavily weighted towards RNG. But I do want to point out for JD that points are what matter in this league as we're rushing towards the playoffs. And even just dropping 1-2 is a big deal. They just don't want to get 2-0'd.
On your screen right now, you can see RNG rocking some stats for Uzi in his previous MVPs against Aime and Invictus Gaming. Kog'Maw, Tristana. Dude played Vayne against WE and made it look like it was meta. That is not a meta pick, but he makes it look like.
And he looks so intimidating in that photo. And I know Uzi has that, larger-than-life reputation on
Shot
the
from
international.
below, yeah.
Exactly. But ultimately, when you look at Uzi, if you see him smiling, if you see him happy, that's when you should really be afraid. Not in a picture like that, but when he's giggly and laughing, because then you know it's about to go down.
Yeah, that's when things are actually serious. And when he's actually serious, then you might have gotten to him. And you can actually break the facade apart, tear the team into different segments. And of course, the big facilitator to prevent that from happening, you alluded to it earlier, that jungle, that mid lane. Xiaohu and MLXG, those two have been playing out of their minds right now as huge Koro fan in the audience.
That is some insane art.
Yeah.
I wish...
Absolutely massive.
Man. No one does signs like the LPL does signs. We may not win the World Championship, but we are definitely the world champions of signs. We got some light brights. We've got some hand-painted signs.
We've got hello, this is dog memes all over the place.
Huge spectrum.
Absolutely. But again, a lot of the fans here, they're going to be cheering for RNG. This is a large organization. Very long pedigree, very long history. Speaking of the signs, again, this is a very positive shout-out towards RNG.
It's Little Tiger.
Yes.
So the tiger that you see there, Xiaohu's name means small tiger.
Yes.
Little Xiaohu tiger. We make the joke a lot. If you ever hear the casters talk about, Little Tiger now, Big Tiger, it just doesn't sound as good.
He's not when was he last a Little Tiger?
Well, when he solo killed Faker, he was no longer the Little Tiger.
Well, then he should change his name then from Xiaohu to, I don't know the term for big.
I did not say that correctly, by the way,
Okay.
but it's D-A and the inflection.
Okay.
But it doesn't. I actually had this conversation with some Chinese speakers because the thing is it's not just literal translations of the Chinese phrases. Like Xiao for little, Da for big. It's also how the words sound together. So Xiaohu sounds much better to the ear than like Dahu.
Okay. Interesting. And now we all learned something here about Mandarin today. It's already a positive day here on the LPL.
Do not quote me on my Mandarin. My pronunciation is absolutely
We're probably
atrocious.
getting spam messages right now. People like, that's not exactly the pronunciation. MLXG, you can see on your screen. He's looking nice and calm to get into this matchup. He's been a bit volatile as of a few weeks ago, but he seems to have found his stride with the team.
MLXG is the hinge on which RNG's success swings. I know that they have, superstars like Xiaohu, like Uzi, but ultimately, if MLXG falls apart, Uzi and Xiaohu can be contained. And recently, MLXG has recognized that his responsibility to RNG is to just be a snowball mechanic, to be that ganking facilitator. So that's what I want to see them continue to empower.
And again, this is patch 7.14, so plenty of opportunities for him to take a strong ganking jungler. Already the Elise banned away from JD, and then the Zac to follow it up. Something targeted, something meta. Karma going to be banned away from Doinby as is expected, and Galio as well. We've still got Caitlyn, Kalista, Kog'Maw. Plenty of strong champions still available.
And I know that Caitlyn's always going to be a big pick just because we have both Loken and especially Uzi in this game. But as of 7.14, I'm really not about the Caitlyn. I know a lot of professional players are saying, she's still fine to blind pick. She has great lane matchups. She's going to scale just fine. But the nerfs have come through, and it just feels that there are just slightly sweeter options available, like the Kalista, like the Kog'Maw.
Now, we do see Twitch as the final ban from JD and a Kog'Maw to answer it. That's exciting.
Exactly, because what the Twitch ban is indicating is that they would prioritize picking the Kog'Maw, and then you wouldn't have the late game scaling option like the Twitch to match it. So that's why RNG, they see the Twitch ban, it automatically tells them what they wanted to do, so they immediately ban the Kog'Maw. Like, nope, this is not going to be an option, pick something else.
Maokai is the first pickup for Kaveh, likely Kaveh in the top lane, I should clarify. Dude loves himself some tanks. He's been playing Maokai already.
And when we suggested Kabe to be rookie of the split when he first came in on JD alongside Doinby, it was on picks like Maokai. He was so impressive on these tank picks. He's always been a great 5v5 teleport team fighting top laner, but he was really exposed when we had all of those carries running around the fjords and such. So as the meta shifts back into Kabe, it's really been a big boom for JD.
It just enables them to fight and sort of transition through that mid-game much better, and that has traditionally been their weakness. His challenge, though, is going to be up against the difficult champion of Cho'Gath now locked in. There are a lot of places that it can go, but with a Kalista behind it, there are so many threats already for JD. How are you going to get to the Kalista in the backline if there's a Cho'Gath in the front?
Exactly. I've talked about this before, and we'll talk about it a bit more in game, depending on when Cho'Gath actually gets slotted in, if it's top jungle or that mid lane position. But specifically touching on the Kalista right now, because the Twitch and the Kog'Maw were banned, again, it was kind of that game of cat and mouse of if we ban the Twitch, you don't have anything to step up to a Kog'Maw, it forces the Kog'Maw hand. Now priority has shifted towards the Xayah, and what I'm going to assume is going to be, towards the Kalista, and what I'm going to assume would be a Xayah pick.
Well, the clock is still running out for JD to look for their next one. They will prioritize support in the bottom lane after locking in a Jarvan for themselves. So perhaps I could be wrong. Perhaps Kabe could be returning to that Jarvan in the top lane. It really can go either.
I still think that it's more so a Kabe champion. If you think about the MOs or the tendencies of both Xinyi and Kabe, it would make sense to be Maokai Jarvan as opposed to Jarvan Maokai.
Take a look at that front line, though. Braum, Jarvan, Maokai. There are no damage dealers yet, and RNG will see this, so they've got an opportunity to try banning it away.
And this is the other thing. When you bring out Braum as a support into the bottom lane, you're automatically empowering the 3v3 or the jungler interacting with the bottom lanes because of concussive blows. And I think that just works a little bit better with Jarvan because he's bringing more damage. You don't necessarily need the extra CC of a Maokai jungle when you have a Braum support.
And look at how RNG are trying to deal with this now. Varus banned away, that percent health shred taken. There aren't too many more AD carries that can deal with a lot of hyper tanks.
And exactly, I think it should be Varus and I think it should be Xayah. Unless they don't want to continue to target out Loken, they're fine to take that matchup and they want to throw something extra at Doinby.
Talia is the ban from JD. Perhaps they could ban Doinby a little bit more because with this front line, you really want more damage on that team. And Xiaohu, he's been playing a lot of Talia lately. He's huge on the champion.
The LeBlanc sticks out to me. If you are going to target something at Doinby, we know he is a phenomenal LeBlanc player. A lot of teams just don't like to deal with it. But instead, it's going to continue to whittle down that AD carry position. So really giving a lot of respect to Loken. Now, as I said, the Xayah is still available. A lot of our LPL AD carries are comfortable taking that matchup into Kalista. As Kalista wants to jump forward, Xayah can, feather, I don't know what it is.
The Feather Storm and then Blade Caller to pull them back in.
Yeah, root her.
Yes, one word very easily replaces all of the others. We've got Lucian banned away from Xiaohu from JD. So perhaps Doinby respecting the threat of that in the mid lane. We've seen lots of excellent Lucian play in that mid lane.
Jace is also available. And
it is, yeah.
Doinby has a bit of a fringe champion pool. You know, he can stick true to the likes of the Oriannas, but he does like to push boundaries a little bit. Not to say that Jace is fringe, but Karma being a target ban against Doinby, even in 7-14, Doinby has his champions that he likes. The Victors, the Karmas, and the Jace certainly fit into that.
He's going to need to pick something here. His counter pick is being saved for Xiaohu. Oh, man. With all of those bans, Caitlyn, of course it falls all the way through to the bottom. And Corki as well, so we could very well get a double AD carry comp from JD, plus that hefty front line. That will mean that RNG get that counter pick for Xiaohu as the Renekton is locked, unless that Cho'Gath is going into the mid lane. But JD, they're setting themselves up for success. Doinby, huge Corki player. It's very hard to not be good on Corki with how his damage scales into the late game, especially when you've got a front line like Maokai to set you up for that.
It's also always just been one of Doinby's champions.
Yeah.
When every time Corki comes into meta in the mid lane, Doinby is one of the big proponents of playing it. We'll almost always grab it over other viable options at the time. So we do have a double AD carry composition. Automatically, it really becomes about sieging. You have the Jarvan flag there, so you have the steroid, the attack speed for AoE, and then you have Corki and Caitlyn.
That sieging is going to have to be well executed here against RNG. They've demonstrated that once they get a lead, ever since their win over WE, they are not the type of team to let it go rather easily. They are very swift and very efficient, and unlike EDG, they are not afraid to make aggressive plays, sometimes to their detriment, but more often than not, they come out positive. Orianna is the final pick for Xiaohu. It's currently his most played champion in the LPL, and for good reason. He's very good on it.
And now it's been revealed that it will be a Cho'Gath in the jungle. And I do want to give special shout out at this point in the draft to recognize Firefox. I know we talk about him a lot. He's the coach, the analyst behind RNG, and kind of one of his signatures or his blueprints that he leaves on teams, because he used to draft also with Kesman for IMA, is that he's very much into flex picks. And he really understands the power of flex in draft. And so no surprise, RNG loaded up their draft with flex and now reveal their hand, getting Xiaohu a very comfortable matchup.
Yeah, misinformation, such a powerful tool here in the LPL, not just in draft, but also in the game. And that's one of the places where RNG, I think, have a huge strength over JD. Wards and vision. JD, when we criticized them for their mistakes, it was because they would attempt to make plays without flanking vision, without fully scouting it out in advance, and enemy teams would just punish them on the spot.
And it's also very important because that then takes power away from Kabe. You know, he's the big teleporting 5v5 top laner, and if you don't have the appropriate vision, not only in placement for TP, but also denial so he can get in there unhindered, then it's automatically going to translate into weakening your 5v5. So I hope JD have recognized it, because I agree with you, there have been massive holes in their mid-game vision in particular, and how it impacts their ability to team fight.
We're going to be looking towards Xinyi and Mao to help support with the vision for JD to demonstrate that they have learned and grown, because they're going to need to learn and grow some more as we get closer to playoffs.
It's also much easier to get appropriate vision in the 7-14 meta, just because everyone is so bulky and tanky that you're no longer punished. You're not that soft Karma, Zyra, you know, caster support that walks into Fog of War, gets caught out, and gets blown up. Now you're the Brahms, the Maokais, the Nautilus, like all of these big beefy champions that can just drive their face into it and place the wards no matter what.
Even if you do get caught looking for vision, there's often more than one way to escape. However, there's plenty of crowd control, plenty of CC, and plenty of damage on RNG to punish any mistakes from JD if they find themselves in that scenario. Though it appears we have loaded onto the Rift. It's game number 1 between 6th place JD Gaming and 1st place RNG. Maybe not 1st place in the standings, but definitely 1st place in our hearts. And probably most power rankings
RNG?
at the moment. Yeah.
I haven't given up faith on WE just yet.
Alrighty. They've returned to glory once so far this year, and they've been looking pretty strong. Now they just need to close out the season. And something that I mentioned a little bit earlier that we glossed over a bit is that the LPL is not a sprint. It's not a short-term endeavor. This is 10 weeks of play. Not to mention tournaments in the downtime.
Rift Rivals.
IEMs, Rift Rivals, MSI.
Demacia Cup.
Demacia Cup. And then you've got playoffs. And then you've got the regional qualifiers. And then you've got Worlds. And then you've got All-Stars. There are just so many things to do.
Never stops.
Nope.
But checking in on where our junglers are starting, so both of them are starting within vision. It's going to be Xinyi on top side of the map, which did want to point out to the keystones. Mao is running Stoneboard Pack. No surprise, it's a Braum. But that does mean that while Xinyi is starting top lane, he has a direct path towards bottom. And with the Stoneboard Pack, a lot of all-in engage potential. And that's kind of been the blueprint that a lot of teams have been throwing at RNG. It's to gank Uzi very early on.
The big scare, though, is that that doesn't always work. Even if you do set him behind in kills, Uzi is so good at farming.
There's also the fact that MLXG seems to have a great read on that as well.
Yeah.
He also started top Raptor camp, so he has the same gank pathway. And if it comes down to a counter gank, who do you have your money on, Uzi or Loken?
There is a ward that actually just faded away from JD on that blue buff, so they haven't quite seen MLXG just yet outside of his initial start. Xinyi going for a very fast clear, smites early on his red buff.
Yeah, that's the thing. Cho'Gath actually took Wolf camp before directly going for the blue, so Xinyi will have inside track on grabbing this Scuttlecrad. And either if mid lane was pushed forward, ganking the mid lane, or walking bottom lane. Because again, Ming and Uzi are still very far forward.
Ooh, and take a look at this from MLXG. He's actually skipping his blue buff to race in.
But he saw the movement of the Scuttlecrab, so he knows for certain that Xinyi was just here.
Drops a ward in Pixel Brush to keep an eye on any potential movements. Immediately, Ming pulls forward and gets a ward into Tribush. That's spotted out by JD. So while they may not have seen each other, the junglers now know where each other is. At the very least, RNG know where Xinyi might be. as he heads on over to his Krug camp in the mid lane. Doinby's trading away with Xiaohu, as is expected of Doinby, burning all of his mana to try to make something happen, and now they see Xinyi. And there is also a ping onto MLXG as he blows the Scryer's Bloom, so the information game has reached its terminus.
Yeah, everyone knows where everyone's jungler is, and what that means is it isolates the lanes to make correct decisions around that information. So for the mid lane, it's going to be advantage to Doinby because he is starting to try to bully around Xiaohu, use the trading patterns that Corki has. He's always just an aggressive laner. He can itemize defensively if needed, itemize offensively if needed. And for RNG, it's empowering the bottom lane. Uzi and Ming continuing to be pressured forward.
MLXG even going so far as to walk bottom lane and recall, taking the extra time just in case Xinyi were to show up. But taking a look at the summoner spells real quick, Doinby does have his teleport as well, so he can be a little bit more free with his mana usage. Interestingly enough, from RNG, Xiaohu went for the heal to be safe. Uzi also matching with the heal, and Ming with the ignite. There is no exhaust. If Doinby gets to 6 items, how on earth are they going to deal with it? Crowd control?
Pray.
Okay.
No, I mean, the thing is that Doinby, then it's still trying to go front to back, so you still have to deal with the big, tanky
Cho'Gath.
meat line of Cho'Gath
Renekton.
as well as Renekton. So while it is very scary, there's still options, and it will come down to execution of these team fights.
Okay.
And again, if we're favoring, recent performance execution, you still have to favor RNG. They've definitely been very clean in their 5v5. Uzi is playing up to the potential and the standards that we've set for someone of his caliber. Xiaohu's still playing out of his mind. And Doinby, I feel like he's kind of going through Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, where some days you get, the heart and soul of Doinby. He's doing everything he can to lift the team up, and some days he just wants to watch it all burn.
Mao steps in for some damage onto Uzi down here. We'll see if we do get Dr. Jekyll or Mr. Hyde in the mid lane. He does have that quirky, so he has the opportunity to be a little bit more reckless with his damage and his trading.
The nice thing is that Corki has a pretty set build pass, so Doinby can't do one of his signature mad scientist build paths.
Patented, yeah. The big scare is, are those crazy build paths Dr. Jekyll or Mr. Hyde?
Hold on.
As MLXG on the invade snuck into the jungle to find Xinyi on his way back out and just chunks him out.
And this is classic. MLXG knows exactly what his responsibility is for his team. Xiaohu and Uzi will be fine if they're left to their own devices in the lane, so all he needs to do is contest the enemy jungler, place down vision, and deny Xinyi ganks on his laners.
Most of these are being cleared away. Doinby dashes in. He's level 6. With
He's
his
gonna
Sheen,
fight.
he's doing damage. There's a teleport behind them. Still no teleport from Kabe because he used it to shockwave onto JD. Xinyi flashes, but it's first blood. Doinby traded back over the slice, and the kill from Let Me makes it 2 for 1 RNG.
And we almost never get to see that type of interaction. I love it when Oriannas do this. They shockwave on themselves, and then in the mid animation, flash, and places himself to catch 2 people with it. Now, unfortunately, MLXG did fall down to first blood, but great reaction from Let Me, and a huge swing for RNG.
That's 500 gold with 2 kills onto the Renekton in the top lane. Let's see it happen again as Doinby dashes in.
And it's unfortunate that MLXG, it seems like a bit of miscommunication. Xiaohu didn't have a lot of mana, but again, because the thing is he doesn't have a lot of mana, so he doesn't have enough mana to use command attack and then shockwave. So that's why he says, I need to prioritize the ultimate damage and burns his flash instead. And this is why Xiaohu is so cool to watch.
The takeaway is turn on the mana costs for your spells, kids. Make sure you know exactly what you can do at any given time. That's going to give him 2 assists as he makes his way back into the mid lane. Fiendish Codex and the Lost Chapter. With that additional 2 assists onto Xiaohu, he's able to pick up Ruby Crystal and Boots, though the assist for Xinyi keeps him right back in with a Bomby Cinder. And 2 kills on Let Me that he's turned into a Phage and that Ruby Crystal. And once again, MLXG just invading back in. Let Me's invading on the other side while Xiaohu's pressing in mid. Is there anything Xinyi can do?
There's nothing that anyone can do to help Xinyi, and that's the big difference here. Xinyi, unfortunately, is just a bystander watching his jungle get torn apart. If you look at mid lane, Xiaohu just got 2 assists. He's also multiple CS over. That was interesting. Yeah. Multiple CS over Corki, and then Uzi and Ming still full control of the bottom lane, not necessarily in the CS discrepancy, but in the pressure difference.
And this is where the raw mechanical skill of RNG becomes so scary, because now they're not just winning by pure laning phase, they are intelligently setting themselves up to make that laning phase even more, I guess, present, powerful. As that's the slam Cataclysm onto Xiaohu. Another shockwave. Here comes Mao. They get the kill onto Xiaohu with no sums.
Slam, bam, thank you, ma'am. They just drive through that one. So Xiaohu didn't have his flash because he used it beforehand. So smartly, Xinyi says, where do we actually have kill threat on this map? It's in the mid lane to target the Orianna with no flash and makes the correct play.
Despite MLXGP, he leashes the blue buff and is like, wait, oh, my mid laner's dead. Walks over to collect the minions.
But the farm is mine.
Yes. Happy day. Happy day indeed. That kill did go over to Xinyi. And we're closer to evening golds, though it's still an advantage for RNG as we're seeing Let Me start to open up a bit of an advantage over Kabe. First dragon is Ocean, so there will be slight onus to fight over it here in the early game. Not as much as a Mountain or an Infernal.
And that's the thing, slight onus, which means that there is actually a big opportunity for MLXG to spin time and to go top. Now, because it is Maokai and it's Renekton and Cho'Gath, I mean, they do have kill pressure because you do have that insane burst damage that can come out of both of those ridiculously tanky champions. Not quite sure why we have that in the game, but, you know, I digress.
The more, the better.
But I feel like they're going to wait for Xiaohu. It just feels that anytime they do make a play top lane, it's usually still with Xiaohu. You think back to his Talia games. He doesn't have the same mobility this time around, but it just always seems to be a prerequisite for them.
So we just saw a lot of action in the bottom lane that was actually really exciting for me to watch at the very least. Yeah, that happened. Uzi was controlling the wave, harassing Loken, and denying him from minions, all at the same time.
Rind, baby.
That is a 650 range Caitlyn against Kalista, and he was still losing trades and missing minions. Just because Ming was sitting in the bush providing the unseen threat, and Uzi was just controlling each and every wave. He would get 2 Ren Spears into a minion, then pierce onto Loken for additional damage, and Ren to get the mana cooldown back. And here he goes. Look at that. That's just, he's...
Clean.
That's why, yeah.
That's what you're looking for.
Yeah.
It's just clean and very satisfying to watch.
And when you've got Uzi playing like that in the bottom lane, why not support him? MLXG clears his top jungle, immediately heads back over to the bottom side of the map. JD, they might be up to this, though, as they're going for the invade up top. Blast cone over the wall.
But as these plays go through, it's the potential for RNG to trade up because they also have control over Dragon. But here we go top.
Yeah, Uzi is backing away. He's actually stunned and concussive. I was just complimenting you, man. Come on. Pull it together, Uzi. They were prepping for the dive, too.
He had flash and heal as well.
And he stepped too far forward for the minions.
That's just an oopsie.
Alrighty, so they're going to take a little bit of damage from this turret here, but that means JD will be the ones who get first brick. Even Xinyi going so far as to take some hits to make sure they can continue dealing damage. Ooh, not quite giving all of the solo gold over to Doinby, but still, big advantage with that first brick for JD.
And it just exposes, you know, one of the little weaknesses of RNG is their hubris. You know, Xiaohu, if he knows he can kill someone, he's gonna try to do it. Uzi's very much a similar vein, but if not everything's quite aligned, it does leave them exposed in their aggression, and you can punish it. And this is why we keep, you know, giving a lot of respect to our bottom tier teams, because so much talent is injected into the LPL that even on the last place level, if you expose the Achilles tendon like that, they're gonna go for it.
Oh, man. Absolutely hilarious. Uzi actually makes his way back towards the bottom lane. As Loken and Mao swap towards mid before rotating back to bottom with the recall. It's BF Sword and Zerker Greaves. Uzi going for the standard Blade of the Ruined King while fighting over these Raptors.
But the beautiful thing is that there's no pressure on Loken to fight right now. Because both the Dragon and the Rift Herald have been taken, it's pretty much just going to be an extended lane phase, which means he's not punished for going the, you know, prioritizing the attack speed and the movement speed, as opposed to having the battle stats ready and available right this second. So still good tempo advantage to JD, even though it's simply been slowed down.
They've got that Rift Herald, they've got that first brick. RNG will have sustained from that Ocean Dragon to trade, not to mention plenty of vision bottom as the Blade of the Ruined King and the Morellos and the Black Cleaver and the Cinder Hulk. Wow, that is like all of that synced up. That's impressive.
If only we had something to fight over and use all of these item breakpoints.
Wait, maybe we can dive a turret. Oh, no. It's Maokai, Corki, Caitlyn.
So what this means now is that RNG know that they're strong, so they need to be manufacturing situations to use their strength, like these invades that we see MLXG pulling out on. which is also why they need to pull Ming, because one of the primary things that you do or you use to do that is your vision control. So you need your support. You got it.
The Cho'Gath animation whenever he's channeling is absolutely hilarious. The hands in the air, mouth wide open.
I think his auto attack is pretty hilarious, that he like opens his mouth up super wide, but then he hits with his
bats
little...
it with his hand, yeah.
Like,
Little
what
raptor hands.
T-Rex uses his...
He only has 2 fingers, all right?
Just poking eyes.
He can barely open a jar of peanut butter. How on earth are you expecting him to kill a minion?
I'm just saying, if Tom Kench uses his tongue to attack, 'cause that makes sense, I think Cho should use his mouth a bit more.
He can also play his tongue like a banjo, which is quite impressive.
I put that on my resume.
Oh, man. Winner of the 1995 hot dog eating competition. Is
that how you pick up all the girls?
No, that goes on the resume. That's how you get the. That's how you land it. Land the job. Maybe you should take that off the resume. Don't put that on the resume. Okay. So while RNG do have the options to fight, they steal away the blue buff, get a quick recall, and fight over vision. Classic communication.
It's clear.
Oh wait, there's a scuttle crab.
We're standing right on it. And that's also why MLXG is hiding up in the wings here, just making sure that Uzi can farm safely and doesn't have a package flying behind him.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It looks like RNG were JD were potentially setting up a dive, but Doinby uses the Herald, drops it mid.
Yeah, and this is the thing. The fact that MLXG had to spend his time protecting Uzi and prioritizing the farm, it means that they got inside track to this mid lane. No one was there to immediately defend it, so good initial smash from Herald.
Yeah, they're not able to break down the turret, though, as the package is used to dodge a death sentence. But because it's very low health.
Exactly, because it's low enough health, they can just 5-man stack and push this over no problem. Now, the only thing they need to be careful of is if RNG try to engage, which is why I'm glad that they used the Maokai ultimate to siege.
Nature's Grasp scares away RNG just enough to allow them to break down the turret. The trade-off, though, is that Uzi has been farming this whole time. He's still even in CS with Loken, despite him being pulled towards mid.
Yeah, but is 10 CS a good enough difference for losing your mid lane structure, and how that's going to impact that vision game that will now encroach further and further into your jungle?
I am the play-by-play. You tell me, Frosco.
The answer is no.
Okay.
Now, maybe the answer is yes for RNG because it's Uzi and they just have that much faith in him, but otherwise that doesn't feel great. Feels pretty bad.
Yeah. The wave gets pushed back in. He's now 18 CS ahead, but Loken, with the recall and the bonus gold completed from those turrets, finishes off his static shiv, so when it's said and done, like you said, only a 10 CS advantage. Perhaps they can try to break something down a little bit more soon, because Mountain Dragon is up in 2 minutes. Uzi's going for a recall. Let's see if he's going to get some more big combat stats. Looks like Ninja Tabby and a dagger. Not quite enough for the Zeal or the recurve bow.
The thing is that the map is just working so well in JD's favor. The fact that the mountain is spawning, it's the last standing outer tower that they have to take. There's total incentive to play around bottom with all 5 of their members. And they're strong now. It's not the same battle stats that necessarily RNG have on every single member, but the Trinity Force is complete. Both resistance armor items are complete for Maokai. Excuse me. He's got his Sunfire, his Ninja Tabi, and then more armor on top of that.
Kabe and Shinyi are looking strong.
Yeah, so they're in a fine position to start setting up for this. But that said, RNG actually get inside track and are placing their vision. So we should have a boiling big 5v5 in the next minute over this mountain.
Potentially could boil over into this fight. Kabe's actually going for a recall right now. He's got teleport. There is no package for Doinby, so he's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. Let me with his own recall. Picked up a Tiamat and a Ninja Tabi, so he's capable of pushing pretty far top, though there is plenty of vision up there, and it looks like he's playing the classic top laner's gambit. Am I here? Am I pushing the wave? Where am I? No one knows. Except they know. They see him on the minions now.
His game is pretty clear. He's got the Tiamat, like you said. He's got the Black Cleaver. He's got 2 kills. He wants to isolate Maokai. Unless he can get an automatic pathway into the backline, which RNG have set up the necessary deep vision behind and around this red buff. But if that's not the case, then you'd actually just rather keep the Maokai locked down, because in terms of 5v5, you front to back, Maokai is actually worth more.
He's finally spotted back up with Kabe. Glacial Shroud and another health crystal as he's ready. Doinby fainting up towards that side, and immediately the dragon is started off by RNG.
It was going so right, now it went so wrong for JD. That's inside track for RNG as well as the Callista Ren. There is no contesting this and a free mountain. And it was just given away that Doinby started, like you said, to feint top instead of respecting the cooldown. It's just these tiny windows that put JD in 6th place as opposed to higher up on the standings.
Even feinting back towards the top side, takes away Raptors, pulls Kabe, but there's nothing to take, boys. It's 90 seconds for Baron and no big objectives besides it.
And it seems like an actual big misread because if you look at Loken's itemization, he went Crit Cloak before going for the flat AD. And you know, this will always depend from player to player.
Personal preference.
Exactly, but that tells me that he wanted to fight. You know, I would rather have the crit, I've got the static shiv. Like, chances are that if I'm given a lot of auto attacks in a fight, that one of them is going to connect versus just trading potential. Because if you're just going to be sieging towers, you would always rather have the flat AD because you can't crit the tower. So
instead, he just catches the wave, and the dragon is picked up. The wave resets. Uzi finishes off his Zeal as Shinyi takes red buff. So JD perhaps bit of hesitation might have cost them here. You mentioned how MLXG is the hinge upon which RNG's success swings. Well, for JD, it has been Doinby. It always has been. It seems like it always will be unless something really changes.
And that's where that, you know, Jekyll and Mr. Hyde kind of mentality comes in for Doinby. Sometimes he just makes the game-changing play. You know, he's the hero to all, and sometimes he is his own undoing, like this.
Forcing a dive onto Uzi as he completes a recall. He's got Blade of the Ruined King, but the minion wave is cleared out. They're not minions yet.
Someone contain that animal.
Yeah.
Just flying underneath tower. Can you imagine if Uzi decided to just use ultimate and try to lock him up underneath that?
Now he's caught by MLXG and Ming on the way out. Ducks into the Dragon Pit and Valks over the wall to keep himself safe. So they're still sticking to this formula, but it's starting to fall apart. They've misplaced their sugar and they're replacing it with salt right now. And this recipe to try to beat RNG is turning into a messier and messier scenario as RNG are looking stronger and stronger.
I feel like JD's motto is just, you know, get her done.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's a little bit.
It's technically a cake.
It's baked with love.
We used sand instead of baking powder. But it was loving sand.
Exactly. But they still have a lot of options, you know, even though it's not really clean during this mid-game. You still have a Corki, you still have a Caitlyn. So there's hope.
Yeah, look at how this is working out, though. I mean, even though the turret was pushed in mid tier 1, they were able to break it down. Doinby has to recall because he doesn't have blue buff. He runs out of mana. Teleports mid and still loses damage on the tier 1. The trade-off, though, is some damage on the bottom tier 1 for JD on the opposite side of the map. But again, it's JD taking an inch while RNG are taking 3 inches.
And a big problem is the vision. Check out the river right now. RNG have full control over that. And if JD had any sort of vision, Loken would have the confidence that while Doinby is using his teleport, using all of his mana, and keeping RNG busy mid, that Loken would have enough information and enough time to punish the bottom side. But because they don't have everything set up, JD only get that inch that you were talking about.
They're trying to brute force something up top here as Kabe just turns and hard engages onto Let Me. Holds onto his ultimate, though. Doinby roams and spots spots MLXG on that side of the map.
But we do need to now turn our eyes towards the top side. I know there's been so much focus and attention bought, but look at the CS difference between Renekton and Maokai. Now, this is to be expected. Maokai usually goes into lanes and he's like, okay, let's just keep it under 30, boys.
Hold on.
But as this begins to open farther and farther, you know, come late game, come early portions of mid game, it puts pressure on Kabe that he won't be able to look across from Renekton because he's just getting farther and farther ahead of him in terms of the 1v1. And that forces JD that this 5v5 has to work out because otherwise we lose in other portions on the map.
It's so interesting that they seem to have that mentality because they're up 3 turrets to 0. They're up in kills. But they're still down in these neutral objectives, still down in control as Xiaohu. He heals and takes some damage. MLXG follows up and punishes the shockwave, the dissonance. Flash feast from MLXG.
I don't know if he needed a feast there, but I respect it.
It's the stacks. So whenever you feast a minion, you get up to 6. However, there are technically no limits as long as you feast a champion or an epic monster. Loken flash sidesteps. Uzi, you Rens early, but that means he doesn't have the cooldown. Now Fate's Call blocked by Mao. He's low, but he's got so many in them. The Ren cooldown is almost up, but Mao gets him out of range, keeps Loken safe. MLXG over the wall. He knocks up. He's settling for the support. Ace in the hole will be blocked by Uzi, but an excellent play from Mao.
And Doinby was locked out by Xiaohu and MLXG, so couldn't get there to help out his team. RNG collapsed first and punished the fact that Xinyi was exposed mid lane and killed.
Take a look at this. Kabe, his teleport's on cooldown, not to mention he's rather low health along with Let Me. Perhaps attempted to join the fight and dissuaded?
Oh, 100% was trying to get up there, but Let Me just got right into his face.
Meanwhile, Doinby's trying to defend mid, but he can't defend from MLXG and Xiaohu at the same time. It finally breaks down along with top tier 1 and bottom tier 1.
Those towers you were talking about, Dom?
Yeah. Oh, man. RNG were just waiting for the right moment. They have found it. As MLXG, he's just being a bully, sweeping out everything.
And now we can talk about kind of the implications of what this composition can do. And while I also love Cho'Gath in the current meta, it's as an objective control. And when you have Kalista and Cho, your vision has to be so on point around the Baron area because they will just destroy that objective in a matter of seconds.
Xinyi did get the smite, so he picked up, that blue buff. Baron has spawned, and so too has the Mountain Dragon, but oh boy, JD, this is a bit risky. This is really risky.
I'm not a fan.
He's about to get his smite up. They're trying to 3-man this Baron. Doinby and Kabe follows up. The CC onto Kabe. He's nice and tanky, but he's got the crowd control. He's just buying time. Doesn't even have to ultimate as he goes down, and they bail off the Baron at half health. Teleport to flank from Let Me. He's got home guard. Package. Chases from behind. The Shockwave pulls them in. This should be a clean pickup for RNG to get these kills. Just mopping up the mess. Looks like they're just going to get one as a hook. Nope, that's two. Mao. And there's the second kill.
And Xinyi is dead, which means now RNG have inside track on Baron. JD, I understand. It was desperation. You felt like you had control of the world. It was just the water slipping out of your hands, but that was auspicious on a good day.
And that's so scary when you have the facsimile of control over the game. You're up in turrets, you're up in kills, you're even in CS just about everywhere. And then RNG just comes back and reminds you, no, children, sit back down.
We afforded you this.
Exactly.
That was your allowance.
Oh, so very scary. Doinby tries to make something happen, but the crowd control onto Kabe. He's tanky, but not that much.
And I do want to give a special shout out to Ming, particularly over the course of these team fights. He hits hook after hook after hook on very key targets. Now he's going to connect with Mao. He's going to go over the wall. Xiaohu flashes, finds a great shockwave, and then they just continue to chase, continue to layer up all of the CC. Ming's not done yet. Yep, where are you going?
Oh, gosh. Max range on that. There's a reason he's not allowed to get Thresh very often. Since joining the ranks of top-tier supports, he's one of the few who can really be such a terror on that champion. And it's amazing how it becomes lower priority when Kalista and Cho'Gath are picked before that Thresh. You know there's something to be afraid of. As now they've got the Baron buff, they've got another Mountain Dragon, MLXG is getting bigger and bigger.
I think you said something very interesting there, Dom, in this idea of Ming joining the top-tier supports. I actually really agree with this. And you know, when we started 2017, there was a big question of, where did all of our talent go? Who are these people? And it was, you know, you see the rebuild, reunite. The motif of the LPL was, okay, we've fallen on our face so many times that we're actually just very good at picking ourselves back up. And now we have to do it with developing all this new talent. And it's very cool how it's fit the theme of the league, because we do have people like Ming, like Mao. You know, Mao, unfortunately, he's on one of the last place teams, but he himself has grown and developed, and now we're starting to get these names that will go the distance. And even if this split isn't their time, next split certainly brings exciting things and exciting prospects for the LPL, as we're starting to get all of this new talent. You know, iBoy on EDG,
well, currently
Ming on RNG.
Yeah, the talent of RNG have just broken down a tier 2. Now they've got a turret advantage. Now they're 5,000 gold ahead. And still 90 seconds left on the timer. Let Me doesn't have teleport, so they're just moving as a collective unit. But Loken, he's nice and defensive. He sets up a strong trap line mid. And with Doinby, they've got enough wave clear, static shiv, and rapid fire cannon to keep themselves up. Is it enough?
They're just trying to set up speed bumps for RNG to make sure that they don't just run them over at this point in the game. And like I said, you know, if this goes late, they have plenty of great options. The Caitlyn, the Corki, the Maokai, Braum. They have the super tanks. They just need to get there. But this is bad.
From outside of the vision, knock up onto Xinyi. He's low, but alive. He looked into the jaws of the beast and saw death itself. but was able to walk back unscathed.
Yeah, and they just didn't expend all of the cooldowns. Yeah, you could have thrown a couple more, a shockwave on top of that, but it wasn't worth it. The damage had been done, and this is the difference. A team like JD, they will chase that pick to the ends of the earth.
Yes, they will.
Using every cooldown available. A team like RNG, no, it's about the objectives. We chunked them out. We have the priority on the top side of the map, and now we're going to take an inhib.
They also saw Doinby mid looking very overextended. He, again, was looking for a speed bump. RNG, they just swapped to a different lane and run it right on down. The inhib is still standing. They are respecting the damage and don't want to risk it just in case. So, it's so terrifying to see RNG look this strong, reclaiming the crown of the LPL. As Mao, he's continuing to follow up with Xinyi. The rest of the team is behind him, and Ming denies it.
His little hands fly up.
Yeah, I know. Jesus, take the wheel. It just flies back.
Woo!
Or I suppose in this case, Thresh, take the wheel. He's up to 11 stacks on Cho'Gath.
He's so big.
Oh, man.
So
there always used to be the health to armor efficiency. It was like, oh, you build this much armor, and then once you get like 150 armor, then it's more efficient to build
returns.
health. Yeah. With Cho'Gath, that's never a problem because you always have health scaling now. You can just build stats.
And the thing is it always used to be more cost efficient to build armor than it would be to build health. So if you got health as just an added benefit from then theoretically you're a more cost effective champion. So Cho, right in that sweet zone.
Real big. 2 Gargoyle Stone Plates on RNG. What looks to be a Guardian Angel coming out for Let Me soon.
He's literally the size of Baron.
Not quite. He's up to dragon levels. I've actually done a test for this to see. It's about 30 stacks he gets to the size of Baron. Baron's pretty big.
What's the biggest that anyone's ever seen at Cho'Gath?
So I think it was, what's his name? Vera something? The Reddit guy who does the tests.
I was going to say, how has this not appeared on my Reddit feed yet? I just want to see a giant Cho.
It did when he first came out. He got up to like 89 stacks or something, and he was the size of a Nexus and just walking around. His hitbox actually gets larger as well, so like his attack range. What a hook! Ming! Holy cow! All right, that's impressive. That's really cool. We're just along for the ride at this point.
I'm enjoying it. I'm buckled in, looking at its great scenery.
Vandiril, that's what it was.
There we go.
Vandiril.
I think that's it. I think Ming just styled all over JD.
Yeah.
I don't know if they have anything left in the tank. It's just poor little Loken and Kabe. Go, kitties!
All right, Nature's Grasp. That's a snare, but the minion wave is cleared out. Another hook onto Kabe. Uzi doesn't even care. He's finishing it off. Flash from MLXG in the back to keep him safe from Loken. He isn't doing anything anywhere near enough. Makes it back onto the fountain. They don't have minions yet. All right, Uzi, calm down. Ooh, the headshot. Xiaohu, you gotta respect the static shiv. Ace in the hole. Oh, and a heal.
Hold on, here comes Kabe.
Oh yeah, teleporting into the back. He's trying to catch up, but they see it coming in. Another teleport. Doinby's in front.
You're in trouble now.
The Rupture's about to be popped. The Shockwave flings him right on in. It's Kabe as Doinby swaps places, and RNG, they split, and only Let Me dies. Okay, now they've tagged Uzi. Can they get more? They're so greedy for this. They want it so bad.
I don't know who was more greedy there, JD or RNG. The fact that Uzi decided he wanted to flex on Loken as opposed to taking down the last standing Nexus tower almost burned them there. But in the end, because they got out with 4 members, they burned 2 key summoners right as Baron is about to respawn. So in general, because RNG survived, massive advantage to them as we take another look at the hook prediction.
Oh my god.
Into a massive shockwave. That's the bounce castle from hell.
Oh, wow.
They got hit with the box and the hook, and then immediately popped in the air, and then immediately got shockwaved.
I have seen this play before, and it didn't end well for JD last time. They're going to try to burn it down, though. They've set up a trap. Oh, no! How do you do that, Ming? He pulls him back in. The tanks are in the front, but Uzi's firing across happily in the back. A teleport is going to get Let Me in front of him as well. Finally, they drop Ming, but at what cost? As Let Me has found and annihilated Loken. Doinby, the sole survivor. He's going to drop the ace for RNG.
And the difference was that JD couldn't get through the front line, whereas Uzi and Xiaohu could. They immediately either tore through the front line or got immediately to the back line.
Who needs Zach when you've got a Thresh like that, right? The crowd control. All right, they're finally going to finish it off. It's RNG taking game number 1 over JD Gaming. And, oh man, what smiles from RNG. Those hooks. Oh.
That's one of those games where you get out of solo queue and you're like, yeah. That felt good.
The difference between Diamond 1 and Challenger. It doesn't seem like much when you think about it just in terms of raw numbers, but the skill level. Just, massive.
And I can't imagine that Ming is going to get his hands on Thresh again.
No.
And
no, he's not.
Unfortunately, that was the gamble that JD played. You know, they banned the Twitch. They wanted to get the Kog'Maw. As soon as that was denied by RNG, again, credit to Firefox, immediate attention turns to Kalista, which then inherently empowers the Thresh. So JD had a game plan. Unfortunately, RNG just had a few extra ones.
Oh, yeah. Oof. And there it is again, that facsimile of control that JD had. And you could see they were trying to think their way outside of the box, get outside of the playpen. But once RNG decided it was time to stop toying around, they cleaned it up so quickly.
And it's all about that mid game. You know, the vision control is so important. It's much easier or much more punishing because we have so much engage. Like, it's going to be one way or the other. We're either going to have complete stomps or we're going to have really long 55-minute games because this is the tank meta. And this time around, JD were exposed for their mid game. They didn't have the proper vision. You know, they got a little bit frantic. They felt that they needed to make a desperation Baron play and just got smacked.
Yeah, absolutely they did. And that desperation, not a very good sign as we get closer to playoffs because they have to know that the pressure is coming up. I mean, they beat Newbie. They've still got to go through OMG. They've still got to go through LGD and Suning Gaming if they want to claim that final spot.
It either means that they need to prioritize and put more emphasis on their lane phase and really get their lane phase snowballed so they can just kind of glide through mid-game off of an early gold lead, or they need to actually figure out what is happening in the mid game, clean up their vision game, clean up their comms about how they're playing around picks in the vision game. But something has to give.
And we did talk a little bit about that vision game. We could see it even stemming early on with how MLXG and Ming were moving so aggressively to track Shinyi and to enable Uzi to free farm.
The biggest thing for me, you do mention a good play, but just think back to when RNG had the bottom river completely lit up. It was multiple control wards, a lot of deep vision, and Doinby expended his entire mana bar, teleported back to lane, and then expended his mana bar again to keep a lot of RNG focused on the mid lane. And Loken, because he didn't have the vision, couldn't have the confidence to step up and to contest the bottom tower. So Doinby expends all of these resources, and his team can't get anything off of it. And that simply comes down to making sure that we have enough wards, that I have the vision, so I can exploit that.
We did still see some good things from JD, though. Of course, Doinby still showing that he is a very talented mid laner, going toe-to-toe with Xiaohu, and actually, for the most part, coming up rather even aside from the excellent skirmishes that we saw Xiaohu bringing up. And that's no small feat. Again, it's Xiaohu's playing exceptionally well right now, and RNG, I mean, you can just ignore the first 20 minutes, and you'll still see an RNG that you should know and love at this point, because they're looking good. And JD, they looked like they had control, even if it was just this mask that they had for such a long time.
Yeah, there's still good things to pull from JD in this performance. You know, the early game was strong. You could see what Shinyi wanted to do, and unfortunately, it just also then propped up RNG because they had a better read on it. You know, and like she's like, okay, what is my main goal right now? Well, Xiaohu's winning mid, Uzi's winning bot, so if I actually just keep track of Shinyi, then he can't influence or swing these lanes any direction. And then because my laners are pushed forward, they're going to have the superior collapse, and we're just going to continue to exploit. And that's not, you know, to say that Shinyi was in the wrong, but multiple things were collapsing on JD, and Shinyi just unfortunately had to stand back and watch.
Yeah. I think the most impressive thing was that when Doinby and the rest of JD continued to like demonstrate that prevalence to gank top, I mean, it was a strategy that won for them in the spring split. Letme was so well aware of it, backing away of his turret early, sacrificing that first brick to keep himself alive and not give up anymore. Xiaohu takes the MVP here, 1-1 and 12. Another stellar performance on this Orianna.
Yeah, who knew support Orianna was going to win MVP this game? And it started from minute one, you know, making that crazy shockwave play. The
flash sombrero.
Exactly, the patience of mind to know that he didn't have enough mana to use Q Shockwave and that he would have to reposition, and understanding that, okay, Shockwave is the most important thing here, I'm going to burn my flash and be the ball delivery system myself.
Tragically, he did lose first blood just behind it with MLXG, but they picked it up to get those 2 kills just afterwards. And still an excellent play from Xiaohu. And throughout the course of the game, his positioning on that Orianna was quite present as well, getting some good shockwaves. Wasn't getting too many sombreros over the course of the game, but just excellent play from RNG in general to continue this momentum. And I got to keep coming back to this. The LPL is not a sprint, it's a marathon. And RNG, it seems like they've just gone full Lance Armstrong. They are in 6th gear. They are pushing hard for playoffs right now.
It does help that in a league that is so much about endurance, that Uzi hasn't been playing for a majority of it. You know, he basically comes into, you know, week 6, week 7, he's like, man, I feel great. You know, I've been well rested, had a bit of an injury, but it's feeling fine now. And it just kind of reinvigorates and rejuvenates the team. And we talk a lot about, you know, why does the LPL do all these weird roster swaps? You know, you've got the A team of Dan and the B team of Dan. Well, if you think about it in the context of, you know, 10 grueling weeks, Rift Rivals where there's no break if you attend, and then the playoff gauntlet, and then the regional qualifiers, it makes a lot more sense that players would be like, can you please sub? Can we please get something in here?
To sit and stare at a wall. Yeah, it's a great performance from RNG here in game number 1. We're actually going to take a quick break while we get ready for game 2. RNG looking as dominant as ever. Can they continue, or will JD bring him down? We are returning now to game number 2 between JD and RNG after a supreme performance from RNG. They have reclaimed the crown of one of the best in the LPL lately, and they are demonstrating why they deserve to keep it here. As we get closer to playoffs, they are still putting up some excellent performances over some of the lower tier teams. Of course, their opponents, JD, looking strong in the early game for game number 1. Now they need to come back in game number 2 and make it past that early game.
I want to quickly touch on the crown.
Okay.
Because for me, RNG have identified themselves. You know, we have the Emperors in EDG, we've got the Dynasty in Team WE, and then we have the Kings of Royal Never Give Up. And while I think they've reclaimed kind of the crown of Starhorn Royal Club, you know, that former glory of just skill and the ceiling that we know that they can play up to, they still haven't reclaimed the crown of being able to sit on the LPL throne and like gaze over their title. You know, the Pride lands, everything the light touches is mine.
It's been quite some time since they've been quite at that point, though they are putting up some numbers here. And like you said just before the break, they've got a fresh Uzi. They've got a very strong roster that's gelling well together and making intelligent plays.
They also have a game plan that works for them, and it's MLXG, just keep tabs on the enemy jungler, and our laners will do the rest of the work for us. And so if you're JD coming into this, I think you need to immediately change gears. You know, Doinby, he's Speed Racer Doinby. He needs to shift it into 4th gear, and then you just start fortifying their laners and preparing themselves for the lane kingdom. You cannot pick losing lanes into RNG because they just have enough talent on that roster that they'll just run right through you. So JD, I want to see them put a little bit more emphasis on pushing power, on fighting power, and I don't think it can start in the top lane because Kabe doesn't really have that. I think it has to start in the bottom lane.
Looking towards Loken and Mao to try to break the game open a little bit more. Trouble is they have to do that against Uzi and Ming.
They don't have to break it open, they just need to survive. But you cannot be stuck underneath your tower going down in CS as a Caitlyn against the likes of Uzi and Ming. You either need to keep the wave even or have some sort of, you know, play position there. That's not necessarily just on the Caitlyn pick. I think it's also more so on the Braum. You know, when you have Braum on Stormborn Pack and your jungler starts topside, it's indicative that you want to make an early gank onto the bottom lane. But Shinyi was never quite able to plug into that. So it's not just on the bottom lane, it's kind of collectively as a unit, but it starts with the bottom lane champions. That's what I want to see adjusted.
We'll see what those champions are going to be. It looks like we're entering into pick and ban just about now. And we've already got Karma and Galio banned away from JD. RNG with side priority have elected to take blue. And there's an Elise Kog'Maw.
Surprise, surprise. Doinby is never going to see the light of day on his Karma, and that's a shame because I enjoy watching it.
Very exciting to see him on that champion, but no follow-up, no chance to go for something like that now, though he does prefer those supportive mid laners. We do see the Zac banned away from RNG on blue side.
I would ban Kalista here because I think this is pretty clear-cut what RNG want to grab first. Now, that would mean that the Maokai would be the obvious first priority pick. It's Taliyah. I understand Xiaohu's a scary Taliyah, but he is just as terrifying on 20 other champions.
Perhaps just trying to deny some of the larger macro plays that the Taliyah can go for later game?
I think it's the fact that JD still have a big voice like Doinby. You know, if your mid laner's like, please ban Taliyah, I don't want to deal with it, then you give in to what your captain is saying. Now, I'm not in comms with JD, that's just a subjective observation, but personally for me, I feel like there's a lot more valuable bans that could have taken up the space of Taliyah.
We do see the Maokai now traded over to Let Me in the top lane as very early Cho'Gath picked up by JD and the Kalista to match.
Still get a good rotation from red side.
Oh man, are we gonna get swapped comps here?
Maybe.
They just go tradesies?
I mean, Jarvan still has high priority. The nice thing is that when you have Maokai, you're not super afraid of Kalista, although tell that to JD in game number 1.
Oh.
It puts a higher priority on Thresh so that the Thresh-Kalista combo isn't there, and we already saw the damage that Ming could do last game with the pick.
Ming's Thresh, those hooks were absolutely incredible. Currently, he's 4 out of 5 on Thresh games. He's won 4 out of the 5 games that he's played, and it's been banned a large number of times as well away from RNG. Not just because it's strong in the meta, but because it's strong for Ming too. And Lucian to follow it up.
So Xiaohu feeling confident that Cho'Gath will go in the hands of Doinby, although it's still technically a flex pick, and pulls out the Lucian. Now, yeah, Lucian is a flex pick. It's also a big pick for Uzi, but we don't typically see Lucian down in the AD carry position unless Uzi just like, Kalista Lucian, I feel great about this.
Get me in there. All right, Rakan is the combo. Kalista Rakan. So JD once again prioritized their bottom lane
What is the what's the word? Relationship nickname for Rakan Kalista?
I don't think that there is one.
Well, Dom, now's your time to shine.
Kalakan?
Kilikon?
Because it's like Kalista, Kalakan, or Relista.
I like Relista.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like there's some Brangelina things going on with how often we see this yo-yo duo appear.
Throw him out. Andy's back. Caitlyn banned away from Uzi. We still not sure where that Lucian is going to go. Potential flex. So Corki again being banned away from Doinby. Let's see if they go for the Twitch ban once again like they did in game 1.
There's no reason, again, I feel like a lot of it was based on playing around the hyper carries, but I feel like this is going to be a very different game, more about stacking CC. I feel like Varus actually increases heavily in priority here.
Varus, Tristana, other big AD carries for Uzi, or perhaps they could even look towards someplace else as the timer runs out, and Varus is the ban.
JD had the same read that I did. Curses! I wanted the Uzi Varus.
Ah. His Vayne is still up.
Oh, mercy. That's what I want to see.
The Vayne Lucian again.
Short range comp.
Oh.
Somehow it worked for them.
Cassiopeia is the final ban away from Doinby, so RNG still respecting the mid lane from JD.
More flex picks if that Jarvan gets locked in. It would also mean that counter pick is afforded to Doinby.
That is very important. Setting Doinby up for success in that mid lane. That means RNG will have to show their hand. Ooh, Xayah for Uzi. Or Twitch. Or whatever he wants. He could really get away with just about any AD carry at this point. Oh, and there he is, laughing, smiling Uzi. The terror! The horror!
I like Tristana just because I prefer Tristana's siege potential versus the other two options in Xayah and, oh no, and Xayah and Twitch.
There he goes.
I actually had to hold my breath for a second there.
Deep sighs.
So again, I prefer Tristana personally as an analyst. I think she brings a bit more kind of well-rounded qualities than the other two AD carry options. Hyperscaling, good wave clear, great siege, especially when you work in tandem with the likes of a Lucian and a Maokai.
Also great disengage if Jarvan's ever flying at you. Just pop him with a quick...
She can hop out, she can blast him away. She's got a Sejuani and a Maokai.
Alrighty, so that does reveal the final composition. That means Lucian is going mid for Xiaohu. Sejuani going to be taken by MLXG. Let me. Taking that Maokai up top. Doinby in the mid lane. He knows he's up against the likes of a Lucian. What does he take?
Vladimir certainly fits in the Doinby MO. But again, we said that I would want a bit more of the lane kingdom or lane-specific champions, and not that Vladimir doesn't have a great lane, but it tends to be a little bit later on.
Just a little bit slower. And if you afford that sort of leg room to Xiaohu, he is going to take it and run with it, as our compositions are now locked in all the way around.
So again, there's a lot of emphasis on mid-game and kind of late game from JD's composition, so if they can just kind of float through or survive a lot of their lane phase, whereas RNG a bit more well-rounded. You know, you've good trading patterns with Tristana into the Kalista matchup, but then she's also going to outscale Kalista. Lucian, I mean, that's pedal to the metal. You're punching people in the face in the lane phase. But then you have a very fragile and kind of brittle jungler in Sejuani. She needs some time to ramp up. She's not really about early lane ganks, unless it's a 2v2, you know, if someone gets up into her face, she can get bullied around.
So then to return to the question that you posed earlier, we're looking towards the bottom lane for JD to step up in these picks here in game number 2. Is the Kalista Rakan, the Relista, able to pull it through?
I mean, it's certainly got a lot more dueling power than the Braum Caitlyn was able to showcase last time around, a lot more flexibility movement. So hopefully, but again, I mean, Tristana has been the tried and true go-to for LPL AD carries into Kalista. And if anyone knows the ins and outs of this matchup, it would certainly be Uzi.
With Ming beside him on that Thresh again, no amount of hopping is going to be safe from those hooks.
There was a great conversation that I had with a couple of professional players, and I won't name names.
Okay.
But they felt that they had a great grasp on the meta when they went into Worlds. And then they scrimmed some of the LPL bottom lanes. Not going to name names.
Okay.
And the LPL bottom lanes made them question everything they knew about how matchups worked, because they would win on one side of the matchup, then take the other side and continue to win. And the team disengaged from scrims and just had like a mental like, I don't know anything about this game, I don't know what's happening.
Oh man. It is so tough when you look towards those bottom lanes for the LPL because they do have so much skill, they do have so much star power.
And it also emphasizes this idea that, you know, we make tier lists, we make matchups, not everything is cut and dry. There are windows, trading patterns, and the more intimately you know it, the better you feel, you know, taking what a lot would consider a weaker matchup and just proving everyone wrong, showcasing that, no, this is actually just how you play this. You just adjust around this window or this timing.
Pull away from the minions when Kalista has rend. Hold on to your rocket jump for when she goes in, that sort of thing. Mao looks like he's hanging out by that blue buff, but Xinyi is hanging out up top. MLXG also on that top side of the map. We'll have to see how this leash ends up working out for Doinb and the rest.
And the fact that, you know, MLXG is consistently starting top side of the map to afford Uzi and Ming immediate access to the bottom lane. You know, they're not giving up anything or any sort of control when it comes to that 2v2 bottom. And it's like, MLXG, you've now learned your place. You are bottom of the totem pole.
Your job is to enable the lanes.
But he's still, you know, super important. He's the base. He holds everyone up. He just comes last.
Like a drummer. Good drummer.
Scumbag Kabe.
Yeah, just being a bully. Steps in. Xinyi will start blue buff on the other side. Leashless, as we do have a bit of a pause.
We're in and out.
Interesting. Kabe, look at him on your screen. He knows what he did.
So
he has no idea.
So far, about 2 seconds into this game, we do have a slight tempo advantage to Xinyi.
Yeah.
He got the initial leash. But that also means that Uzi and Ming got the, like I said, the inside track to bottom lane, so they should have control there of prepping the wave, getting their shove on.
Uzi looking rather positive there. Half a smile on his face.
Ming sits really close to his
He does.
screen.
Yes.
He's an all forehead type of man.
Forehead to the monitor.
Yep.
Much like how you play League of Legends.
I can't see anything. I know Rusty made the coy joke about the glasses, and yes, I do have fake glasses, but I also have real ones, and I'm actually just blind.
So which ones do you wear on air?
The real ones.
Okay.
The black ones are the actual real ones. If you pick them up, you're like, whoa, you can't see.
Yeah. Again, these glasses going to be helping people quite a bit.
They've certainly helped Uzi.
Yeah.
I mean, he looks like a new man.
He does.
He's got his glasses, he's got his napkins.
Oh, that's what my team looks like. They're the blue health bars. Or the green. Or yellow.
But taking a larger, you know, context and looking at this league, I said it at the beginning of the day, yes, RNG are heavy favorites here, but JD, even going 1-2 is still better than an 0-2 because at the end of the day, points are God in this league. Like, it counts for everything, over head-to-head. So if you're tied for position, but you have the superior head-to-head over the team, it doesn't matter. It's actually who gets more 2-0s and who has the point lead.
Who is better in the league than who is better in the matchup.
Yeah.
Currently, JD, they were at 4 and 8 with -6 points in the standings. Just above them was Sunin Gaming and LGD tied at 5 and 6 and 5 and 7, with Sunin at -4 and LGD at -2. But now with this loss, that does put JD at -7 points. So that will bring them back just a touch so far. If they were able to go 2-1, that leaves them at -7, which is certainly much closer than otherwise.
And they've certainly been on the recent rise, you know, again, within touching distance. Their playoff dreams are actually still very much alive and well, which is shocking for the huge loss streak that they were on previously.
It was quite long.
And what's funny is that nothing has really changed. Yeah, they've made some adjustments to their AD carry position, the jungle position. You know, it's no longer Clid, it's now Xinyi. But more so, I feel like a lot more credit goes to how the meta has shifted. Again, compensating and covering the weaknesses of Kabe. He's no longer forced to be that dueling top laner. Now he can go back to being that tank. The fact that Loken feels much more comfortable that he can step up and be that hyper carry late game. So unfortunately, if the meta shifts again right before playoffs.
I mean, patch 7.15 is coming up. I know Akali is looking really strong right now.
I am so ready for the Akali top.
Doinby has played it before.
Don't remind me.
Of course, he did play it in that mid lane.
And like she smile was like, ah yes, Akali mid, I remember.
That's the one. Xiaohu looking very serious in the mid lane. Gosh, Akali's everywhere. All in the solo queue. He knows. But still, 7:15 could be a bit of a change. Still got to play out the rest of the day here on 7:14 to finish that up. And again, it is week number 8, so we've still got 2 weeks before those playoffs, so hopefully the meta won't shift too far away.
It's just so strange. I feel like, oh, we've got the head-to-head camera. Maybe we're going back in. You know, I look over at EU and NA, and everyone's, you know, deciding or locking up their playoff seeds. I just feel like everything's still in the air. I'm like, what? Why is everything all neat and collective and like fitting together in these leagues? And then I look at mine, it's just like a Lego bomb. Pieces everywhere.
Like when you try to open the package for the first time and spills out.
Have you ever tried to open yogurt? And you know, like,
yes, I have had yogurt before in my life.
That tension and that anxiety where you're peeling back the lid.
It's going to be pressurized and
exactly.
explode out.
And you're just going to eat the yogurt flakes. That's the LPL right now.
Yeah.
Just a little bit messy.
Is it going to explode or not? I don't know. We're going to find out in another couple of weeks.
But it is delicious, Dom.
It is. Lots of love for yogurt.
I've been sitting on the yogurt analysis or analogy for months now.
Really?
And I'm glad
You've
that
just
that
been
was
holding on to that?
I eat yogurt every single morning, so every time I'm opening, I'm like, you know.
Very good for your colon.
This is what?
Yogurt. It's very good for your colon.
This reminds me of my league.
Oh boy. The LPL, it is a very exciting league in general that we do get to see. All of these head-to-heads, all of this competition closer towards the playoffs.
I feel like exciting just doesn't do it justice in terms of a word. You know, unfortunately, it's one of those words that just gets used all the time because of how many games and how many hours that we sit with these teams. Epic comes to mind. Volatile, explosive.
Yeah.
It is just a very tense, very skill matchup. Like we are the 1v1 Yasuo
Echo.
Yeah.
League.
Of League of Legends.
Where if it goes big, it goes really big.
If the LPL was a champion, we are either like Yasuo, Riven, or Master Yi. And that's
Why
all we
not
do.
all three? Oh, man. And we've seen most of those champions in the LPL.
Yeah, Master Yi, 100% win rate in the LPL. Thank you, Insac.
Oh, God. Please no Master Yi. We've heard it here in our headsets. LPL is, in fact, good for your colon.
An LPL a day keeps the doctor away?
Yes. Healthy diet with the LPL.
It's also, it changes how you act as a caster. I will never forget this.
It's so true.
At Worlds, we were watching tape together, and so you have, you know, analysts and casters from all over the world, you know, NA, EU, LMS, LPL, LCK, and we're all watching an AD carry chase someone down and look for the kill. And every single LPL caster leans forward as the AD carry approaches the wall because we expect them to flash and to kill the other person, and they just disengage. And you just hear us let out an audible like,
oh, yes.
and everyone else is just like kicked back in their chairs like, what is wrong with you guys?
Flash the wall. What are you? Oh, God, he flashed the wall.
And then you would see the LCK and the EU mid laners. They would like freeze giant waves in front of their structures, and that just makes me nervous as a caster because I'm like, oh God, he's gonna get dove. How could he do that? He can't just freeze right there. Someone will just dive him. And the EU casters are like, yeah, you know, this is a good idea.
It's fine. It happens all the time.
Superior. I don't know why this is my
wave
officio.
dynamics. Yeah, I know.
It doesn't sound like that. Yeah, exactly. Like lane dynamics, he's gonna zone him off. He's got a much better back timer now. All the LPL casters like sweating bullets.
He's gonna dive.
And then Mata over the wall, flash Alistar, boom, dead. And Difficio's like, I don't understand.
I did not see that coming at all.
But then
so
I cast the EU teams like H2K and G2, and as I'm watching them, I'm like, I know that they're intelligent at League of Legends, but I can't figure out what they're doing or what they think. Like, I get so used to how the LPL teams think that it's very hard for me to shift gears when I go internationally.
I don't know if you remember the 2015, we did the big power rankings, like the top 20 players going into Worlds. And there were a lot of Chinese names on that list.
I remember.
I was in that meeting. That was just after I finished doing the 2015 summer split, and I was pushing names so hard for the Chinese players to get them up there. And it was Deft and Pawn and Imp, and then Worlds happened.
Okay. And I know that we get a lot of flame for this because naturally our teams collapse. Like, no one is debating that. The LPL teams systematically collapsed at 2015 World Championship. But I stand very firm on this, that summer split of 2015 was the best League of Legends that was happening at that time in the LPL. The LCK was not playing as well as us. The EU was not playing as well as us in NA. And the reason I say that is because we had two hyper-competitive teams. You have MSI, where EDG take down SKT, and LGD that went to Game 5 off of a random
spring
crit.
finals, yeah.
And
oh, God, Deft.
they had, lost to multiple teams. You go back to Snake even. Snake finished second that year, and the only two teams that they lost to were LGD and EDG in 2015. And that was the year that the LPL had cannibalized the Samsung teams, white and blue, so there was so much superstar talent just running rampant in the league. And Snake rocked in with, unnamed Korean imports Beast and Allen. We're like, what up? Like, we're flying under the radar.
Yeah.
Bam, second place.
Still just getting up there. That was also when we saw Chao Gu enter for the first time when Toynbee and Swift were still best friends.
Exactly. We had Snake, Chao Gu, LGD, EDG. We had so many top-tier just titans just thundering through the league. And again, when I was doing a deep dive on Snake, because we had Invictus Gaming, LG, and EDG represent us that year, if you watch Snake, their first year out of LSPL, they finished second in groups. They run into LGD in quarterfinals. They drop out. You're like, that hurts. They don't go to MSI. It's the LGD versus EDG final. It goes to all 5 games. EDG come out, and they take down SKT in a best of 5. When LGD just took EDG to that very limit, and then it goes into summer split. Snake again finished third. They go into quarterfinals. Boom, EDG. You're like, oh man.
Again.
That's rough. It goes into regional qualifiers, and you're like, okay, there's no one that's gonna take out Snake this time. This is their time to shine. They can go boom, IMA.
Oh, yeah. The IMA run.
It was rough.
They finally had the opportunity.
Oh, no, excuse me. That year it was EDG. It was EDG back-to-back that just ruined Snake's
the 2016
dreams.
summer?
No, the 2015.
Okay, yeah. Oh, man. It's tough to be a small fish in a big pond, and we have certainly got some large aquatics in the LPL.
Sharks. I think that's the word you wanted.
I was looking for sharks, but I want to go more than sharks, because we have sharks, but we also have, like, orcas that just come in and, just consume a smaller team entirely.
Don't get me started on orca whales.
Okay.
There's always subjects and casters where it goes into long, because we have to be ready for anything. And I'm just like, Disney movies and orca whales. And they're like, what?
Very obscure video game lore.
But the thing is that if you go like massive aquatic animals, the largest one is the blue whale. And so that's not super threatening. I mean, unless you're like a kayak and one of those
it just beaches, knocks you over.
Then it's terrifying. But
breaches, and knocks you over. Oh man.
I am a particular fan of that RNG sign. We see it a lot. Is that a potato?
It's either a potato or a minion.
And unfortunately, so many of them wear glasses now that if they're not super specific with their...
Oh, what if that's MLXG and Uzi?
That's what I'm saying.
Two of them wear glasses.
It had to be the two wearing glasses.
There we go.
And that is potato singing.
No, that's Hello, This Is Dog.
Oh, I see.
And
oh,
now
right,
he's
got the phone.
Yeah.
Man. Again.
Not sure on the specifics of it.
Our teams keep crashing at Worlds, but our fans,
is
top
that
tier.
Xiaohu in a suit?
So a lot of the LPL teams actually took like full-on formal suit photo shoots. In fact, Invictus Gaming just recently took a photo shoot for a men's magazine, and let me tell you, Rookie is pretty suave in his K-pop.
Tell me he has like a red velvet tux with the black lapel.
Oh no, it's the classic like really silky sheen jacket, and then he's got a couple buttons undone because Rookie's got that that rock star type of vibe.
Yeah, great guy.
And then of course you have a fashion icon like Toynbee as the we're always zooming in on either his watch or his shoes or his sweater.
He is up to date on what's going on in fashion in the LPL.
Naturally has a history as being a streamer before he came over and played professionally as a player in the LPL. And this is actually a good topic because I feel like there's almost a stigma against LPL teams that have Korean imports on them. And this pre-existing idea that, oh, you know, it's the Korean imports that are boosting up the Chinese team. And from like a Western lens, it's, you know, people look down on the Chinese players, that they're not as good as their Korean counterparts. And I find it very odd and frustrating. It's why I never say Chinese league. I say the LPL team or the LPL league, because we have so many Korean players like Doinby, who I don't consider him an LCK player. He made his career in the LPL. He may be Korean, and I'm always super happy to have the Korean imports, but to me, he's not an LCK player. He's not defined as a Korean import. He is defined as an LPL mid laner. That guy is LPL through and through.
So then in that same vein, what about the likes of Deft and Pawn?
Have you seen
had
how
careers
Pawn's
before that?
been playing recently?
I have.
Yeah, and it's about where they make their careers.
Okay.
And, you know, Deft's really interesting because Deft was an amazing player before he came over into the LPL. But, you know, laning with Mako and the transformation that Deft made while in the LPL, you know, it's still a big boon. He wasn't a lane heavy AD carry before. You know, it was always the running thing with Deft where he was the 5v5, you know, very intelligent, very about positioning based AD carry, and you just had to get him through that lane phase, whereas Imp was completely opposite. He was the lane crazy AD carry, and then maybe he would make those questionable decisions come 5v5 time.
The random Twitch flank into 5 people.
Yeah, and I love that.
And he still does.
That juxtaposition between the Samsung brothers, Imp and Deft. But coming over into the LPL, Deft completely reinvented himself next to Mako. He became a terrifying titan of the bottom lane. And that carried back over into the LCK. And in fact, KT Rolster, you know, they have that kind of that Chinese aggression or that LPL flair about them of the very early Barons. And then with the ingenious, you know, slow Korean methodical, you know, like mastermind phase. So I think there's a little bit of LPL in the LCK right now.
Which certainly bodes well. So just to let you all know, we are investigating a keyboard issue for one of our players. Hopefully we can get that fixed nice and quick and get on right back into game. And just the legacy of these players extends so far back.
How far back do you want to go, Dom?
I think the thing that's exciting now is that so the big theme for the year, the motif, as you alluded to earlier, has been the rebirth of these teams, of the region as a whole. And we saw them win at Rift Rivals. We saw good performance out of WE at MSI, though they didn't quite go as far as I had certainly hoped. But as we're getting closer to Worlds, I am honestly excited for whatever of the 3 of the top 4 teams that we send. And if we get an upset team to break into that, that's going to be amazing.
People will always try to throw out Rift Rivals as not meaning anything. And do not get me wrong. This is not me saying that because the LPL won Rift Rivals that we are the best region in the world. That is not how that works. But it is more than just nothing. The format for Rift Rivals, I actually thought was really cool. I thought it was super fun. You know, we don't often get that kind of relay vibe, but it's a format that's used popularly in StarCraft, and it just tests different things. It tests your ability to be flexible, improvisation, the mind games that you're playing, as well as, you know, kind of quick turnaround preparation, whereas a best of 5 in a, you know, like SKT versus EDG, that's testing your endurance, your adaptability, and more very specific preparation. And the thing is the LPL knew that Samsung were going to go first, or predicted that Samsung would go first, and they wanted EDG against Samsung. And then if you looked at the notes that were revealed from EDG's coaches, they got Samsung's draft and predictions
almost
pretty much
perfectly.
Yeah, almost perfect. So the fact that the LPL coaches worked together, predicted Samsung would come first, guessed their draft, and then beat them, and then went through SKT with Team WE. You know what I mean? Like, to me, it's actually much more impressive than people make it out to be, because it was effectively 4 LPL coaches that outthought 4 LCK coaches, including Coma. And they didn't just sandbag, you know, OMG through SKT like, oh man, we burned their best team on our worst team. Guess it's gonna be
They actually met them head to head and came out the victorious.
Exactly. So while it's not cut and dry, what it proved to me is that everyone talks about that gap and how it's so big and, no one can cross it. And yeah, it's, technically best of one. But if you're the best, then you should win every time.
Well, we didn't get the chance to see that from the LCK. And I love how there are those images of the coaches in the parking lot at 4 a.m. standing around their cell phones taking notes with each other.
And, I talked about it. I was very disappointed with the LPL's early performance in group stage. I immediately reached out. I was like, what the hell is going on? There's no excuses for the LPL. We're not sending, an MVP. We are sending all 4 of our top teams, and this is unacceptable for a group stage performance. Like, this is borderline an embarrassment. And it turned out that none of the coaches were talking to each other, that the LMS, they came together and they started working together because they're like, okay, we're the underdogs here, we're in our home region. The LCK coaches are trading, not secrets back and forth, but helping each other out. And the LPL were just, no, this is our higher competition.
Very prideful. Yeah.
We are going in, we're just being isolated. And then all of those pictures come out where the LPL coaches are suddenly, up till 4 a.m. and everyone's, discussing this and going back and forth because it hit
nobody
the fan.
wanted to lose.
It hit the fan, and they had to buckle down and finally work together. And when you finally had that teamwork crossover from all of these great minds that we have, and it's such a great microcosm of the problems in LPL where we have so much talent, but we are so poor at organizing the talent in the correct positions, getting it to all work together. You look at a team like Vici, for example. Like, man, we've got EasyHoon. He's playing so well. He seems really happy in China. His Mandarin's really strong, but everywhere else on that team is just a cluster.
Pulled in Bengi to help support him. Oh, man, we're just rebuilding SKT over here. And then...
Yeah, Puma and Du behind him.
Yeah.
It's the good old days. But we have so many teams where you just have that one amazing player or 2 great pieces, like those diamonds in the rough, and then everything else around them is just on fire.
Which is why I think we're seeing some of these organizations really double down and strengthen themselves. WE, they've been a strong organization for such a long time, but this current lineup that they've stuck with, OMG, bringing in the new kids, and then doubling down on them as well.
WE is a great story if you follow it all the way from the beginning. And I'm not just talking about the old school WE, I'm talking about new school WE, the new era. So they've stuck true to that roster, and I'm talking about Mystic, Ben, Condi, Xie, and 957 for about 2 years, plus and minus some of the pieces. So if you go back to 2015, they had Aluka as their top laner, and they had a different Conan as their support, and they brought over Hero. And the thing is they were still last place. It was kind of a mess. You're like, wow, what are Team WE doing? They barely qualified for things like playoffs or relegations based on game time. Like they were barely scraping by over the line. 12th place LPL team, absolutely dead last, and we send them to IM. And they take down the GE Tigers. And that still goes down as one of the greatest upsets in League of Legends history. One of the top tier LCK teams in a best of series was taken down by the last place LPL team and Team WE. Now that said, it was TSM versus WE final. You're welcome, North American fans. We definitely gave you the, I don't know why LPL's hated it.
Yeah.
They should love us.
Exactly.
We gave them their title. No. NA TSM had a great read on Xie in particular. Xie was a one-trick Diana and Twisted Fate player, and TSM were like, hey, I think if we just ban this or play around it and have some sort of counter, we could probably, just outmaneuver them, and that's exactly what they did. TSM played that series phenomenally and just dissected and tore Team WE apart. And then from there, you'd like, okay, Team WE are probably going to make some roster adjustments. They bring in a new top laner, 957. Aluka gets subbed out. They lose Spirit. They bring in Condi and make these minor adjustments, but they continue to have faith in Mystic. They continue to have faith and double down on CA and slowly build back up. And they're not the only organization to do that. Like, you look also at OMG, and the fact that these long-standing orgs have the confidence to go through multiple series of relegations. Like, look over at Team Liquid. Like, how many roster swaps has that? How many teams do they have? Like, 15 different players on a roster when they haven't even gone through the relegations yet. Like, they're just trying to stay afloat on water, whereas the LPL will, like, tank every time, be like, no, double down, it's gonna work this time.
We're going in. and then relegations come through.
But then it paid off, and now you have a monster like OMG, like Team WE. And it's just so polarizing that we have these teams that are constantly rotating the rosters, that we have such issues organizing the correct talent, and then you have certain orgs that just have mad amounts of faith, and they just take huge trust falls with massive amounts of money and prestige that these organizations and these brands have, and it finally pays off for them.
Well, of course, it's going to have to do more than that in just the league, because certainly while it pays off in the LPL with our top 4 teams, you have to look towards those lower tier teams, some of the longer, more prestigious names that are only just now starting to rise back up. Invictus Gaming, LGD, heck, even IMA. They've been here for almost, this is the celebration of their year and a half at this point, and they're starting to make a play for playoffs and beyond once again.
They're also trying to carve out their identities in a league that is so stacked with legacy talent. Unfortunately for, I guess EU probably still has a lot of their legacy talent, you know, walking around. You think back to NA, maybe Doublelift sticks out as one of the longest standing players. Has anyone else gone the same tenure as him?
I think Smithy is on there.
Okay, yeah.
As well.
It's still not the same. You know, someone who's been playing from the very beginning.
Yeah,
I mean, Clear Love 7 has a 7 in his name because that's how many years he's been playing League of Legends. And he is still in top form, playing on the top team.
Yeah, I think, so I recently just saw this stat. Kid has actually played with IG longer than any other player has played with any other organization. So he currently holds the record for that now. And with this play that he did just a few days ago, he renews it and adds an extra 117 days since we saw him in playoffs last split.
He's just making the rotations just to keep the record alive.
Just to keep the numbers rolling.
Just keep stacking that one.
Just adding numbers onto the top. Yeah. But again, these are really large organizations that are pushing forward. And then we've got some of the newer teams as well. Newbie. Not so much new. They're going on 2 years now with their transition from ChowGu into Newbie, and they're starting to make some progress with Swift finally looking comfortable. ChowGu now splitting off into the second organization as well with Doinby into JD, and then you look at the likes of Dan and Suning Gaming, and as we get closer and closer to
the new kids on the block.
Yeah, exactly. As we get closer to franchising, this bodes well for these teams that we're seeing them compete this way.
Yeah, so how it's going to work next year is that there's no relegation anymore. They can't fall out. Teams will be promoted in. Right now, there's 3 different leagues beneath the LPL. There's the LPPL, which is the reserve league. There's the LSPL, which is effectively the Challenger Series, although we don't like to make that equation. And then there's the TGA, which is the Tencent Games Arena. They're going to abolish a lot of these leagues, and they're going to have the LDL, which will be the League Development League. And it's just going to be there to promote teams into the LPL, because the long-term goal is, you know, eventually we will have a moving circuit of 20 teams constantly playing home and away games and just have, I mean, it's already just such
It's going to be big.
The LPL is already such a massive league, and it's only going to get bigger. And for all you Vici Gaming fans, don't give up hope, because they
could be back.
They are crashing through the LSPL right now, and they are definitely the favorites to retake glory and to enter back into the LPL. So Easy Hoon, he's making his way back.
Soon, TM.
Soon.
He'll get to rejoin the likes of Imp and the rest of the teams up there to try to make another play back towards playoffs and beyond. But of course, still looking towards this playoffs that we've got towards ourselves. It's actually a very exciting sort of way to look at how the league is shaking up, because we have these top tier talents that are making these plays and runs. Speaking towards the legacy that we were talking about a little bit earlier, I'm going to be completely blunt. Is there a chance that the LPL falls down again?
At Worlds?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Well, there we go.
Have you seen our teams? We just keep flipping those coins. No, it's...
WWE lost to RNG. EDG lost to Suning Gaming. RNG, they've lost to EDG and IMA.
It's... how to explain?
You can list all 4 of the top 4 teams that we've got and even run through the roster, and they've all dropped just random miscellaneous matches.
People constantly ask the question, you know, where would you compare 2017 LPL comparatively to like 2015 or 2000? You know, it's always about when the LPL was at its strongest.
Its prime, yeah.
How does this now compare to it? And unfortunately, 2015 EDG, 2015 summer LGD are still much better in terms of the ceiling of talent that they had, the way that they were playing the macro game. You know, again, I stand very true to it that 2000 summer LGD if you didn't watch them, they were so smart and so impressive. And it was hard for me to judge, is this PYL finally stepping up and being that puppet master that I always knew that he was? Because LGD, they had this reputation for the longest time that PYL ran the team effectively. There's a reason why TBQ or Chuan got so much lashback and so much criticism, and LGD just kind of systematically traded out. They had Star on their lineup. They get rid of the Riven one trick. They get rid of their mid laner. They keep upgrading. They take the raw talent of Godv and making these little adjustments.
They had to pull it together into a team, yeah.
But the best friend of TBQ and PYL, we always knew that there was a great relationship. He remained. And for all that we say about Chuan, the one thing that he could do is he could play Lee Sin really, really well. So to see LGD go the distance, to see TBQ and PYL finally be rewarded for how many years they invested into trying to get that LPL title. I know watching PYL's face and when he finally won,
end, yeah.
I was very excited for him. I got a little bit teary-eyed. But their wave manipulation, Acorn in particular, as their top laner, I think he was a genius for summer 2015.
It was quite impressive to see that happen. And very well, we could see LGD try to make a run for it once again here this split. We're going to go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break. Thank you so much for sticking with us for the delay. We'll be back in about 5 minutes with an update on what's going on here in the LPL.
面的话也是打退了蝴蝶。王生绕到背后，但是蜘蛛其实也在后面，这边踢回来，一脚踢回来，接了一个天地波，准备要让 AJ 下马，等了一个回击，打在 AJ 下马，伤害有点高，反杀掉了，而且上马了，打一下最后一下东西够了。小圆猫摸上来，
点塔的这波开团开到飞机了，
而且 W 被断了，飞机这边只能交一个闪，交闪过来，身上又虚了，天风这边坐住他，甚至这边长风闪现有点失误，但飞机还是被硬伤害灌死了。石化凝是凝住了球球，这个时候已经打成了一个0换3了。
看对了怎么选择了，
先过来打一套，海龟最后终结放了一下，钩索跑路被晕到，准备交个闪，秦昂也战术后方减速到了，很漂亮啊，但又挂到了一个减速。高温鱼叉加疗，英雄登场，能救下来吗？触发了一个护盾，这个被动的护盾很关键。哇，杜朗护盾在嘲讽了，那没了，那这亏大了。巴德给大了，没打到，打到，杜朗闪现大招，把团队开了起来。这里发大家裸单还不错，风神宝直接被秒了。这里小虎可能要被大嘴喷死了。这边黄继堂挡不住大嘴的输出，这波司令打得非常的漂亮，这里的回血针也是打了出来，一波0换5。姿态的一个天秀时刻，先交闪，然后在 AB 过来的时候再交一波魔影迷踪。确实草丛跟乐芙兰的象限也很气。
对，特别是在上路这个地方。
而且第一段被动没挂到也很关键。这个在这边大招被魔影迷踪回去，
回头还秒了一个辅助。
是的，交 Q。然后再魔影迷踪加 RW， 再回到 W 的位置，然后又回到 R 的位置，利用这个草丛落过来，给了个鸟盾，再交到魔影迷踪，差点就给他跑了。轻兀成双给了2段，但是最终被潜力形态的搜寻猎物给收掉了。这波混战，1线的血，不他妈拔毛，但是皇子上不去了，但是皇子直接被秒了，不然大家是拉到一个再被秒。但杜玉蜜这边能不能跑掉？鳄鱼 TP 的位置不是特别好啊，这边鳄鱼有大招，在这大龙圈里面，怎么说能？鳄鱼能进场，一过来 Q 一下，被挂了个虚弱，伤害不够。拔毛这边是拔死了鳄鱼，这边 ED 可能要撤了，惩戒回下血，这边 Scout 还在尽量的输出，在这里想峡谷先锋之也是被拿掉了，羽毛这边补一个双杀 Triple Kill， 卡比这边能出来吗？伤害不太够，完了要被风筝了。
OMG 是把 W 的人拉到这个狭小的空间里，我们看到
兰博大招是有用的，
是一个绕后的位置，然后 Icon 先消耗一波 W 定住，
对，先把加里奥第一个发有用，但是武器进场了，一穿着兰博闪现过来，
进场，我们看兰博的大有没有丢到一个狭小的空间里，不错，兰博大招位置还可以，
但老鼠的输出好像更高，而且加里奥还有前面嘲讽到了3个人，金身逼了出来，准备把司马老贼给斩掉的话，那金身结束的夕阳也是瞬间被西野给击杀，西野拿到了一个 double kill。那这个拿到位置手够长，能回到2个。哎，这个反手来看一下这边的一个团战进场了。如果反手碰到了对方的2个人，下一次得到了一个解扣，小刀被小刀倒了。大舅子这波的一个羽毛非常的一个致命，再一次看到贝的一个翩翩起舞进场以后，这大队长虽然自己死了，但是挖掘机也殒命，自杀，夸抓 kill， 大舅子帅。
Special. Never forget that. Never forget about it. I said boo-hoo-hoo with strong metal. Tonight we're reaching higher levels, 'cause we know that we are special. And you know, don't let anybody pull you down, pull you down. You know, don't let anybody push you around. You gotta believe in what you are.
Welcome back to the LPL, everyone. We are just about ready to get back into game. Again, we would like to apologize for the delay. We are going to remake the game with fresh picks and fresh bans and get right back into it. And hopefully, we'll get a chance to get a conclusion to JD versus RNG. Of course, game number 1 did go to RNG for those of you who weren't there for it. And now we're just about ready to start looking for game number 2. Joining me back here on the desk, we've got Frost Skirin, our resident LPL expert. How does it feel to know so much about the LPL?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a resume skill.
Uh-huh.
But I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
That was a weird question.
It was. I mean, I feel like you know a lot about the LPL comparatively. Like before we were talking about, before the break, I mean, we were talking about the history and the legacy of these teams because you have been following the league for so long. Do you have any favorite narrative that you stick to?
Yeah, how to explain? I would never say that I know a lot about the LPL.
Okay.
I care a lot about the LPL is how I would always explain it. It's just a league that I've always been incredibly passionate about. My favorite team in Season 2 when I really first started watching League of Legends was actually Gambit or Moscow 5 back then. And I watched them. I was like, wow, they're so aggressive. You know, this is such a revolutionary playstyle. I love it. It's so exciting. And Kelsey was like, you know that there's an entire region that plays
does all of this
just like that. And then I just found Chinese League of Legends and I fell in love with it. I used to cast the Go for Lols in NA and EU because it worked better with my work schedule. And I worked with Pyrotechnics before I went over to the EU LCS. And we decided to cast the LPL for fun and for practice while we were practicing for the EPS and the Go for Lols, which is quite funny. So we just did it as a side project. And I got the opportunity to move across the world and cast it here in Australia. And
it escalated from there.
It's just been a fun ride.
Yeah, and suddenly now you're at the bottom of the hill with this massive snowball, casting the LPL full time. It's pretty sweet now that you know so much about it and that you are this far. So you completely dodged the question, though.
The Betrayers.
The Betrayers.
EDG.
Okay.
When I first started casting the LPL, it was around 2013 summer, 2014 spring, and that was the birth of EDG. And it's so funny because if you ask people what they think the perception of EDG is, you can kind of tell when they started watching Chinese League of Legends or when they started paying attention to it. Because for a long time, EDG were not the TSM of China. You know, they weren't that big. They were always a big dominant force, but they were not loved. They were known as the Betrayers. They split Team WE in half. So this is effectively, I'm trying to think of a North American equivalent. It's like Double Lift leaving CLG for TSM. You effectively had this golden child of this league that everyone loved, and then you took 2 players from it and you ripped the team in half, and simultaneously the team that everyone loves, so think of TSM, and they just start crumbling and crashing, and then all of the TSM fans hate the 2 players that left, and they leave and they form this new team called EDG. And not only that, but they then grab this very volatile, trash-talking ADC, and the most beloved player on Team W was, of course, Wei Xiao, and now you have Name, formerly known as Devil from Positive Energy, who joins EDG, and he basically says, you know, Wei Xiao, who's that? I've always been better than this guy. I'm going to sit upon like his throne. So it was rough for EDG fans. They would go to stadiums and people would pop their thunder sticks. People would boo them. People wouldn't show up to watch them. And they won everything. Like the only thing they didn't win were the things that they weren't invited to. And it came so dominant in 2014. You know, winning all the Demacia Cups, winning the third-party tournaments, smashing through the regular season of LPL. And there was an award season at the end of the LPL where they're like, oh, you know, best support, best AD carry, best team. EDG didn't win a single award or nomination from that award show. How can you go and be super dominant and not win anything or get any sort of mention?
It's impressive that they were able to maintain that resolve for so long. Of course, this does speak to the organization and the original plan for those players to splinter in the beginning, but I can imagine it tearing the whole league apart like that.
And it came to a system where EDG were the Betrayers, and then when they won MSI in 2015, then they suddenly were the crowd favorites. You know, now everyone loves Clear Love. Everyone loves EDG.
After they have success.
Exactly. After they have international success and they almost have to prove themselves. Their motto used to be fight back with results because they'd get trashed on all the time by the Chinese community, and it's like, well, hate us all you want, but we win everything.
Yeah, it's so impressive. I've got to admit, though, my favorite 2015
Xiaogu.
LGD.
Ooh, I thought for sure you were going to be the Teamfight
Imp,
Kings.
so, of course, I was there for the rise of the Teamfight Kings, which was so much fun when Doinby and Swift were still best friends. But after they ended up splintering off and falling apart, I kind of lost interest, as you do when a team starts dropping. But LGD.
I see. Fair weather fan.
Imp and PYL, when they are playing at a 10, are so entertaining for me to watch. Like yesterday when Rusty was watching iBoy, it was like, oh, this Kog'Maw, he's amazing. And like when we were watching Uzi in that previous game, and just like how incredible it is. When Imp and PYL are popping off, it is so much fun to watch. Like regardless of what else is happening across the map, those two are just amazing. But
we made it.
We did. It's a story for another time at this point, because we're turning our attention back to RNG versus JD. It's game number 2. RNG did take game number 1, as you can see. We do have a new pick and ban, though. So far, just about everything is the same.
Yeah, so reminder, this is technically a new pick and ban. The bans, as you were saying, have been exactly the same so far. RNG are 1 game up. We got about 90 seconds into game number 2, and unfortunately there was a keyboard issue, so remake, new bans, new game, new everything, and that is actually an adjustment. And it's an important adjustment because in the previous game, Xiaohu had gotten his hands on Lucian. Hadn't been able to do anything with the pick yet in terms of game time, but had the power pick.
Perhaps this could be JD admitting they might have made a mistake in that pick and ban by allowing that to go through. Of course, the trade-off for that Lucian means that Taliyah is still open for RNG, so still another mid laner. Oh, and now the Thresh as well. JD, having learned from that mock pick and ban.
Yeah, so far it seems that JD are the only team that have made adaptations. It was a priority pick for Maokai in the previous iteration of bans. It's a priority pick for Maokai in round 2 of this iteration. But because JD didn't take Kalista and instead prioritized Thresh, it now means that Uzi is going to get that Kalista.
He gets to take that into the bottom lane to try to repeat his performance from game number 1 that Taliyah picked up by Xiaohu. Oh boy, this is looking big.
It feels like JD, you know, we're trying to...
They're like, oh, we've learned our lessons, we won't make any mistakes. But Doinby, with the LeBlanc, picking up the mantle.
Okay, we're throwing down the gauntlet. It got real quick now.
Throwing down the gauntlet and picking up the mantle. It's one for the other.
I feel like JD, we're stepping on some toes, though, you know. You're not going to get the Lucian this time, you're not going to get the Thresh this time, and it just made RNG a little bit mad. Like, you know what? Screw you guys. Taliyah.
Alistair banned away from Ming in the bottom lane to try to echo back. There's so much that can fit with this composition, though. We haven't even seen the jungler out of MLXG unless that Maokai goes towards him.
This is an interesting left turn, though. The fact that Shen is being banned out. Of course, it makes sense for Kabe, but, you know, he took Cho into the top lane anyway, and I would suspect that it's going to be the same thing.
We're still looking at the AD carry for JD, as that looks to be Rakan. Banned away from Ming, so again, double targeting that bottom lane. Still the flexibility of that Maokai. Jarvan still a possibility for both of these teams.
Just trying to defang Ming over there, but he's got so many, a wealth of options in terms of hard engaged champions that will work well with Kalista.
Braum still open as well. As, yeah, there's the Jarvan ban from RNG. Alrighty, JD, you've got your mid lane, you've got your support, and a bit of flexibility with that Cho'Gath. How do you round this out? Don't have to worry about AD carry yet, unless they want to save counterpick or perhaps preserve that flex from Cho'Gath.
Varus was one of the champions that they banned previously. I don't have a lot of Varus players in the LPL. I mean, of course, our teams play it, but we don't have, you know, any Varus specialists. In fact, most of our Varus players are actually mid laners. You think about Athena, you think about Godvi. Those are the big Varus names that come to mind, but Loken is actually one of the few that slots into it, and surprise, surprise, you know, he's the Korean, or one of our newer Korean imports from ESC Ever.
They've got Thresh Hook, they've got the Chains of Corruption. Can they catch Uzi? It's the big question. Can they lock down that Kalista? Kennen locked in here.
That's
for
a support
RNG.
Kennen. So we've seen this globally. It hasn't been played too much in the LPL, but the idea is that it acts as a really good counter to kind of long-range immobile AD carries, because they have to burn some sort of summoner spell to get out of the ultimate. And it works even better in tandem with Kalista, because then you still have that great engage potential and allow Kennen to play super aggressive while having that safety net.
That's exactly right, as Renekton is now hovered. And locked in for Let Me in the top lane. He had a good performance in game number 1, opening up a CS advantage after picking up an early kill. And now, this is the comp for RNG. That Maokai goes into the jungle for MLXG. Final pick, where is the Cho'Gath going to go for JD? Do they save it for Kabe? Or do they put Shinyi on something else?
This would be Shinyi's tried and true butter champion if he went towards the Kha'Zix, but instead it's going to be the Kayn. Very similar type of mentality, though. And also, Rusty pointed this out the last time that we saw a Taliyah and a Kayn on the same team, that he can walk through her wall.
The highway, yeah.
Exactly, and use it as that direct line
The
straight into a team
express
fight.
lane, yeah. What's this? We're pinned up. Oh god, here's a Kayn. Racing in.
So we'll see if we get that cool interaction in any sort of meaningful way as we look at these 5v5s, because both these compositions can 5v5 quite effectively. I will say that for JD, there's a bit more emphasis on skirmish, though. They have the Kayn, they have the LeBlanc, and then you have the safety of Thresh and Cho'Gath. So the ability to play 1-3-1 or 1-4 is actually much stronger.
Coaches shake hands as they make their way backstage. Our third draft, potentially not our last, as we have got a very strong composition out of JD, matching the powerful composition out of RNG. And perhaps they could be returning towards that lane aggression so as to better snowball themselves through their weak mid game. They certainly have the opportunity with the LeBlanc, with Kayn. Varus, get him some items early. Could be good.
Could be great.
Well, then again, I suppose I should clarify. It could be good for Varus. If you get items early on anyone, it's good.
What's always going to be interesting for me is how they play around a squishier support like Kennen, both teams. So there's tons of pick potential on JD, which means that Vision becomes an even higher priority for RNG, both Vision gathering and Vision denial. And when you have a squishier support, if you will, with like Kennen versus someone like Braum or Alistar, it's harder and scarier to walk into Fog of War. You need to be a bit more set up. Now, he does have the safety net of having Kalista, but so many supports ward without their AD carry because they're off farming in a lane. So...
And this is Uzi.
Yeah, we need to check. I've seen a lot of teams really punished when they take a soft support and having them get caught out and how it limits their vision control. Curious if Ming is going to fall victim to that same.
And if you take a look at how JD have got themselves set up, they have a Kayn who does very high damage early on, who can punish. There's the LeBlanc with Teleport to help follow up with that. Again, RNG avoiding exhaust, but it looks like JD are doing the same. Double teleport for JD, along with an Ignite in the bottom lane. Cleanse and Ignite as Kabe.
I want to quickly touch on Dwayne with Teleport. It's not super uncommon to see TP on LeBlanc or TP on mid laners in general, but it actually means something different for Doinby than it does for other mid laners. Normally when you see TP, you're like, okay, that opens up the 1-3-1, the 1-4, split pushing is going to be a big thing. But for Doinby, it's actually about getting him to play around his team even more, which still kind of makes sense, but his identity isn't as a split pusher. His identity has always been as kind of a secondary support or a secondary facilitator for teams. It's about how Doinby plugs into his team, not about how he creates advantages on his own.
Kabe chasing down Let Me up here. They are just already declaring that they want to go head-to-head as MLXG gets... Not sure if there's any worked ground around him. I can only assume that Shahu was kind enough to toss out the threaded volley. Both the AD carries start out bottom.
Yeah, so not giving over anything. It's expected of Uzi and Ming that they're not going to help MLXG with his leash just because they want to get first dibs on this creep wave.
Coming back to what you said, though, Doinby traditionally on those support mid laners, he's on LeBlanc.
I mean, it's still the same thing. Doinby is always going to be super flexible and interesting with his build. We'll keep our eye on it to see if anything really stands out. Again, kind of the mad scientist of the LPL in terms of experimentation. But it's different how he uses TP. He's not a split pusher by identity. It's about those 5v5s or those skirmishes. Uses it to burn all of his mana so he can immediately TP back into lane and burn more mana just to take up and soak up space.
You have to imagine that in solo queue, Doinby is the kind of guy who just has so much presence, who is everywhere in just about all of the lanes, and then is still managing to group up for these team fights.
I mean, I don't know what's bigger for Doinby, his personality or his playstyle.
Yeah. Why not both? Is MLXG. He's ganking top at level 3 and a stun, a snare, a knock-up, and a kill. A little bit of everything here. Gets first blood for Let Me.
And that is not how you wanted to start it off, but this has become the MO in the blueprint for MLXG. He makes very early ganks from buff to buff, and he's either running top, bottom, or mid.
Take a look at where Xiaohu was just sitting. He pushed mid and then sat behind the dragon, perhaps looking for Xinyi on the invade on the opposite side of the map, predicting that Kayn path, but he did go for a clear instead.
And it's also kind of a more common thing that we've seen from Talia's. We saw Fofo do it at Rift Rivals, and it's very common in the LMS to have very early Talia roams, but hold on.
He's stepping in. That's Flash Flay onto
He's
Ming.
still got
Ignite. Oh, misses the Reap, but going for some damage. Meanwhile, action in the mid lane. It's a knockback onto Doinby. Xiaohu for the auto attack for a kill. Meanwhile, bottom Xinyi dies to Uzi. The play of Let Me under a turret. He teleported down there, and a Pierce from Uzi gets a double kill. 4-0. 4 minutes in.
And this is not the foot that JD wanted to start game 2 off on. That is now 4 kills at 4 minutes in every single lane. A teleport from Let Me, he's now 1 kill and 2 assists, and 2 kills in the pocket of Uzi. This is gonna be a rough ride.
Oh yeah. If game number 1, JD had a facsimile of controlling the game for at least the 20 minutes, they don't even get the veneer of that this time. This is going to be brutal. Double buff on Uzi.
And kind of taking stock of everything that happened, I do want to point out MLXG in this mid lane gank. He's still level 3. He was level 3 when he ganked top. He basically went top, took a camp, and then immediately rocked into the mid lane. Doinby has used his distortion, so doesn't have any ability to close distance. Now has to walk across the slow and the damage of the, what is it called? Ravel Earth? Ruptured Earth?
Unraveled Earth? I think it's one of the two, yeah.
The
for some
obnoxious
reason,
ability.
Exactly, yeah. For some reason, the word evades me. Seismic shove. Threaded volley, seismic shove. Yeah, no, it's Ruptured Earth.
Ruptured Earth.
Yes.
Well, cut him off
Wow,
from his tower.
That was
and
real tough.
Made him choose.
But taking a look at the items on this recall, absolutely. Xiaohu, 150 health, and he walks into Doinby to bait him forward for MLXG. This time he pulls it back as he knows that perhaps he could be getting ganked by a Kayn.
It's really important that Talia was able to reset the wave right there. I would assume that Xiaohu would take time to get a back in, but he's already got his pot, he's already got his cloak. Just needed to make sure that it reset to neutral. Speaking of resetting to neutral.
Yeah. Bottom lane is going to be really tough for Loken now as Doinby just burning that mana, trading everything that he can now that he is at that kill deficit.
Xiaohu has to be really careful, though, especially when he doesn't connect with his flick like that. A lot of times in the LeBlanc-Talia matchup, you save the flick for the distortion, so they don't want a distortion back anyway. So that's why you see Xiaohu pokes his head forward, but as soon as that flick is down, he immediately disengages back near his structure.
Now Uzi and Ming pushing up. They've got some defensive wards from JD to spot out MLXG, along with a decoy. MLXG doesn't even flinch.
Oh, but he's getting some nice deep vision. And Doinby is now run out of mana and doesn't have teleport.
MLXG just being a bully. Smite secure. Takes away another camp from Xinyi. Yes, that's right. The squishy Maokai invades the Kayn and is victorious.
Well, it helps that he got a very early gank off successfully in both top and mid.
Unraveled. It's Unraveled Earth.
It's okay, Dom.
I was thinking about it because everything has to do with like weaving and threading the earth together.
It's a cool theme holistically for
is.
Talia. I think
Yeah.
she's a very well-designed champion.
Mm-hmm. She's unraveling the threads of the ground. But to get back into the game, as you said, yes, 7 minutes in, this is a tough game. This is not where JD wanted to start this off, especially after a 45-minute long pause. And game number 1. At the very least, they did get to reset their mentality during that time.
Yeah, but now they're also giving up their bottom tier tower. Now, I'm curious if Loken and Mao will actually make their back here and start running top lane. I would suggest it, just because it's after tower fortification. They know that bot's going to go down anyway, so try to make a progressive trade on RNG and trade structure for structure.
Now we see MLXG invading and just dropping saplings. He's already got vision by the blast cone. He's got some deep wards. Uzi's pushing up right now. As you said, Loken and Mao are heading up top, but Kabe is still trading out with Let Me to hold on to it. But this is going to be first brick No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
And Let Me needs to be heads up, because if he dies here, that's pretty much the only way that JD kind of inch back into this game. Uzi denying as much CS as possible under the tower, and this is just Loken and Mao running away from Uzi.
Yeah.
He's just too much of a problem right now.
Is there anything else that they can do at this point? Because they certainly can't go head-to-head.
They can trade even on the structure. They don't get the first structure gold, but you can see that Thresh, Kane, and now LeBlanc are all shadowing underneath it. They've got the incoming creep wave, so RNG, they technically have tempo. What do they do with it? Looks like we're going to push for an inner.
Yeah, MLXG swaps bottom as Doinb tries to cover off mid. But still, the push from JD continues.
And the
4,000 gold ahead.
The problem is that JD can't even match the trade of inner for inner just because they are so far behind RNG in terms of tempo. They have to make the back. And as I say that, they're actually like, nope, double down.
They're going for it.
But if this doesn't work, if Let Me and Xiaohu rotate over there, they're going to lose so much.
There are pings under the inhibitor now.
They can't decide. You actually saw Cho'Gath cancel his back. And fortunately for them, Let Me actually went mid lane.
Kabe takes a turret hit. Looks like they are going to go for the tier 2 trade, but like you said, here comes Xiaohu. They've got Let Me behind them. He's got the Weaver's Wall ready, breaks it. Ooh, doesn't split anyone off, and the turret is still standing.
And that was the difference. We saw Invictus Gaming pull a very similar trend where Rookie made the rotation with his top laner, and it just denies being able to trade inner for inner, as well as Mountain Dragon. A huge win for RNG.
On top of the 4 kills they've already got, now a neutral objective advantage. The map opens further as Doinb, he's thinking of an assassination perhaps with this blue buff that he stole away. Leaps onto Xiaohu, gets some damage, but pops right on back. And 10 minutes in, this is a 5,000 gold deficit. RNG are looking massive. They swap Uzi and Ming to the top lane to look for another tier 1 turret, recurve bow and cutlass on Uzi for additional damage. And Let Me's even being brought over there. Actually, he calls dibs on the minions. So Uzi and Ming perhaps swapping towards mid lane. But Xiaohu's heading over there.
They need to go top. Because Let Me isn't going bottom, they're going to commit multiple resources to one of these structures. It's very awkward right now where Uzi has to be. I guess he's clearing out mid lane, and then because Loken and Mao are trying to keep Kalista and Kennen locked to a lane, they've pushed bottom. So he's now actually just going to walk bottom.
Oh, they spot out Xinyi and Mao, who are looking for a pick onto Xiaohu. They had actually seen him over the wall, but decided not to engage on it as MLXG sneaks into the bottom brush, hoping Loken will push out, but he does not, leaving Uzi now to free farm mid lane. So in the end, despite the awkwardness of it all, it ends up working out.
But the fact that they're prioritizing Uzi and the rest of the carries picking up some farm, some extra gold, versus trying to pressure for more structures is, I guess, an interesting tendency to take note of for RNG. It also very much reminds me of Team WE, how they kind of prioritize individual gains rather than 5v5 gains in the course of the early game.
Well, as long as it's a healthy bulk. Keep it clean. They'll continue to grow in size. 11.5 minutes in. We can see JD. They've put Doinb and Loken in the same lane to try to hold on. That leaves bottom undefended, but it's all the way up to the inhibitor, so they feel safe giving up that presence on the map.
It also means that the longer that they sit together, the farther JD fall behind naturally, because you're not splitting resources between Xiaohu and Uzi.
And now that means that Doinb will finally head bottom to catch that minion wave. Loken will be the one to catch this wave here in the mid lane. It's a clone Uzi. There you go. And the game seems to have slowed down a little bit after the early excitement. RNG are content to rest on their laurels of those early advantages that they picked up.
It's an Infernal Drake coming up next, so maybe just doubling down, trying to race towards those item breakpoints. You can see that the Blade of the Rune King has already been picked up for Kalista. And just take it slow and steady. It's how RNG were able to capitalize in game number 1.
Black Cleaver finished very early as well. Cinder Hulk, along with Mobies for MLXG. He will be all over the map. Xiaohu, he's even looking pretty good with his Lost Chapter and a Blasting Wand. This could be, like you said, waiting for that Infernal Dragon. Red buff picked up by MLXG as Ming spots Xinyi. Scares him away from Rift Herald just to keep it safe. They might. Okay, never mind. It's not slow at all. They're forcing a fight onto Loken, and he's dead.
A lot of traps set up there. MLXG even expending the ultimate to make sure that Loken was not going to get out. Flash heal not used.
I've got a snare, I've got a knock-up, there's a cannon here, there's no chance. They're actually forcing open mid, right? Whoa, he's going the distance. MLXG went really deep, and he's going to try committing to it. He sidesteps around, Doinby just stands and auto-attacks to clean up the kill. Meanwhile, the rest of his team abandoned the turret.
Well, that wasn't intended.
Whoops. And that's why you hold on to your W when there's a LeBlanc there.
I do like the eagerness, though, and the idea.
That was so deep. He was in front of the tier 1.
Sometimes you just gotta go for a ride.
I don't think that was an intentional ride. That's like Kane levels of trespassing.
Oh, well. Just means that we're gonna get another
We get to see it
replay of it.
again. Yeah,
I
he's
like
at
how
the
it's
turret.
not the Varus
Whoa!
kill, but it's just the Maokai trip.
MLXG just going so far. And Doinby, boop, stands in autos.
Really well played by Doinby, though, on the window to
Yeah.
make sure that he can pull Maokai the distance.
Pressing his W in time.
Yep.
It's pretty good. Xiaohu now holding onto this minion wave mid. All that pressure that RNG set up gives the first kill over to JD. And affords them a little bit more gold as they get back into this game. But Uzi's still farming up. It's still a massive gold advantage. And now the timer has run out. Infernal Dragon's up in 70 seconds.
I don't know if Uzi is ever really sure if it's the clone or not.
I guess it doesn't really matter when he's that big.
But we should start sweeping in, layering down more vision, getting it deeper and a bit more aggressive now that Infernal will be spawning in 53 seconds. There's also the fact that mid tower is, what, 10% HP? You can just stack 4 members here, use the ultimate from Maokai through Fog of War, and guarantee the structure if you want.
Or they just break it down with the next minion wave.
Like I said, you could 4-man stack and take it. If you need to, if there's a 5-man defense on it, then you throw Maokai ult. They'll all disengage on the tower, and you get it anyway.
JD get themselves back on the map as they head bottom. 30 seconds now for that Infernal Dragon. They've got some forward vision mid lane. They've got a lot more flexibility on this bottom side of the map. Looks like recall completed for Uzi. That is a Quicksilver Sash second. Xiaohu's still sitting on components.
When you're this far ahead, you get the ability to look for a defensive item. Although this is kind of reminiscent of OQ. We give a lot of criticism to Snake's, or one of Snake's AD carries, because a lot of times Snake will get an early lead, and then OQ won't translate it into early power.
He goes for the safe route instead. Now RNG, they get themselves back onto the map, and they're looking at this Infernal Dragon, and there's no sign of JD anywhere nearby. So it seems like JD are just content to hold on, at least try to hold on. Do they scale long enough? If the game goes late, can they try to get it to a 50-50 coin flip? Because it doesn't seem like things are going well for them right now.
Especially because they have a Kayn. I haven't taken a look at Shinyi in quite a while. I don't think he's made his transformation, although we'll get a look. Yeah, that's unfortunate. This is pretty late in the game.
16 minutes. We've seen later. We've seen 28-minute transformations.
Yeah, but then things really went sideways.
You really don't want that.
And the thing is that means that you have no skirmish potential or 5v5 potential because you don't have the utility or the damage from either Shadow form or Tank form. Frost form, I guess. So right now, JD are in a pretty steep hole. And unfortunately, Kane's one of those champions where if you win hard, but if you lose even harder. You can't, you have to fight to get closer to that transformation because you need those orbs.
Perhaps the doubling down not quite paying off this time as it's a Banshee's Veil first for Xiaohu, so defensive items across the board for them.
And now RNG has smartly just moved their vision towards top side of the map. There's no reason to play bottom. They took the Infernal. This last tower will fall, and that's the type of problem that Shinyi's in.
Oh, and the Weaver's Wall, plus the Unraveled Earth unravels the life of Shinyi, tearing him apart.
And he just didn't get the right start on the Kayn. And, unfortunately, it's not all his fault. Yes, he does have 2 deaths, but across every single lane, his team fell down to early ganks, to 2v2 skirmishes, and that means that he can't gank anything. It's unsafe unless he has exact vision and information about where MLXG is.
And you've got to wonder what a start like this does to the mentality of JD. As we've said before, a lot of their success hinges on Doinby. He's not the kind of guy who wears his heart on his sleeve. He's the kind of guy who wears his sleeve on his heart. It is just massive, the amount of emotions this dude has.
It also
And-
means that he's a very momentum-based player.
Absolutely.
Here we go. Oh, Mao. Come on, Mao.
Turns and steps around. They were both setting up death brushes, but one of them was significantly more terrifying than the other. Fighting over the red buff. Hook tags onto MLXG and the Chains of Corruption.
I don't know about
Grasp
this.
Of Nature is going to pull it in, but Shingy looks to die again. He's burning and will be able to get himself out of there. Fate's Call pulls Ming away. He hops over onto the Rift Herald, thus engaging it. And JD are on the board. They get their second kill of the game.
And surprisingly, that worked. You know, you look at the itemization, you look at the gold, and maybe it's just the fact that RNG's members
The reset.
haven't bought in such a long time, but I wish I could see itemization. Okay, they've made their backs. Yeah, they were just sitting on a ton of gold. I mean, I think Uzi just outright bought a Zeal at this point. So that's why RNG lost that fight. They decided to take a fight while sitting on massive amounts of gold on massive amounts of members. And JD found the one little hole that they had. And I said, you know, it's really unfortunate for Kane that if he falls behind, he almost has to keep fighting even when he's behind to try to slingshot himself back into relevancy. And it worked out that time.
At the very least, he gets him a few more orbs to get closer to Rost.
And now Ming's going to take his revenge on Scumbag Rift Herald.
Finish it off. You dare interrupt my recall?
She just gave him the cheeky sideswipe.
And they are giving the Herald buff over to Ming.
And they actually do this a lot. RNG are one of the few teams that will consistently give Herald buff to their support to make sure that he can get in and out of the lanes super quick to refresh the vision all the time.
He's actually got Rost now.
He got it after that last fight,
Yeah.
which is why that fight was so pivotal. If they had lost that, oh boy.
1 second knockup. That is so long. That's like Morgana levels of long.
Where the binding hits you, you check your watch.
Binding hits you like, well, I was going to go to the bank after the game, but I guess I'll go now. Go run some errands, come back. Oh, yep, there it goes. And 20 minutes tick over. JD, they're still down about 6,000 gold, but they're putting up a fight at the very least.
But you've got big completed items from RNG. That was
Auspicious.
brave.
I mean, he can't stun you immediately. He has to hit you with stuff.
Yeah, it's
Kennen,
more
that
so
is.
Xiao who was standing right there. It was just going to be the quick 1-2. You thought Rift Herald was cheeky.
Doinby's like, yo, what up?
Just saying hi. Just a little love tap.
Still rocking that Dark Seal from earlier, up to 3 stacks.
But the biggest difference is between the mid laners. I mean, that's Banshee Veils, Morellos, and Boots completed, and Gunblade.
He's got a Fiendish Codex.
And Gunblade.
10% CDR plus some AP. Pretty good, Frosk. As now RNG, they're going back towards the top lane. Again, they broke all of the tier 1s already. Ming is still sitting on that Herald buff as Doinby. Thanks for following up onto MLXG.
And this is cool. This is what I had questions about. You know, how would they work around having a Kennen support and laying down the all-important mid-game vision, especially around Baron Pit safely? And the answer should be pretty obvious. You bring your tank with you, but so many teams don't do that. So good job, Ming, and good job, MLXG.
Cough, cough. LGD, cough, cough.
It just
JD.
hurts me to watch sometimes. I could see what you want, but you're not going about it the right way.
Just fighting over this vision here, maintaining control over the map. Next dragon to spawn is an ocean, so it will be the hodgepodge for RNG.
Do we have a name for, is that Earth? No, it's not.
It's not Earth, Wind, and Fire, no.
Man, Ocean.
That's the one everyone looks for immediately.
Because it's the...
Yes, I understand. There's so many other good combinations. Like Captain Planet is turning over in his grave.
Okay, what is the Ocean Infernal Mountain combo?
I have no idea.
You used to be really good at naming things, Tom, and now you're just really dropping the ball.
We got Relista, as Ming will use Eye of the Herald on cooldown.
It's just to draw attention, though. Like, yes, it'll get good damage because a great wall locks them out of the tower, but even if they were able to get in position... Hold on. I hold my breath.
Big knock up. The turret falls, but it looks like they might be fighting here.
But as I was saying, even if they didn't get as good of position on the mid lane tower, it could have also been used to help them get inside towards the Baron.
Ooh, another charge for just a little bit of damage.
Just a little love tap. Doing a lot of that this
That's been
game.
such a clever play, yeah. I love the idea of that play. I just wish we could actually see it.
Where they use the Rift Herald for pressure.
In the side lane, yeah.
It worked for this comp too, especially because you have Callista, your Baron Shred. Pretty absurd.
Not to mention the early mountain.
All the sustain damage that can come out of Atoya, Renekton. She's got Bork.
I've got it. Hot mud.
Hot mud.
Because it's water, it's ground that's wet and then fire.
That's the best you could do.
Look, give me some time and a notepad. Not all comedians just improv immediately, all right?
There was a moment in my career with Dom where we had a combo Vayne and Janna.
No. That is a story for the annals of history. If you want to find it, you can. Just ask around.
How would you combine Vayne and Janna?
We'll keep it to ourselves. Javane.
Jane. That was the answer.
Also a good one.
We've got the trap, though.
Shinyi. Knock up. Auto attack. Not doing too much as he dashes
I think
back.
he actually just healed him.
And now they're just fighting over this vision here. Again, Baron is up. RNG, they have had complete control of this game. They're slowly opening it up, but they have caught MLXG again, and he is dead despite the Weaver's Wall.
Check out where Let Me is. All MLXG had to do was not that for 30 seconds, and they would have had the free Baron because someone would have had to respond to Let Me in the bottom side of the map. I was having this discussion earlier with someone. You know, the biggest difference between competitive teams and a lot of the play that you see in solo queue is patience. You know, sometimes the appropriate play hasn't opened itself up to you yet. Sometimes you actually just need to do nothing for 30 to 45 seconds, and then you get everything. And it feels like in solo queue, so many players are like, if we're not doing something,
we're doing it wrong.
Exactly. And they just run head first, like MLXG did, into a trap. And it's like, well, you know, we were setting up this gorgeous play, but now we've just lost all of that 5-minute prep work that we did.
Also known as Pulse the Caster.
Yes.
Getting caught overextending with no vision. The classic. Love you, Pulse. 25 minutes into the game. The patience does not hold through for RNG just yet. They're still up 7,500 gold. Like, the game is definitely still heavily favored for them.
But the problem is that, you know, that was their big accumulation. That was their big moment. And it seems so small because nothing really came of it. You know, JD didn't grab that Maokai and then immediately run down mid or get the Baron.
But they diffused the pressure.
Yeah, it eats up time. It eats up resources and gold that they'd expended. And when you're on a composition, you know, we see them all the time in the LPL that ramp up. It's those small windows where you eat up, you know, 2, 5, 7 minutes of a team's time and start scaling up yourself.
Another good hook from Mao to burn the Banshee's Veil of Xiaohu.
Okay, we were trying to set up the exact same thing. You can see little Let Me.
Oh, Loken. He had it.
Okay.
Didn't quite have the range.
Little crocodile right down there.
He's big crocodile.
He is.
Blade of the Ruined King Black Cleaver. Not even going for the Hydra. As Uzi, you're 2 levels down. You're not supposed to be bullying the LeBlanc.
I feel like he's getting frustrated
yeah.
though. He's like, come on, guys.
He's not happy smiley Uzi. Kabe gets flung in, but luckily he's nice and tanky at this point.
There they go.
Flash engage. They found Mao apart from anyone else. Doinby gets in onto Uzi in the back. Doesn't quite have enough damage to finish it off before Mao dies.
So they force their hand. Xiaohu also chases out Shinyi and Kabe, and because the creep wave is going, they're just going to take the top tower for free.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall is still ready for Xiaohu, but he doesn't even need to use it as the rest of RNG escort the minion wave forward after you, sir.
Now, RNG can't immediately fall back to the Baron, and the reason why I say this is that teleport is up for both Doinby and Kabe. Now, maybe they feel confident enough that their vision control is good enough, and because it is JD, but theoretically, JD can still respond to this very easily.
There aren't exactly many wards for them to teleport to. Looks like the closest is by the Raptor camp. Kabe's coming in.
And it's Callista, so they have to fight.
Xiaohu with a quick shove. Doinby sidesteps out, taking a little bit of damage. He's finding damage onto him. but not enough to bring him low. Shinyi's over the wall. He's got a shadow step. 12 versus 12. It's low. He goes in, and it's picked up by Uzi, the Rend, as they manage to pick up 1 kill onto Ming. Now let me. A flash from Uzi. He goes in 1 versus 4, but the rest of his team is behind him. Loken tries to get the kill, tries to get the execution, but Uzi will survive. And it ends up being 3 members dead for 1 member of RNG. What a trust fall.
Remember that thing that we were talking about just like 30 minutes ago where in the LPL you train the casters that as the AD carry is approaching the wall, everyone's like, he's flashing over.
He's going to do it. He's going to do it.
That is why we have these reflexes.
1-man flash into 5 people. And then the rest of RNG are like, oh, I guess we're going in.
They understand how strong they are. Uzi knows that he is a better player and that he is going to kill them.
Do they, though? Or was that a bit of impatience from Uzi on his end? Let's actually take a closer look at the replay and see if we can see the moment where Uzi decides.
I want to give credit to Kabe. Trying to go for the feast steal, and he gets pretty close at it, was a good way to start this out. But here we go. Uzi picks up 1. He's like, I'm not even done.
No hesitation.
And he immediately goes into a bunch of
4
CC.
people. Let Me has disengaged. Xiaohu's already back over the wall. Even MLXG isn't there. But he still decides to hop right on in, and their advantage carries them forward.
And this is why RNG looks so punishing when they do get a lead, because they have the confidence on their members to make plays like that. Like, naturally, when, you know, Xiaohu dies for Uzi Sin, it doesn't look as pretty, but if Xiaohu hadn't died there, you'd be like, damn!
But that's why it's Xiaohu playing for Uzi and not Icon and not other mid laners, because this team is starting to come together as Doinby leaps in and dies. And that's Ming forcing the game wide open. A double kill as he chases down yet another. Uzi continues to chase it down. The Pierce leads to an ace. RNG, 29.5 minutes in, are pushing on to the Nexus to close this series out.
And we talk about how punishing RNG are with Baron. It is going to be a 1-2 left-right good night from RNG.
The Nexus crumbles, and RNG will get to celebrate once again, as we got to see some happy Uzi, some smiling Uzi, but then we also got to see impatient Uzi, and reckless though it might have been, it certainly paid off as they close out the series and take this 2-0 over JD.
Ooh, and unfortunate. The Cinderella story may be cut short a little bit here for JD. They certainly still have a lot more matches in front of them. It helped taking down Newbie, and they're still within touching distance of their playoff dreams, but this one will sting. You know, a surprise victory here would have for sure put them on the right path.
Even just a single game, but RNG remain undaunted. They continue stomping all over the best teams in the LPL and showing why they should be a contender for the top of the league right now. Deep bows as they make their way back.
And I know everyone will always look at Uzi. He's such a fun player to watch. You know, Xiaohu's playing super well. But again, MLXG is really the guy to watch for RNG. He is the hinge on which their success swings. If he is on form, if he is snowballing them forward, they look like a completely different animal.
And we saw what happened when he makes a mistake. It stalls out the plays for RNG, despite the massive advantages that they had, unable to expand them even further. Though eventually he was able to pull it together and with the assistance of his team, make the play necessary to break the game open. And RNG, they've played Sunin 2-0. They've played JD 2-0. Up next, they've got Invictus Gaming, IMA. Up next, they've got OMG that they've got to bring down, along with Newbie, and finally, LGD.
They've got the toughest road ahead still in terms of their group strength. They took down the bottom tier teams. This is what we expected. It should have been clean, easy, and decisive. So it's nice to see. Sometimes we see our elite teams falter here, you know, not give the same amount of respect, shall we say, to the bottom teams, but RNG just another day in the office.
Yeah. Putting up some great numbers, a great performance. 29-minute win. Oof, that was swift and brutal. And it all started from the beginning of the game, too. That early skirmish, the attempt from Shinyi to break it open. I mean, I like the goal from JD to step forward instead of back when you see RNG take such a confident game, number one. But RNG stepped up as well.
And we talked about how I feel like you really need to fortify your lanes or your early game when you're facing RNG. I do like the adaptations that JD made in terms of their draft phase, taking a very aggressive early game jungler like Kayn. But unfortunately, it is very high risk, high reward. And when you simultaneously lose in top, mid, and bottom, there's not a lot that Shinyi can do at that point. He's like, well, I guess there are 4 kills up at 4 minutes in the game.
He did get a very timely transformation when it was said and done, though, and was able to get into Ross. Though it was delayed, still able to have at least a little bit of an impact.
I feel like the big problem, though, in that damage chart was how little damage Kayn did.
3,800, yeah.
Yeah, so
not quite a lot.
Probably indicative of why he didn't transform very quick.
But again, I mean, they opened up with the right idea. They had him gank bottom. Uzi and Ming were pushing forward, but MLXG was ready. They got a teleport from Let Me. They got MLXG down there.
And that's all you can ask from JD at this point. What we've seen from the team is that they're still learning, or you can see the threads of growth through them. It's like, okay, we've identified that it's the early game that we need to play. Let's make these adjustments. Yeah, it didn't work, but I'm glad that they're at least understanding what needs to happen. On the other side for RNG, I mean, it's hard to fault them. Yes, MLXG, I mean, technically, if you have to nitpick at something, it's that MLXG got caught out when he really shouldn't have been there. There's still some of these slight adjustments that need to happen against a more elite team. If we're thinking, towards Worlds, towards that race, you can't afford to make those types of mistakes, because unfortunately, the elite teams will destroy you off of that. In the LPL, we just don't have the same type of rebound.
It creates such a big challenge, too, because they've already beat WE, who were the best team in the league up until this point. And if RNG sort of continue this, who's going to punish it? Who's going to teach him that lesson?
Let me define elite, then.
Okay.
SKT, KT, Longzhu. How about that? We'll just throw out those.
As long as we get RNG screaming
probably
with them.
feel TSM, Fnatic.
Well, okay.
Just looking really good.
They are. But, I mean, in terms of this internal league, what teams will teach them here as we get closer and closer to playoffs and beyond?
I think EDG are one of the few teams that will actually really punish things like that.
Okay.
Team WE, sometimes they let a little bit of those things slide. Not anything like a Baron, but EDG are a very aggressive kind of mid-game team that if you slip up and if you get caught out, it's going to be a lot more devastating.
We'll have to see, as they won't get a chance to play EDG again until playoffs, possibly. MVP will go to Uzi here, 8-0-3, his third MVP on this Kalista. Pretty good, yeah. There were a little bit of questions when he just came back into the LPL, replacing YF4. He did stumble just a touch at the beginning of cross-conference, but it seems like since then he has found his stride, and in a whole new way here in the LPL, he is continuing to strive forward and just looks stronger every game.
The nice thing is that Uzi has gone back to kind of everything being about Uzi in a sense. I feel like when the LPL made a super team, OMG, you had the likes of Going and Uzi on the same roster. It was a true super team. That Uzi kind of became this role player, was playing Sivir constantly, just being that secondary support. And it's nice to see that kind of maturity and evolution out of his playstyle to show that he can do both sides. But it's always better just to see Uzi play Uzi, to flash over the wall into 5 people so he can continue to chase down and continue to kill.
Yeah, same thing in solo queue whenever you're playing with your friends. You don't want to put your AD carry in top lane. Like, you will happily trade to let him get his main because he carries. For Uzi, it's that sort of position as well.
Let him play Vayne. Let him be happy. Let him have the Kalista and have these types of performances.
Should we, though?
Unleash the beast.
Oh, man. It's so terrifying when you get up against that. I mean, Loken certainly tried. He was getting pushed in lane. He was trying to step forward on that Varus. But I think something that I might have noticed is when he was stepping forward, it was whenever Uzi wasn't there. Like, he engaged on Ming. He engaged on MLXG. And when Uzi showed up, he would back away.
Yeah, let's not mince words here. Uzi absolutely blasted JD's bottom lane. And they're not a bottom tier bottom lane by any means. I actually think it's one of the there's a reason why JD have started to rise up, and it is the new adjustment to their bottom lane. They are stronger than they once were, but when you're looking down the barrel at Uzi, Godspeed.
Yeah, there's always a little bit of mismatch, and like, how far can you extend this mismatch if you are RNG, and if you're JD, how do you shut it down? Jinyi ganks early. Oh no.
That's almost the only option that you have. You either need to play hyper defensive, just go down the CS and not give up any kills, or you need to play hyper aggressive, pull your jungler and just camp his lane. And either one is going to be terrifying, because then you're either A, giving Uzi a free lane, and no one farms better or is more punishing with a free lane than Uzi, or you try to go 3v3 with MLXG, Uzi, and Ming, and I can't think of a stronger 3v3 combo.
It's pretty up there. But then we come back to the trust fall for JD to try to catch that. If the bottom lane ends up falling apart against the likes of Uzi, Doinby was keeping pace with Xiaohu in the mid lane until he got ganked by MLXG, and he still continued to be a pest around the map, even matching his damage despite being down so much gold. And again, if Doinby falls, who's going to catch him?
Well, a lot of that was indicative of the champion that he was playing. LeBlanc does a lot of poke burst damage, so it's easy to kind of reach those numbers. But yeah, we expected this, but good try from JD.
Yeah, absolutely a good try. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for our next game. Suning Gaming taking on LGD.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. I aim to be one of few rather than one of many. The desire to be legendary. I do whatever that's truly necessary. This is a revolution, I'm revolutionary. I got that fire in my belly, I'm ready. Even if baggage may be too heavy to carry. Go ahead and throw any challenges at me. They ain't no stopping me until I'm 6 foot under and buried. You can't keep a good man down. I turn my life around as I roll with the punches, from nothing to something so high I don't wanna come down. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not a warrior, I'm a warrior. These late nights got me suffering from insomnia. I hear the roars and the cheers from the audience. It's got me feeling ever so victorious. I feel the confidence from these accomplishments, overwhelmed by support and the compliments, and all the blood and the sweat and the tears and the fears from the hustle makes it all feel glorious. Oh, you can't keep a good man down. I turn my life around as I roll with the punches, from nothing to something so high I don't wanna come down. Ooh, baby, baby, you kiss me on fire. Ooh, sugar, sugar under disco lights. Ooh, crazy, crazy, a guilty desire. Kiss me a poison, baby, purify. 'Cause I got a feeling, gotta show this. And I've got something you don't know. 'Cause I still believe and we can own this. You'll have to show me the way. Sugar, sugar, in spotlights, how we dance. Closer, closer, lights deep on my chest. Tell, baby, tell me, so wrong and so right. Tease, baby, tease me, I do testify. Sweet honey, honey, your taste is divine. Kiss me a poison, baby, purify. And I've got a feeling, gotta show this. And I got something you don't know. 'Cause I still believe and we can own this. You'll have to show me the way. Sugar, sugar, in spotlights, how we dance.
It's time for a preview of what could be a clash for the final playoff spot in Group B. Welcome back, everyone. My name is Dom. Joining me here on the desk, we've got a fresh face, Zach Rusty Pie, and of course, Frosco. You're still hanging out with me for the analyst desk for this. But we've got Suning Gaming taking on LGD for our second game of the day. Rusty, tell me, what do you think about it?
I mean, I'm not sure how to feel about a set like this.
Okay.
LGD, we haven't seen them play this week. They've had a little bit of time to reflect and maybe grow as a team, and that's the first big question mark when you ask how would you feel about a set like this. But Suning Gaming, normally we were high on them coming into this week, and then they just got absolutely rolled over.
Yeah.
But that was RNG, and so what can you take away from that set? Nothing. And that's why it's really hard to answer that question.
Okay, so then looking forward towards LGD, we expect this to be a much closer matchup. Then again, the last time we saw LGD was when they played against EDG about a week ago, and they lost to iBoy in his introduction to the team.
So while it is a giant question mark that we don't know, like who really the heavy favorite here, Suning or LGD, it'll probably be a pretty close tug of war, is what my gut is telling me. That's concerning in itself for LGD. You know, this wasn't supposed to be a team that was just barely scraping by into playoffs with the adjustments that they've made on their roster.
Yeah, it feels like, and again, there's like a marked improvement from Suning Gaming that does need to be noted. So whilst it doesn't feel great for LGD, we know they should be like a top 2 viable team that aren't competing to that level. We do know that their skill hasn't dropped significantly. It's that Suning Gaming are starting to rise up and meet them in the middle. It's concerning it's in the middle for LGD, but they have met now.
Yeah, if we can see LGD sort of go to the skill ceiling that they played against EDG here against Suning, then that would be spectacular if we could see them play up to it. Because again, we know they have so many talented players, and Banana, his laning phase is good. Some of his teleports are a little bit questionable, but I think that he has an ability to grow in well with the team.
It's just the emotional consistency of that team. You can see it written all over Cool's face. He is definitely a tilted man after everything that's been happening to him, and he makes no secret of this. So for me, it's what type of mentality are LGD in, and will they maintain that mentality? Because if Cool's having a good day, then they're just going to roll right over Suning, whether Suning are playing up or not. But if anything goes wrong, if he starts to tilt, if he gets a little bit slumped in his chair, LGD crash around him.
Yep, and I mean, I always cast my mind back to when Invictus Gaming played against LGD, and you've just got Cool running around, getting fed everywhere, killing everybody, and he's 4-0 2 games in a row, and they lost 2 games in a row. And then you start to wonder, if Cool gets ahead, it's not actually enough to win the game. He needs to be ahead and stay calm and have a team working with him. LGD should be able to do that, but they've really been struggling to get around their mid laner if he gets all of the kills, because they've always revolved around Imp and PYL.
Yeah, they are so valuable to the team. Of course, the longest-standing duo in the bottom lane for the LPL. And Frosco, you and I were talking earlier. I actually mentioned that LGD is one of my favorite teams to watch, because when Imp and PYL are playing at 100%, it is a piece of art to watch the two of them go off. Like when Uzi steps forward on Kalista, when iBoy steps forward on Kog'Maw, it's amazing.
You know, before Snake took over the title of Forever Fourth, it used to be LGD. That was the long-standing joke with them, is that they were always the 4th place team in the LPL, while you had other organizations like OMG tightening or thundering around above them. Since LGD's rise in 2015 and their slow decline, it's now kind of rising back into just that middle, just under a relevant talking point. And that does start with someone like Cool, who's a veteran player. Unfortunately, some criticism has to be levied at him. It may be a team-wide issue, but Cool can't collapse like that when he gets a lead. He has to be that veteran and step up and be the captain and lead the team. He can't just take a back seat just because things go wrong.
So I actually want to bounce off that a little bit more, because as we were talking about earlier, when PYL joined the team, when 2015 LGD was looking so strong, that was when PYL was really acting as that puppet master for them, and they had that intelligent multi-lane control.
He's definitely still the shot caller and the captain of the team. It's always going to be PYL's team in LGD, but we talk about kind of the different responsibilities that Godvi versus Cool brings, and the big thing about Godvi is that he was young, he was inexperienced, very hot-handed, but he'd also be hot-headed, and he'd fall back. And you trade that up for a veteran status like Cool, and now you get the exact same problem.
Yeah, and there was different roles with Godvi, which might be where the difference lies, in that he was ward heavy, he was support heavy in that mid laner, and that could be a big part, reflecting in fact that PYL's telling him where to go, where to ward, and do all these small details. And maybe that is the difference, that PYL starts to trust Cool more, or doesn't think he needs to baby anybody, or he's just tired of it, like what Marta was with RNG. When you work that hard, you get your team to MSI, and same thing with LGD and going to Worlds, and then it all just starts to crumble down. There's a chance that PYL, he's just tired of trying to micromanage babies.
And it feels like a discipline issue, truly, with LGD. As you watch them, they're just an undisciplined team. And if someone like the Coma was standing behind them with, ready for the smack.
The Coma ward.
Maybe it'd be a bit cleaner of a game. But so far, LGD, they should be the favorites here. This is a very important match because, like you said, Suning, LG currently have the 4th place spot for playoffs, but Suning are within touching distance. So if they take the win here, suddenly LG are falling further and further away from what's acceptable at this point.
Now running through the rosters, it's Suning Gaming, Little Al, Hacker, Fen, Fury and Yoon in the bottom lane.
Yeah, of course, it's good to see the full roster of Suning Gaming with Fen there in particular, Hacker as well. We're not getting a Voidless, even though the meta might suit him.
And on the other side, it's the new top laner, Banana. He's played a couple of series with LGD, Amy in the jungle, Cool the veteran in the mid lane, and then Imp and PYL and ADC and support.
Of course, the return for those two. I will be putting up some math against the likes of Fury and Yoon, and I believe this is where we expect to see one of the larger mismatches in that bottom lane.
I mean, it might be. I personally don't feel like the bottom lane from Suning Gaming versus LGD is a mismatch, just from what we've seen. Of course, on paper, potentially, right? Imp and POL against anybody. They have to be a really good duo to even live up to those names. But the way that Fury and Yoon have been playing lately for Suning Gaming has been a big proponent as to why they're getting victories at all. The Tahm Kench play, the map movements, it's been great. You've got Fury's Kalista work as well, going from bottom to top lane. All of these things work from the bottom lane of Suning Gaming, and they're a really great duo.
Yeah.
And Yoon and PYL are actually very similar in terms of what they bring to the teams and the responsibilities that they fill out. They're captain, shot callers, engage heavy supports. You know, it's Yoon and PYL leading the charge, and when they hit their engage, when they get those pivotal, playmaking champions like the Rakans, like the Tahm Kench, like the Brands, suddenly, things really start going off for either team. So it's about, will Yoon deny or absorb PYL's pressure? Will PYL deny and absorb Yoon? And
remember that both AD carries are big fans of the Kalista, which helps their supports even further. If you've got the shot callers there, as those are some great sides.
Lots of Imp and PYL fans. PYL, take my love. No.
Is it a Titanic
and then he
one in
swats
there
it down.
as well?
Yeah, that was that one behind it. You jump, I jump. Adorable.
We thought the bromance between Coco and Swift was strong. This bromance between PYL and Imp.
Yeah.
Shipped without their consent, I suppose. So in this case, it's a fan sign after all.
OTP.
And now Suning on the other side, though, they have to try to match up against that. And like you said, they've been playing a lot through Fury and Yoon when they don't have the ability to play through Fen. His Kassadin is something that is absolutely terrifying. It's been banned away from him for most games. But every once in a while, a team forgets about it, or they're like, no, we probably don't need to ban it. And then he reminds them that, yes, they probably should. And
then, unfortunately, it's just Fen slowly trying to expand his champion pool, and he has to do that in a professional game. We've seen a couple of different mismatch reads. You think back to his most recent game of RNG versus Suning. It was Galio versus Corki, and Galio died with both his summoner spells up and just got popped at like 25% HP, and Fen was like, I didn't even know Corki could do that. And it shows his discomfort on a lot of these, not fringe picks, but other picks that are viable in the meta.
And what you can tell from Fen as a player is that he's got the big picture completely nailed. When you look at the Galio play with his ultimate, working with Unit was great, but the small details is where he really does lack. And that's where he can lose lane, fall down 10 CS, maybe just make one mistake as we get to observe this again.
Take my love. No.
It's actually a very good poster. I'm a big fan of it. Not as good as the Uzi ones. Granted, they have his own personal Uzi signs. They were great.
Lots of PYL fans showing up to the arena today to support LGD in their match against Suning Gaming. Again, the winner of this will clearly take 4th place for this group. The loser will have to start contending with JT to try to get back up.
Yeah, remember, Suning Gaming have played one extra map, but they lost that map, so it's 5-6 in score for LGD to 5-7 of Suning Gaming, which means that, yes, the win here puts one team into 4th, the other into 5th. LGD have an extra set to play still, because they haven't played one this week. And so we will get to see potential growth from LGD. If they get a win here, then they're in even better standings than they would be otherwise.
Racing forward to try to close this off. We've got a couple of really fun matchups to look forward to as well. Of course, I mentioned the bottom lane. Fen versus Cool should be entertaining. And Hacker in the jungle this time around. Not a Voidless, but Hacker.
Amy and Hacker. Very swingy, very... I don't even know what the word is.
I'll preach it.
You never know what you're really going to get with them. Like, is this going to be a game where we intentionally feed? Is this going to be a game where we hard carry and we get the MVP? Like...
Roll the dice,
chocolate.
See what comes up.
They're just a box of chocolates.
It was great because we said that
Forrest.
in 2015 for LGD, I believe, and that's carried through consistently to now. But there's just
GBQ.
a couple more boxes of chocolates running around in the LPL this split.
Oh man, Forrest Gump enthusiasts are Forrest Gump enthusiasts are loving the LPL. So much volatility. And now we are in pick and ban. Game number 1 between Suning Gaming and LGD. Talia and Kalista banned away. Looks like LGD have done their homework, banning away the Kassadin, banning away the Elise.
Yeah, taking away the Kalista, though, from Suning Gaming, it's a shared pick between the two of them, and they're on the blue side of the Rift, so priorities start to shift here. Maybe they're just afraid of him. I don't blame them. Of course, he's a very dangerous AD carry player. Twitch is his signature champion as well, as that does get banned. But the Kalista, I mean, what are they going to first pick here? And is it going to be an AD carry? Because Maokai still stands up and needs to be picked.
They could very well set Little Al up for success early on with a Maokai, or we could return to the Kog'Maw meta. First pick blind, blue side.
Look, I was poking and hinting towards this as a potential lock-in. I never said it because I didn't want it, but here we are. Of course, Kalista Twitch gone, as we mentioned. Kog'Maw stands to attention. LGD now to respond. There is a Lulu that might want to be picked away. The other option is match the scaling, but you're not going to have the Twitch, so to be a Tristana.
For Imp in the bottom lane. We'll see what it's going to be. They don't need to pick that AD carry right away, as Jarvan is now locked in with 15 seconds on the timer. There are plenty of mid laners too. Jungle could also be a priority, but actually it's Thresh right away for PYL.
Yeah, now Thresh, I wouldn't have expected to be locked in by Yoon to go with a Kog'Maw to be a 2v2 duo, but Imp, or rather PYL, wants to have that pick, wants to be able to lock down the Kog'Maw, have a stronger laning phase. No Kalista for the Thresh combo in terms of 2v2 laning. Tristana is still very good with it. And I just have a feeling that that's probably the direction that Imp will take this one.
Cho'Gath is the pickup for Suning Gaming. They've got a hyper tank, they've got a hyper carry. What more do they need to round this out? Well,
how about another one?
Yeah, Tahm Kench to help keep that Kog'Maw safe. You Jarvan Cataclysm, well, scoop to whoop. Just going to nom Kog'Maw to safety.
And Tahm Kench is good into Thresh in terms of a 1v1 matchup as supports. You can deny the hook, you can match the trading if you're hitting each other as supports, and without knowing what the AD carry is of LGD, right now I just immediately swap to something with Wave Clear as an AD. They don't even need to lock the AD now. Of course, they run the risk of being banned out in the second ban phase. But there's always going to be the option for a mid laner or a top laner.
Yeah. Very early that they're showing this and demonstrating that the Renekton, the Jarvan is not going into the jungle and removing that flex. So still looking for the AD carry in the mid lane for LGD, but now there are no question marks around it.
And we mentioned Suning Gaming could look to ban it out. They could completely remove 4 AD carries, but they're not going to do that. And I am quite all right with this. Remember, the J4 is there. It's going to be jungling. And so they get rid of the level 6 Wombo, the J4 and an Orianna that scales through the whole game.
Yeah, the Orianna banned away, as you just mentioned. The Galio, in addition to that. Of course, last time these two teams played, LGD were victorious at 2-1. That was during week 3.
Now we look towards probably, yeah, it's going to be a jungle ban here. With Suning Gaming, maybe the Cassiopeia is a place they look towards, depending on what they assume the AD carry of LGD will be. Cass very good at protecting.
There's that Cassiopeia ban that you mentioned. Get cool off something that he's comfortable on.
And you have to wonder if maybe he goes towards something like a Twisted Fate in this scenario. Try and threaten some side lanes. Maybe do something creative. Of course, if you want to go full creative, there is the option of...
That's certainly creative.
That's too much.
Yeah. Imp is having a
giggle.
Bring it back. Having a giggle as he just goes through his AD carries. Tristana locked in bottom, so he's going to be scaling as well to try to match that of Fury. Now, Jace was a pretty big priority for LGD last time in this set, and on 17, Jace has actually gone up in priority globally. Not so much here in the LPL.
Yeah, not too much here, but when we have seen it, usually very strong. Newbie always gets it banned away from them, but it's not going to be seen this time around. With the Gragas locked in, expectations of having a mid lane Cho'Gath or a top lane Cho'Gath then increase.
Yeah, as the Lucian is swapped over. Yep.
He doesn't even know his matchup. What? He's just locked in Lucian. You know what? If Cole locks this in, then it might be a hard read from Suning Gaming, but at the same time, he shouldn't lock it in because he has champions that can do well into the Lucian.
He has a lot. AD carry into AD carry. Are we going to get quadra carries?
Victor makes the most sense. Syndra can blow the Lucian up. It makes him go Hex Drinker. But at the same time, when you think about the matchup, Lucian versus Syndra, the counterplay is very easy from Lucian. The second she presses Q in early laning phase, you just dash away from where the Q's landing, and then you get a full trade-off.
Much easier to get that damage. Fen stepping forward on this Lucian to try to meet Cool in the mid lane. Frosco mentioned earlier that he is a bit of an emotional player. Perhaps this could be Suning Gaming's strategy to put him down early and tear LGD apart.
Maybe, of course, when you've got a Gragas in the jungle, ganks in the mid lane can be very dangerous for someone like Cool with Syndra. Can counterplay somewhat, but not when the flash is there from a Gragas. There is no escaping that, and so maybe Cleanse is an option. You might need some jungle pressure from Amy as well. He's going to be running around on a pretty strong ganking champion himself, if he can get through that first clear. Both of them can get through that first clear, in fact.
Perhaps this could disincentivize people to interact with each other early on, as the junglers will want to prioritize that clear.
Or incentivize messing with the enemy jungler and getting ahead.
There you go. Also exactly a choice. Like you said earlier, there are two kinds of players, Rusty. Those who go in and those who do not. And this here in the LPL, we've got a lot of the latter. No, excuse me, the former.
Nice.
The ones that go in. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, the one
I forgot the order that I said it. And then I had to say it again. Oh, man.
That Titanic pose gets me every time
It's
I
so
see
good.
Top tier posters. LGD fans have the best posters, I think. And that has been consistent for a very long time.
I mean, RNGs are pretty good as well. Like, the Uzi posters are typically high quality.
Their memes are very basic.
They are. Hello, this is...
okay, everybody has that one. Everybody has that one. That thing is just a rampant
Global
meme
level,
right now in the LPL.
Global level sign. However, with these compositions, preview for the battle for 4th place, the final playoff spot, LGD attempting to return to glory and reclaim the power that they had in 2015 summer. 2 years later, they're back at it again.
They certainly are, and the playoff stream is alive for them this time. Split 1 wasn't great for LGD. It had to be a miracle to get them into the playoffs at all, but they're here, and they're very much able to make it, and it's in their own hands as to whether or not they do, LGD, and this is the place to start. Week 8, you'd expect both of these teams, if they're making a run for 4th place, to show some kind of playoff-level strength, or they're just going to be washed out when they make the playoffs themselves, so this is where you show those brilliant moments to get there.
It certainly is. Start demonstrating often and early. Create it into a habit that you win and that you succeed, and that you do it well.
It is important to mention that Suning Gaming have been improving throughout the whole split, and they're starting to ramp up, and if that continues all the way to the playoffs, then perhaps they are going to be a very good team come that time. When you contrast that to LGD, I mean, they start good, they start bad, they do both in the same set. They can be the best team in the league and the worst team at the same day.
Back to back. Absolutely hilarious for this team. Oh, man. And I love contrasting the storyline of Suning Gaming and Dan, because Dan came out so hot in the beginning.
Yeah, they're
4-1. And you're exactly right. Now they are complete opposites. Suning Gaming are the ones who are starting to look strong towards the back half of the split. Of course, not quite seeing the near undefeated success of Dan Gaming.
See, new Cho'Gath, man, when we're watching this trade happen in the top lane, Renekton's a bully. But Cho'Gath is matching Renekton.
Whoa, you talked about gank mid early. He gets red buff. He goes in. Cool is dead. The tilt begins.
That was one of the earliest ganks onto a Syndra that I have seen. No counterplay available for Cool. The damage was done early as Fury getting very low. Lots of trades happening across the board. Suning Gaming, whilst it's not good in the bottom lane, they're ahead mid and jungle.
Certainly are. Amy now, he's going to invade across, perhaps try to find the blue buff from Hacker, knowing that he has no flash, but there's Smite available for Hacker.
Needs to come over straight away. Oh, this is just a blue buff stolen. Hacker, he's keeping it aggroed. He's got Lucian coming. No hesitation from Fen.
Fen's on the way, but so too is Banana. It resets. And Hacker will get that time wasted. He's able to get the flag and drag away, but Fen chases back with a little bit more.
Now Syndra comes over, has just ticked over to level 2, and everything will calm down. But Amy, seeing Fen disappear, probably going to head straight back to the blue buff and be a pest again. Fen knows it, and the mind games ensue.
All right, that is buying some time for Cool to catch some minions, catch back up to Fen. And again, that kill gold went onto Hacker, not onto Fen. So he held on to both summoners. He's back in this lane. It's going to be relatively close to neutral until Fen resets.
And I like this from the Gragas, to be honest with you. The recipient of the gold being the jungler. When you commit to a level 2 cheesy gank, you want to accelerate yourself. Getting a kill that early onto the Lucian when the death timers are that low, and it's mid-wave where the waves reset so aggressively, it's not ideal until the first major recall. So it's not a quick win, it's a long-term vision if the Lucian gets it, but Gragas wants to be immediately strong and wants to influence all 3 lanes with the strength that he garners for himself by having a successful gank.
PYL gets his bottom lane pushed in, gets a ward onto Krugs and spots out Hacker, so LGD maintain this vision here on that accelerated jungler. As Amy, he's going to continue clearing on his own side, looking for that double buff start. And Fury just taking some more damage here. He's been able to heal himself back up since then with his Warlords, with that Doran's shield.
Yeah, didn't go full Eye-Boy. Of course, he's got himself Warlord's Bloodlust, not Storm Raider's Surge, but he has a Tahm Kench as his support as well. And that means that it's very difficult to go towards an offensive summoner. Warlord's a happy medium between sustaining in lane when the Tristana will poke you out, and you're against Thresh, which has kill threat at a certain percentage of HP. So he wants to stay as healthy as possible, sustain through the lane, and scale up as that Kog'Maw.
Just buy some time here. Hook, wow, tags onto him, but PYL follows onto Yoon. The Flay used early, and Imp tries to trade some damage back. Looking for a little bit more. The big explosive shot chunks him back.
And it's interesting, because whilst we're watching these trades happen in the bottom lane consistently, PYL makes a small mistake, but for the benefit of Imp, and that's following the hook through to hit the Flay onto the Tahm Kench. That works towards mid and late game when you're able to pick somebody off. Your hook has a super low cooldown, but against the Tahm Kench, when you think about the lane interactions, it is very dangerous to get in melee range of him. The Flay is usually used to push him away. He got 3 stacks on the PYL, and if Fury and Yoon were feeling frisky and wanted to commit, they were able to gobble PYL up.
Yeah.
And that's because he made the mistake of getting too close. But Imp, the Trustful, of course, knowing that his AD carry is doing the damage PYL, they still come out ahead.
Plus, of course, we know how knowledgeable PYL is. Probably knows the timing for that Devour. So we can see that Fury was eaten and knows, hey, even if I get 3 stacks, he's going to stun me, and then I still have 2 seconds to walk away.
Yeah, absolutely.
So perhaps just using that timing to try to bully and be effective here.
It is risky, though, doing it that close to a turret.
Oh, yeah.
So remember that that's a bit of extra damage that early in the game can be a lot.
Tahm Kench picks you up and then just walks back under the turret. Alrighty, that's Scryer's Bloom and a ward. Doesn't spot out Amy, but they see Krugs are missing. He drops a control ward.
Xiaowao in trouble.
Yeah, he uses his Rupture early. Tries to get the Feral Scream, but he's so low. He turns it around. Amy locks it down with Banana. Even Cool ghosting up there.
Yeah, he used a Summoner spell just to get up to the top lane. He wanted in on the action. Unfortunately for Cool, he doesn't, but the top lane gets the kill. Banana basically did it all on his own. Amy comes in, flashes and forces the response flash from Xiaowao, and that was Xiaowao with the trigger finger ready, trying to dodge it out immediately. There's Fen. Get him.
Wow, the culling just lines up all of those bullets onto Cool and forces him to flash back. Woo.
Aggressive, and I like it. Remember that he has a Hex Drinker right now, so when you compare these items, Cool, he will sustain with his Lost Chapter. He's got the mana there. Fen, no mana of his own.
Here comes the collapse.
Yeah,
Fen sidesteps one, but even PYL is getting in there. Flash and heal is ready. There's the miss from PYL. Not quite Ming levels yet.
The fact that Fen just stood his ground and started doing circles is admirable.
That's buying time for Banana to just trade with Little Al. Amazing that he wasn't in turret aggro there, but he just, welcome back to lane, takes some damage.
Yeah, and playing out the Cho'Gath matchup very cleverly, I will say, as Banana. If you stop him from last-hitting minions, you stop his passive from going off. It's similar to playing against Mordekaisers, for those who have no idea what that's like. It's get to him before he gets the minions, because his shield's bigger.
It is relatively infrequent that we see the new marksman to League of Legends.
I am thankful for that fact.
He is absolutely terrifying, and you know, we've always got to talk about Mordekaiser whenever LGD are on the board.
And you can see the effects of getting through the wave, proxying the minion wave, and trading in the top lane. Banana wins a second trade consecutively, and just like that, Xiaowao, who's stacked armor, not a lot of health, makes sense for Cho'Gath because you want to stack up at level 6. Well, he's bullied out of lane, has to walk again and come back in.
Uses the Feast on cooldown to get 1 stack before lugging back towards the top lane. And take a look at the vision that the rest of LGD have set up. They've got a ward behind Tri, they've got a ward on Gromp, they've got a ward in the lane. They can see everything on this top side of the map, but the next dragon is Infernal. Perhaps they should have picked that vision up and swapped it bottom?
Yeah, that's the possibility. I guess that's something that you'll have to look towards, is when the Infernal Drake will start to be taken. It's cool, stop A-clicking. I mean, they can look towards the Drake if you're Suning Gaming. Sure, they've got a Lucian, they've got a Kog'Maw that's rushing Blade of the Roaring King, so they'll be able to get there eventually. But I wouldn't say that 8 minutes in the game is an achievable Infernal Drake when your lanes aren't controlling handily. Like, a Syndra will still be able to clear away very quickly and get over to the Infernal Drake in time. Imp, PYL, they've got the push, and there's no real way of stopping that push from existing if you are Suning Gaming. So whilst the vision from LGD could shift, I feel like knowing that people are missing for an excess of 10 seconds indicates either they're in base or they're doing Drake, and you can just walk over and have a cheeky peek.
And that's what we just saw is cool.
Amy's ready.
He's safe. Hacker, flash engages, and the cask, but Cool is knocked in, and he's dead.
Amy's still ready, but he wasn't ready enough. So Gragas with flash body slam, and that was no hesitation out of Hacker. Very much enjoyed that play.
Was Amy sliding in and then got knocked back by the cask, back over the wall?
I believe so.
Oh,
if it wasn't, he got immediately removed from the area because the fight position changed as a result of that cask, and Fen came from the perfect position to make that work.
Yeah, follows through, and now the second kill of Suning Gaming, the first for
And the Tahm Kench up here.
Yeah, lane swap to the top brings 4 members of Suning. They're finding Banana. That was a very appealing gank.
It certainly was, and how many times can we say this about Suning Gaming? You give them Tahm Kench, they will be proactive, they will make the plays, and they'll always go from bottom to top lane at the correct moment, and it always works for them, plain and simple. Yes, bottom lane's pushing for LGD, but at 10 minutes, whilst they'll get that first turret, Suning Gaming are trading at a pretty good pace.
Amy is actually brought down to try to help push towards the tier 2 as Imp and PYL continue to get that wave in. Recall completed from Fury and Yoon to defend it, as it looks like LGD are now going to turn towards the Dragon. They've got first brick, they're even in turrets.
Yeah, they can look towards that, Amy. It should be tanky enough to get through this, and they will be fine to secure it. At the same time, Herald was not secured at all by Suning Gaming, so the first part of the trade was good for them. They get the kill, they get the turret, and from a losing situation, it feels like in the bottom lane, and when Kog'Maw is at his weakest, they help to ramp that up quickly. But you have to remember what LGD get from this. They're content to just sit back and say, it's unlucky, Banana. You had a bad day, but I mean, we're all pretty well off for it.
Looking a little bit bruised and mushy after that. Perhaps he can try to reclaim some power here, as now they're turning on to the Herald. Suning Gaming finishing off that objective that they set themselves up for earlier.
And they will be able to get it in time before PYL gets here, I think, if not just barely afterwards. But PYL's alone, and so they secure the Herald. Okay timing. Hacker is the recipient, and Fen's able to come back to lane. So tempo-wise, still pretty happy here if you are Suning.
They've got that buff until the 15-minute mark. Of course, 2 turrets to choose from. Fury and Yoon are pushing bottom. Banana is trying to answer it. Means Imp gets some time to farm up top. And yeah, they're actually zoning Banana away, so he is sacrificing some time to buy time for Imp.
Banana doesn't really know where Hacker is. They didn't actually see Hacker pick up the buff with Empowered Recall. He's missing on the map. At the same time, you've got Shawel respecting just as much. Trying his best to use spells maybe to clear the wave, but nothing past that point. It's too dangerous to go out there alone.
So take this.
He doesn't have a Pokemon, unfortunately.
Pokemon? This is a Legend of Zelda.
Dangerous. You know what? That's everywhere.
But the Master Sword?
It all works.
Okay, fine.
It literally happens in both of them. You can't go into Tall Brush.
I think Pokemon is the, oh, you were late, here's a Pikachu. Because everybody else took everything else.
Right,
yeah, okay,
Dom.
I grew up with Yellow.
No, that Yellow is cheating. Yellow, you just start with a Pikachu, basically.
Yeah, and you have to earn all of the other starters from other people.
Yeah.
I never got a Bulbasaur in that game because Pikachu didn't like me.
That's what you get for playing Yellow.
I kept him in my party for so long. I never got the Bulbasaur. You had to get him to like a certain... Anyways, whatever. Forget it. This PYL is really deep. They're trying to collapse onto Fen. They found it, but Yoon just turns around. He's caught in the box. He's stunned. It's spat out from Fen. The culling onto PYL. He's brought low, and he goes down back to the base. Banana teleports in, but they get the dunk onto Yoon in the back. Support for support.
Yeah, both supports dying and both making hero plays to try and save their teammates. PYL going forwards, Yoon trying to run away. Gobbling up Fen, trying to keep him alive, and he does survive the Hex Drinker enough to withstand the Syndra ultimate, especially this early into the game. So he pays his life for that. LGD still with the inside track, though, still with the tempo, pushing that middle lane.
Shoving it right on down the Tristana, doing quite a bit of damage. BF Sword, Zeal, and that Kirchase. We still see a little bit of presence back from Suning Gaming as it's 3 turrets to 2. And 500 gold lead for LGD.
Yeah, the gold's been bouncing back and forth, but not by substantial amounts by any means here. Suning Gaming now watches Imp recall as LGD go back to base, and it's their turn to take a turret. And once again, we reset ourselves, everything equalizes, all outer turrets dead on Summoner's Rift.
Do you think they just typed in all chat like, hey, I'll trade you my outer turret for your outer turret? Like, sure!
I'll see you at 2 items.
I have a Kog'Maw. I will happily trade for these objectives.
I'm sure LGD said, I have a Tristana. I am happy to do the same thing.
Just keep on stalling it out. Fen gets blue buff. 2-0-1 so far in this Lucian, and he has put Cool down.
Of course, remember, we said he needs a Hex Drinker against Syndra, but because he is 2-0-1, the accelerated item build that he has for himself means that the Hex Drinker timing is still good. It means the Blade of the Ruined King timing is still great, and he will get to his items at a decent pace, where Syndra would usually have the slight advantage just by going straight to Morello's and being able to ult everybody else on the team anyway and blowing Fury up.
And of course, with where we are now, there's no dragons. All of the outers have been taken. There's no Rift Herald, and it's only 14 minutes in. We're coming back to classic Farmville here on Summoner's Rift. Blade of the Ruined King is finished off, as you mentioned, and actually just in time, as next dragon's up in 2 minutes. Suning Gaming, they're racing bottom, and they've got Abyssal Voyage on you.
Kench, once again.
Gosh, the massive range on that. Another early Dominus plus the Rupture and a Feral Scream locks him down long enough to allow Fury to get in. Look at the shred that he's doing. Yoon picks him up to be safe as Little Al. He gets another stack of Feast.
I guess that's Yoon saying Xiao will have the kill. Fury doesn't have summoner spells, didn't have a lot of ways to survive. There was a lot of damage out of Banana, but really, they just happily give the stack over to Xiao. Cho'Gath grows ever so large.
Up to 7 now, as Hacker dodges the Scatter the Weak. Demonstrates that he is not, in fact, weak. And there are no death sentences.
I mean, doesn't it insinuate that he is weak because he's scattered?
Well, no, if you get hit by it, you are scattered. That's the way I see it in my head.
Yeah, fair enough.
Because, like, you are weak. Scatter.
So I interpret that as the strong get hit by it.
Oh, because they
man up,
don't
they
scatter?
take it, yeah.
Okay. See, Rusty, there are 2 different kinds of people in the world.
I flash over walls without hesitation, Tom. What kind of player are you?
I watch as you flash over walls without hesitation. I make sure I have a way out, which is why I play champions like Zed and Ahri.
That's why Pikachu didn't let you get a Bulbasaur.
Right? I didn't go in hard enough. Ah, that's what it was. I should have leveled him up to a Raichu.
Disappointed.
Anyways, 15 seconds until that Mountain Dragon comes back up. I never thought my history with Pokemon would be used against me on broadcast. Wow.
You gave me
What
an
a
I'm
day.
just taking the opportunity.
I supplied the fuel to the fire, and I'm feeling its heat. Alrighty, Mountain Dragon is up. We've got teleport ready for Banana. He's up top. He's got his Black Cleaver. PYL, once again, going on a warding mission.
Very lucky to be alive, considering a Cho'Gath and a Gragas was staring him down.
Like, Hacker didn't go in. He could have.
Yeah, Suning Gaming, very quick to pull the trigger, so that was a slight surprise. Of course, PYL, he'll be okay. Explosive plant's going to be there. Amy.
Oh, perhaps he's the target. The jungler instead. Cask knocks him away instead of in.
Yeah, that Cask is a big cooldown now missing, and Suning Gaming, you can see what was a forward advance is now a backward retreat as LGD starts a pressure around the Mountain Drake.
He had the Warlord's charge. He wasn't deliberately trying to aggro it. Just wanted to top himself up on health. Banana pushed all the way up to the tier 2, and now he turns. Yes, now this one is on purpose. Now they turn onto it as they see Little Al bottom, Fury and Yoon also missing.
Yeah, they see Tahm Kench chasing a Renekton on the top side of the map and say, well, I'm pretty sure this one's free to take. So they'll secure themselves the Drake. They'll even move their way into the bottom side of the Rift. Red buff's up in a minute. They are moving, and they are pressuring Suning Gaming down, but you know that Tahm Kench is always a stone's throw away with the ultimate.
They brought the whole family down there, but it was spotted out from some vision from Suning Gaming that is not cleared by LGD. They were content to look for the play and see it miss. And Cool heads back mid to catch the wave. That was prepped by Fen. So when it's all said and done, despite all of the posturing and the setup, it's still even in turrets. It's still only 500 gold separating the teams, but LGD slowly starting to eke out a neutral advantage in these dragons. With the next one being an Infernal, even more presence on them.
very meaningful Drakes, to
Yeah.
say the least, here with Infernals and Mountains running around on the Rift. We're getting the Volcano combo, Dom.
Yes. Were you sitting backstage listening to that and just like coming up with combos
Yeah.
on your own?
No, I wasn't coming up with combos, but I was definitely listening.
Okay.
that one's easy.
Alrighty.
I mean, you could call it. No, I'm not going to go there.
Okay, we'll come back to this later. I'll ask you after broadcast to see what you
say The
think.
Hobbit.
The Hobbit? Why
Yeah.
The Hobbit?
Fire Drake in a mountain.
Oh, that's good. I like that. Smaug. And
Yeah, I
yes,
don't know
that,
their names.
that
I'm
is
very
the
bad at it.
actual pronunciation of Smaug. It's not smog. Smog is the thing that hovers in the air over cities.
So, at 18 minutes in the game, as I completely ignore Dom.
19.
19
Rusty.
now. The point that I'm still making is relevant to the time in the game. It's that all the outers are dead, and that's something that has existed for quite a while now. The only objective that both teams have really looked towards was the Drake. And past that point, when all the outers are dead, this is where teams, especially middle of the pack and bottom of the table teams, start to struggle with what the next steps are. It's very obvious that when... Yeah, Hacker has that. It's very obvious that when an outer turret is up, that's where you're going to go. And that's the easiest thing to set up for, but as you push further into the enemy area of the map, where it's safer for them to place wards, well then it's more risky to actually make those plays and not get caught out for it. And something you will often see from both of these teams is a bit of overexertion. And so they're showing their respects. There hasn't been a crazy amount of engages, and that's because they're trying to make the correct move. As Imp, yeah. You know what, whatever.
I love it, but that means his rocket jump is actually on cooldown. Yoon will see this as the Baron spawns. A lot of the vision that they set up is disappearing. Teleport from Banana is matched by Little Owl. They've got to kill the Kench first. They dice in, and they lock him down. Cool gets the kill with his power unleashed. Imp leaps over to reposition on Little Owl, but he's already lost his own support, so he will blast cone right back over.
Imp's a very happy man that blast cones exist in League of Legends, utilizing his jumps to the fullest,
Best
maximizing all of his explosive plans.
Yeah.
And so LGD, they actually trade supports again in a situation where it felt like they were doing a lot better than Suning Gaming. Fen still being very aggressive.
He does a lot of damage on this Lucian, as it's 5 members of LGD against 4 of Suning.
No ultimates to be seen basically here. You've got Kog'Maw's ultimate that's always up in Tahm Kench for Suning Gaming. You've got Tristana for the side of LGD, and it's very risky now to look towards those fights. Summoner spells are still available for the most part, and so it's possible to generate picks. Very hard to live, or kill rather, follow through with those picks in team fights if you don't have ults.
Yeah, Suning Gaming, despite losing a member, they still find themselves up in gold here. As the waves get pushed in, that buys more time for Imp to continue farming on this Tristana. He's opening up a bit of a CS advantage over Fury so far, and everyone just plays it safe. Nobody wants to burn those summoner spells. Like ultimates, sure, that's one thing. Those come up nice and quick, but summoner spells before the Baron, that could be scary.
And I guess before the Baron, whilst apt as a description for the state of this
in
game,
front of, yeah.
You've got to wonder when the Baron will be looked at. You've got 2 Blade of the Ruined King users on one team here of Suning Gaming. You still have a lot of damage there for LGD. And it all comes down to LGD. They have a Thresh Syndra. They have a pick composition.
Whoa, the flash from PYL. But Yoon just picks him right back up.
And yet at the same time, Suning Gaming are very good at disengaging from the pick. And that's the back and forth that we'll likely see a million times until someone makes a mistake. Whether the pick is incorrect, he flashes forwards and it misses, and then dies for it. POL, well, he doesn't have flash anymore, so the risk is there. And Suning Gaming with a Tahm Kench accidentally eats the wrong person to save their life, or the mistake is that they're mispositioned when they get picked to help a carry. That's where the game opens up.
Imp actually split pushing on the tier 2 means that mid is undefended, but for Cool and Amy, the flash, the cast, it's dodged as Cool flashes on his own, a hook denied by Yoon. But there goes Amy, he gets a good Cataclysm. The AoE being stacked up from Cool is great, but the calling just denies it. Banana goes in.
Banana.
Imp is ready as well to follow up, but the flash disengages from Suning Gaming. They don't even break the turret, and another stun.
There's just not a lot of kills coming down here. Xiaoel's turn to go back forwards, I guess. Everyone's running back and forth. We're trading, but nobody is dying.
Again, that Baron is up, but in 40 seconds, the Infernal Dragon is going to be up as well.
And there's the Summoners gone, Dom.
Yeah.
So this next fight, Imp's got Summoners.
And Little Owl, yeah, he's got Flash Feast.
I mean,
Alrighty.
2 game changes, potentially.
Suning Gaming, they know LGD have got these dragons, perhaps trying to use that information against them as they set up a death brush On the side of lane, Abyssal Voyage. Blade of the Rune King slows him. He leaps over the wall, and Cool is brought to safety with the Dark Passage.
Surprisingly clean for the escape there of LGD. It's not just Sunin Gaming that have disengaged. Thresh Lantern, Tristana Jumps also very good at doing that. But Sunin, whilst they want to pick more.
Oh, they find PYL on a solo warding mission. He is dead.
With one dead, that should be the Infernal. So you won't get 2 Infernal Drakes here for LGD. Still should be Baron control for them, though, if they wanted to walk over and move. But that's where having a dead PYL is a major problem for that, because he is the wards of the team. And those eyes are not there. They have some wards. It's not substantial.
Next dragon will be an Ocean, so less opportunity to try to snowball that even more. I believe this is actually going to be the last elemental dragon of the game, with the timing of it spawning. And now getting back onto the map, Static Shiv, Infinity Edge for Imp. He's got another Zeal rocking up. We can see the recurve bow for Fury as he's at 2 items. Gargoyle Stone Plate finished for Little Al. He's at 8 stacks now.
And it's hard to say that one team would outscale the other one with items as well. You'd always look towards a Kog'Maw and be like, that guy's going to be a massive problem when you hit late game. But it's not like Tristana isn't a problem either. Can put in a ridiculous amount of work. And it's all about the execution, realistically, because they're both hyper carries. Very traditional sense. You've got Fen on Lucian, who has a decent laning phase against the Syndra, did have a decent laning phase against the Syndra, and is 2-0-3, so putting in a lot of work for himself. But it's not like a Syndra doesn't scale up either. She'll scale into one-hitting carries, and that's what both people we mentioned are. And so LGD, very much with the capabilities of winning this game handily late game, just as much as a Kog'Maw composition currently has.
They do have their options available.
I guess the big concern for me is if Xiaoel starts getting some feast stacks up, has his Stone Plate already.
Yeah, can they ever kill him?
Level 16 is a big break point for a Cho'Gath if you want to do damage and be a tank at the same time. What a beautiful world. You just need to stop, Hacker.
Hacker steps in. He's 3-0-2. He feels empowered by his team right now.
Well, he's empowering LGD to escape about 3 times in a row. I saw that flash bodies. I chose to not talk about it. But you know what? Here we are, Hacker. Here we are.
They've got waves pushing up top. Bottom is pushed in and will eventually push back out for LGD, so they've got presence on the map for the time being.
He does have a lot of cooldown reduction as well. Frozen Heart, Kindle Gem, he's got a lot of health. Fairly tanky member in the way of armor and health, not in magic resistance. But you don't expect Cool to be hitting him. And so it's a very good item build, especially if you want to kick off a Baron buff.
Yeah, they're going right into it. A control ward from Amy sees this coming. Teleport behind them. Banana is in their escape route. He's the Dominus. He gets in. Can he survive long enough? He is dead. Feasted, but that means that the carries can fire across. Fen gets the culling to zone the rest of LGD back.
It's too dangerous of a choke point to keep following through here. Banana should not have finished that teleport, and now they're in a situation where top wave is pushing. It has to be attended towards, and Sunin Gaming, they either go top or they come back to Baron. They can push mid lane if LGD does go top. You can see Tristana working up towards there, and it's good that Cool cleared this wave proactively to prevent a push from happening, but they're still going.
They certainly are, as 5. A lot of those summoner spells are starting to come back up. The cask is just about ready for Hacker. And this tier 2, it's going to be tough to defend if it's 5 members of Sunin Gaming against 3 of LGD. But it looks like we're getting the recall out of Yoon. Fen and Fury step forward along with Little Al, and they will sacrifice it. No, excuse me, the Abyssal Voyage.
Whoa.
As he gets right back in and just picks Hacker right on up. Amy takes a Dark Passage to safety. Imp firing across, he gets one. He's looking for Little Al. Meanwhile, Cool is
Imp's going.
dead. Oh, the rocket blast and the turret shot plus the ignite.
Imp's still
he's
going.
so low, but Imp is chasing onto you.
Red.
He's got that red, but he's slowed on his own. The heal to try to get him back up, but he is so slow. The gun is so heavy. Dark Passage.
Oh, God,
he
Imp.
flashes, but Yoon matches with his own. Rocket jump almost on cooldown, but it would be 1 kill at this point. And Sunin Gaming get out.
Show them how you really feel, though, Imp. Just give it to them. Aggressive, and now in front of the Baron buff, knowing that the jungler is dead, that Xiaoel has to recall, that Fury has to recall, and all of their health is missing. In fact, they're staying, and they're choosing to teleport in. This is a force by LGD.
Yeah, behind the pit, Xiaoel drops his Righteous Glory as he loops around. Fen for PYL. Amy over the wall. Banana's tanking. The Baron's low, and Little Al will finally get in, but the Baron has been picked up. PYL is feasted upon. And Banana is dead. Wonder who tastes better, Banana or PYL?
Yeah, LGD choose to make the trade. Some lives will have to be sacrificed for a Baron to be successfully secured. Unfortunate for Xiaoel that by using his Righteous Glory, he didn't actually get any move speed boost, couldn't get there even close to in time. And so he watches as the Baron falls. Amy, it was very cleverly played by him, actually, to go out to use the ultimate onto the Cho'Gath, and then just flag drag back inside the pit and watch as you've trapped a giant Jurassic Park-type moment. Cho'Gath watching as the Baron falls down.
Jarvan is the answer to all of the Jurassic Park films. Just stick him in a pen.
I mean, if you can build giant walls by pressing a single button, it might have helped in Jurassic Park as well, I guess.
Yeah. Until they learn how to operate those walls. They're using doors.
Thankfully, Jarvan's walls don't have doors, Tom, if we're going to go down that path.
Oh, man. Now, 29 minutes into the game, Baron picked up by LGD in that chaotic mess of a fight. It's 11 kills to 4, yet LGD are still keeping pace in this.
Well, they've got the Baron buff, so the pace it's in their favor right now. Suning Gaming still with that slight gold edge. It'll be equalized through the turrets that go down as a result of the Baron. And so positive signs. Imp, he's confident. You saw it in the last fight. Going forward, using heal just to get move speed to continue chasing down Sunin.
PYL solo warding as is standard. Fury picked up after the Cataclysm and the cast go wide.
Hacker gifts them safety once again.
He was trading one ultimate for the other. He saw the Jarvan ult and then the Kog'Maw get picked up and he said, you know what?
Permission to use
trade.
ultimate. Granted.
Oh man, Yoon, human sweeper there. Next dragon is an Ocean. And looks like LGD are going to turn towards it despite the fact that they've still got Baron for 90 seconds.
Yeah, I think they got what they could from that Baron buff. With mid being cleared by Suning Gaming, they're not really able to push in further, and it indicates that they don't want to outright team fight in that manner. You have no Jarvan ultimate. They just tried to generate the pick before it, so they called it the one and done in terms of what they're going to get from a Baron. And after the Ocean still.
Ooh, Hook gets pulled in as the dragon is finished off by LGD. Here's the Righteous Glory. Rupture knocks up Cool. He flashes. Banana is going to be tanking behind him, but they pull him in, and Hacker is dead.
Yeah, they've taken out one LGD. They're looking for more. I don't think they'll be able to get it unless Amy goes very far forwards, or the
hook.
Just misses.
Fen goes the long way around to get to safety, and they find the kill and the dragon. Baron still up for 40 seconds. So far, a net gain of -3. Oh, there it goes. Clears the minion wave.
Yeah, not a lot to be achieved from the Baron ultimately. 3 Drakes, very big for an Elder Drake though, which will be the next one to spawn. So they've empowered their next Drake quite heavily on the side of LGD.
Bottom tier 2 finished off by LGD, knowing that Suning Gaming were likely to recall and just try to get themselves back up to full health. Hacker finally respawns. And LGD, they're going to try to force mid here with the last few seconds of their Baron and this massive Tristana.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to get it here, actually. I don't think a fight will break out afterwards unless Suning Gaming try to go forwards. That was close.
The Trust Fall. He saw the Dark Passage, so he stepped into the Tahm Kench to get the last auto and ride it back.
And Rapid Fire Cannon Tristana has an awful lot of range at level 16. Not a big Baron power play. You'll note that Fury has got his Guinsoo's Rage Blade as well. 3 items completed for both carries. Imp, I would say, slightly ahead actually now. Should be able to complete that last Whisper if that's where he's going to go. After the turrets that they just took.
Last Whisper, he's thinking about it.
He's really thinking. He's sitting in spawn. There you go.
There it is. Lord Dominik's, all right. That's the one. Help shred through the health of that massive Cho'Gath.
It might help. Of course, there is a Thornmail, Gargoyle, Stoneplate, Righteous Glory, Ninja Tabi. All of the armor items that one can buy.
I mean, it is called Giant Slayer, and Cho'Gath kind of fits that definition just a bit as a giant.
Kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, at the same time, there is an amount of giant that he's not going to get through. Are you looking at the size of this?
That's the name of the passive on the
I know.
Lord Dominik's, which is we're talking about it, and he's like, he is kind of a giant, and then lumbers by. Oh, great work, cameraman.
They actually could add in sound effects for Cho'Gath when he gets over 10 stacks.
Stomps
like every walk actually makes a stomping noise. That'd be good.
Oh yeah. Up to 10 right now.
Yeah. That would be great.
Oh gosh, he's so big.
And the spectator can't hear us either. they know how big Cho'Gath is and they want to acknowledge it alongside us.
It's so funny to see Fury just underneath it too, like little baby Kog'Maw just hanging out underneath Big
They're
Mama
even
Cho'Gath.
skin themed. You know what?
Yeah.
Legit strategy. All right. The legitimate strategy is Cho'Gath gets the 10 stacks. Kog'Maw builds the same skin and stands underneath Cho'Gath. How are they going to target
He's
you?
not going to see me.
They literally cannot click you if there is a Cho'Gath that is that large standing on top of you.
Massive hitbox.
And he might even camouflage with the Skinergy.
Well, you can click through the... No, you can't,
Nope.
actually. That would be fantastic if you
zoom
could.
in.
Yeah. Not going to help too much in a big team fight where there's a
I
lot
actually
going
really
on.
like this Skinergy, though. Look at it. Look at it.
Just lumbering forward.
This is protect the puppy. You've angered the father.
Big Papa Cho'Gath leads the charge.
Also, at this size, his head looks very alien.
Yes. I mean, he is consuming people. Alrighty. Banana split pushing bottom. Baron's up in 50 seconds. This is an inhibitor that he's pushing up to, so Little Al will have to answer. I think he might have to change his name after this game if he continues playing Cho'Gath.
Yeah, Big Al. Of course, Renekton has decided not to commit to the bottom lane. He has rotated towards mid. They are trying to get those picks. They're not going to have a win condition of a Renekton split pushing. It's about getting one kill, turning that kill into an objective, and whether that is the Baron that is up in 20 seconds or a turret, it all comes down to how they set up their side waves. And LGD, in their prime, are all about those side wave control. But right now, that doesn't exist. They are just looking at the Baron.
Sweeping out a lot of this vision on the blue side for Suning Gaming. Plenty of deep wards that Yoon will have to tend to shortly, but that's the sweeper being used by Hacker in mid lane.
And it really is unfortunate watching not the fall of LGD specifically, but the fact that things like PYL recalling as Baron spawns, opposed to recalling 30 seconds before to be there on time with all of his wards available, just trusting that Suning Gaming won't do it. Against certain teams, they will just do it on spawn. Don't care that much about vision. And it's just one of those risks where the best teams can actually just know where you are even through just proper knowledge and awareness. Pick you off.
LGD now, they've got wards behind them. It's wards on either side, the trade-off. Which of these wards are going to be more valuable? Level 18 for Banana to the level 17 of Little Al. Both junglers are even in levels as well. So
16 for Fury's big whilst we're talking about levels. He just ticked
Yeah,
over
yeah,
in
he
front
did.
of us as he got the red buff, and that means that his ultimate will do a bit more damage, has the execute on it, and the range is monstrous.
And of course, 3 items to the 4 items of Imp. You would expect the hitbox to be a little bit bigger, but Little Al lumbering back towards that Baron pit. And back towards mid. The elaborate dance, Rusty.
It's quite elaborate, I might add.
That's a hook onto the tank. Wow,
It is kind of amusing that Tailkench can actually hit a Cho'Gath that's about twice his size.
How does he fit that? It's impressive. Like a hamster.
Just like a what?
Or a gerbil?
I was going to say a snake, in the fact that a snake can eat something larger than its own body.
Just unhinges his jaw, yeah.
Hamsters do that?
Yeah, they put they tuck like the peanuts and whatnot into their cheek pouches.
right.
Yeah. All right, Elder Dragon has also spawned, and LGD get positioning on the Baron. Who, me or Hacker?
Yeah, you.
Okay, fine.
So didn't push them out, actually. This is such a weird dance, and we spoke towards the vision about a minute ago. Hardly exists. They've been clearing each other's wards. They haven't reset their wards and started to control even their own jungle LGD. And so this dance suddenly becomes, I'm in the river, therefore I control the Baron. And then a mid-wave crashes and things change back and forth, rinse and repeat, until someone dies.
That's the hook. That's the knockup. PYL goes in. He's caught Fen. Amy flashes back with the Cataclysm as a cask is dodged by Imp. But LGD are scattered, whereas Suning Gaming are not. They're collected. They're pulling together. Cool gets some damage over the wall.
And this is the one time I will say commendations to Hacker for actually knocking someone away with the ultimate, because that's what you want to do when it gets super late game. Bottom wave, you can see a top wave. I want to see that one just as much as the bottom one, because these side waves are so good for Suning Gaming, and that's why they're able to play aggressive. LGD, the clock's ticking. If they don't make a play in the next minute, then they recall, they might lose the Baron.
They're actually pinging towards mid lane, perhaps calling the bluff. We will trade
They are
a tier
hard
2. They
pushing.
will trade 2 tier 2s. Imp is going to do a lot of damage to this turret. Look at that explosive shot. The culling dashed in to zone him away. They just traded for damage, but Cool is low health.
At Suning Gaming, they don't need to team fight. They just need to keep LGD busy. Bottom is now crashing onto the inhibitor turret. The wave is big enough that it will probably get it.
Flash traded for the Dark Passage. The wave crashes in now. The minions are literally flooding into it.
There's too many minions. They're getting blocked by all of the ranged minions.
There's
just so many minions.
Here goes the trade from LGD. They've sent Banana top, but they're Suning Gaming rushing towards the Baron. Elder Dragon has been started out while Cool is clearing out top wave. And that's going to be finished off along with the Elder Dragon. So it is a 1-for-1 trade on these massive neutral buffs. But look at the damage that inhibitor turret has taken.
Yeah, if Suning Gaming can use the Baron buff, if they can actually get down to the bottom lane, which will be very difficult to do, but with Baron it helps them get there, then that turret is a stiff breeze away from falling. But you've got Imp level 17 with an Elder Drake. I'm surprised that all it really came down to was a trade. You'd have to feel that if they played this out properly, LGD would not have got a single buff at all. They would have had to deal with sideways. They had 3 people do the Elder, and Suning Gaming just 5-man committed to the Baron instead of keeping Vision, keeping them busy, and almost making LGD fall on their own 2015 version of their team.
Just by playing that map smarter than they were. Well, the timer is for the Elder Dragon will wear off before the Baron, and Little Al, he's already prepping bottom. You can see Cool did push out towards top.
We have a Warmogs completed on Cho'Gath as well.
Even bigger now. Any trade damage that you do is going to be healed up afterwards.
I look forward to seeing the number in the bottom left of our screens for the exact amount of health he has. Might be quite disturbing.
Stepping back towards the mid lane. Seems like the teams are content to just trade this Vision here.
And there's no Blade of the Ruined King because it's a Tristana. So all of that health that he has won't be getting shredded like a Kog'Maw will do to tanks on the side of LGD. And that's the one major benefit that perhaps Suning Gaming will have, is that they can engage, they can disengage 1,000,000 times over if Cho'Gath is the one taking the damage.
Oh man, that is so big. Just continuing to wander around. We didn't get a chance to see his health there as Fen catches top.
I've worked out our observers. They will choose a champion and then they'll start to move the camera. So you have to start with the Cho'Gath before you actually get to see his health value. So just keep your eyes for that.
Well, the Elder Dragon is about to wear off. It's only got about 30 seconds left for LGD. And it's still another 80 seconds for Suning Gaming with that Baron.
He had a sound strategy, frankly, from the side of Suning. Just wait for the Elder to fall off because Baron lasts longer. You have a very small window to use that, however. But when you look at top lane, I mean, there's a minion wave already starting to push in. You've got a Cho'Gath now using the Baron down in the bottom wave as the Elder starts to fall off as well. It's timed pretty nicely from them. They are playing as smart a game as you can get from them.
5,500 health on the Cho'Gath, level 18.
It's an awful lot of HP.
And then Fury, he's got 1,900. Abyssal Voyage.
There's
he's going to try to catch up to Banana. He slices, but he's slowed by Blade of the Ruined King. They're going to try to get through his health. Flash, Rupture, but a Dark Passage keeps him safe. And the turret is defended by LGD as they respond in time.
It's defended, but Suning Gaming have bottom and mid lane. They've got the 2 waves closest to each other currently pushing in with Baron, so they start to pressure them both at once. Structures may fall down here.
Cool, looks for some damage. The bottom inhibitor turret has dropped. And still Suning Gaming are pressing forward. 20 seconds on this Baron buff.
And whilst it's the closest pivot point for Suning, it is just as much for LGD. And we do find ourselves in a slight stalemate. Fury is the one to go forwards.
Cool, with a big stun, PYL finds the massive hitbox of the Cho'Gath.
And with that QSS gone, luckily Banana doesn't have flash because they got it out of him earlier. The engage tools are possibly there for LGD, and there's a lot of respect being paid by their opponents now.
Yeah, Imp's heading over to pick up red buff, just reset the map. The inhibitor is still standing, 42.5 minutes in.
This game isn't even that complicated. The reason that Suning Gaming are winning is because they know how to control minion waves. Cool's clearing this one, and you know what, if that fighting continued bottom, if Suning Gaming won it, straight to top wave, could be 2 inhibitors if they can't end the game. And it's just that extra. That means that if you win a team fight, you get that one extra thing, and suddenly that's a game changer. LGD, I mean, they've got the right idea. They're looking for trades decently well. They're setting up for objectives okay. It's sound. It's not game winning.
At least not yet, 43 minutes into it. Perhaps relying on the big, massive team fight to break the game open.
And you have to wonder if they're relying on just the individual skill of their players and saying that we are better than Sinning Gaming are individually. And so we get to that one team fight, that 150-50, and we'll outplay them. Because they're not really doing all of the steps before it. They've been lucky enough to get to that last step, though.
Banana with the slice and dice as the wave gets cleared out. Little Al again. He's split pushing bottom. He's got it prepped and still top shoves in from Suning Gaming.
A lot of CS actually whilst we're looking at Banana and AD carries respectively. That's a lot.
Certainly is. Little Al heading back towards the mid lane. Banana with his own teleport heading bottom to try catching. But that means that Suning Gaming pressed forward, seeing that LGD back up.
I was almost going to say that's a big banana.
But then you did.
Yeah, there's a place in Australia called the Big Banana.
Is there?
Yeah, I don't know why it exists, but like Australians are obsessed with just big versions of normal things.
Sounds like Texas.
There's the big prawn as well. It's just a giant prawn. Yeah. No idea why it exists.
Interesting.
Now you know.
I do. Someday I will do something with that information, but for now we'll just stow that away and turn our focus back to the game.
Well, Seven Ever brings up LGD's top laner. You can tell them there is a big version of him in Australia. It's genius.
So is it actually a banana or is it like a restaurant?
It's a banana. It's just a banana.
Is it like frozen?
No. It's not real.
Oh, well, that's less exciting.
I mean, a big... What? All right.
Like, if you were to name a restaurant Big Banana, that would be one thing. All right, Abyssal Voyage.
Whoa!
All
right,
they're going in, indeed. Dark Passage gets him out.
That looked a little bit funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, Xiaoel, they come top lane. They use the minion waves. They try and catch Banana before he can clear it. He will still get up there and clear it perfectly fine. Sinning Gaming are controlling the mid wave. They've got tempo around mid. They're trying to push out and control top wave and prevent Banana from reaching out any further than deemed necessary. And all of this is because Baron's up in 20 seconds. And they want to get a kill, so the objective is free to take. And they are looking still.
They're stepping in. There's the rupture. PYL just outside of the range. Is able to avoid the knock-up from Little Al and still let me sit on the fountain with his teleport.
For the first time in quite a while, bottom wave is equal, top wave is equal, and both of these teams are just hanging around in the middle wave. This is the opportunity that LGD need to make a play to potentially win a team fight.
Yeah, Little Al, he's getting chunked away as the Culling trades for damage onto Amy and PYL.
Yeah, Thresh has a Gargoyle Stoneplate. He'll proc that one. And that means that a lot of them are missing. Sinning Gaming, rinse and repeat. Xiaoel, he can lose most of his health, has Warmogs to regenerate. That doesn't exist for LGD at all.
He's already back up to full. 5,500 health on that giant Cho'Gath. Whereas PYL, he's got an Ocean Dragon. That will heal him up, but nowhere near as quickly. Knock-up will miss from Amy.
It's actually not worth trading any health to touch the Cho'Gath unless you're going to kill him. As Sinning Gaming, they are 2-manning and now 3-manning. Two Blade of the Ruined Kings are actually fighting instead.
Little Al hunts for cool, but he goes to safety. The hook pulls him to the wall. Flame pulls him over, but he's saved by Yoon, and the cast disengages. Big stun. Locks it down. They're looking for Fen. They're chasing it down. Banana steps forward. He's found Little Al again, separated from his team. Finally, the Cho'Gath is dead, and Imp steps in for some damage onto Fen.
Now they back it up, of course, ulting him away this time. Imp maybe as he jumps realizes it's slightly too far. And Sinning Gaming losing their top lane. A teleport is up, but 50 seconds of him in the death chamber. And so the Baron will be secured with no contest.
Sinning Gaming first play. Make their way back to their bases. They don't want to take any chances. LGD, 47 minutes in. Now they've got some momentum under them, some wind under the wings.
And they're hitting the skill shots. That is what is important for PYL. All of the Thresh hooks connecting. He flayed him over the wall. And in order to be saved, Taumkench has to walk up into melee range. And then just like that, LGD, they continue to follow it through. Banana, when he has the Gargoyle Stoneplate active, is very tanky himself and is able to withstand a lot of frontline pressure. There are 3 on the side of LGD. Those are some big tanks in small windows.
And some big damages. The boots have now been sold for Imp for a Phantom Dancer. 6-item Tristana versus 6-item Kog'Maw. And I hesitate to ask this because I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but which of those two wins between the Kog'Maw and the Trist?
Well, I mentioned this earlier. Like, You'd still say that Tristana might win in a 1v1 between the two of them. Kog'Maw wins in team fighting, you'd have to imagine, but a lot of it's context on how a fight happens, right? Because neither of them would outright be dueling the other unless something crazy happened before that. And even in that situation,
it's outplays.
Kog'Maw has a Hurricane, so he should win team fighting, hitting multiple targets, multiple tanks that he'll be able to take down. Tristana will kill one target very quickly. They'll both just be hyper carries in the late game. I wouldn't say one's better than the other. Their jobs are just to do damage.
Very interesting indeed. Speaking of jobs, we can see Banana make groups back up with his team. He's prepped bottom. Somebody's going to have to cover top because that's pushing back into them. The side wave control for Suning Gaming has been on point this game.
Yeah, against the Baron buff LGD, and it's just because Banana is constantly grouping up with them instead of controlling these side waves. Elder started, teleports are coming in. It is getting destroyed.
4,000 health, 1,000. It's picked up by Cool. The fight breaks out. It's chaos. Banana in the front as the rest of LGD reset. He pulls away, but that found PYL. Takes a single auto and flashes in along with Imp and Amy.
LGD want the fight, Dom.
Cataclysm onto Little Al, but he's quickly picked up by Young and scooped away. So Baron and Elder, they've got a lot going for them.
Yeah, they certainly do, and they've got the range advantage on their AD carry with Imp being very aggressive.
Whoa,
Banana.
Banana teleported behind them. Was able to lock them in, but Fury steps up. He's burning them down. Look at the damage he's found. Cool.
Fury.
He almost kills him, but he doesn't quite have enough. He's CC locked, saved. The stun locks him down. Imp is still firing across. AD carry versus AD carry, but Exhaust locks him away.
And LGD pushing mid lane with the Baron buff, Dom. That's the big thing here. Suning Gaming, they have to respond. Fury, he's stuck behind.
Oh, the hook will find Fen as PYL zones him away. The inhib is still standing. Meanwhile, Banana heads top to defend, and somehow LGD win another fight.
Yeah, it was a super close fight. It's very hard to say that LGD even won it. All they did was kill the Cho'Gath at the end, I believe.
It's the little, well, I guess the big victories for the size of the Cho'Gath.
But by being able to have the numbers advantage at 50 minutes into the game, that's exactly why they're able to push their luck, go mid lane, and they just so happened upon a situation where when they win this team fight, albeit by a small detail, remember the Banana starts this one off. Fury, I like this. I admire the confidence of him. He flashes forwards to do as much as he can, but chooses the wrong target because he's trying to Runance and maximize his damage output. He could have killed Cool there, and that might have been the whole game for Suning. But because of the fight breaking out and LGD finishing the fight in mid lane, they're like, oh, here's one we prepared earlier.
Yeah, perfect. Catch the wave, going right back in mid, finishing off the inhibitor. Finally broken down. 90,000 gold, 50 minutes in.
I just don't feel comfortable saying that's even close to the game ending here, though. With where we're at, the fact that we're at 50 minutes, the fact that everybody is now basically at full builds, barring a couple of items here and there. We're at the stage where nobody except supports can get control wards, and they are sacrificing an item slot to have those control wards.
Oh, man.
Vision now is going to be significantly less. Or there'll be more wards less denied, rather.
Yeah. At the very least, there aren't too many neutral objectives to worry about this late in the game. Red buff, blue buff. Baron respawns. Everybody sees it coming in advance. And now the Baron buff falls off. The wave is quickly and easily cleared by Suning Gaming.
The bench is very easily popped as well by Kog'Maw's ultimates when he throws down the artillery.
With super minions pushing mid, they've actually prepped top this time. This could be one of the pushes that they're looking for.
You're looking towards PYL and Cool to get the engage on the Fury, as well as the damage, obviously, from Imp. Stopping him from clearing the waves with the Hurricane, stopping him from life-stealing whilst he clears those waves is important, or they'll never get what they're after. But you're absolutely right. With top lane pushing, they need to send somebody to answer this. Xiao has no teleport, and they're going to send a Lucian to clear it quickly and efficiently, but the wave is crashing in the bottom wave at the same time, and so he's going to cull, and he's going to run straight away.
They step in, Imp chunks it out just a bit, not able to do too much damage without the minions. His Static Shiv and Rapid Fire Cannon are breaking it down, and Suning Gaming are able to withstand the siege.
And you'd say Crisis averted for the most part there, with Fen disappearing to go top wave. At the same time, Kog'Maw is now dealing with mid. Fen's really having a hard time deciding on where to be on the map. LGD continuing to poke with a red buff onto Imp. That's a level 18 Tristana with a rapid fire cannon. 100% crit, I believe, as well.
The casual 1,000 damage crit with every auto attack at max attack speed.
Everybody's very scaled here. Lucian, I feel like, is going to have a pretty rough time, though. It's a lot of outplay on Lucian.
He did call top, but it's still pushing into him, along with Super Minions mid. LGD are still set up here because they know they can look for this play again.
But they have to tank it without a wave here every single time they do this. The timing of having Fen nearby has been pretty sound. It's been delaying the takedown of this structure and giving opportunities for Shawel to hit a knock-up, for Gragas to hit a cask, and to find an engage that they can counter and beat LGD out with. But the wave top, now it crashes.
Super Minions on the Nexus turrets that Fen steps past. There's the explosive shot. He culls, clears it out, returns back to his team. Imp slowly carving away at that turret, bringing it lower and lower. Finally, though, they're going to reset.
I just don't feel like they're going to take it. They're just keeping Sin Gaming within the confines of their base so they can immediately spread out towards the Baron again, secure that one. Without the Baron buff, it feels like, and evidently looks like, LGD can't end this game.
10 seconds till it spawns. Teleport and Abyssal Voyage are ready for Suning Gaming, but they haven't even left their base yet. They're actually spotted mid right now.
I don't think they can get there in time. 1 second, they're starting to barrel down, but with how quickly this will die, it's a pipe dream.
That is going down real quick. Blue Trinket sees this coming, but Baron secured. LGD.
Just like that, the opportunity is here for the late game scaling teams to have one more team fight, but with advantage well and truly over in LGD's court. That Baron buff is probably just what they need to finish this game off. But you've got a Kog'Maw on the other side with the angry father Shawel in front of him. And realistically, I'm not going to say it's over. It should be, but I'm not going to say it.
He is so
Two
massive.
Knights Vows. Do they ever ride each other? That'd be great. Like, can only one Knight's Vow be active
it's a
at a
passive.
time?
No, you only get one aura at a time.
Yeah, so POL just activated his on Imp, and then Amy walks up and is like, get out of it, and activated his on the Imp. So now there's only one.
Yes.
POL just hasn't got a target. I wonder if he'll notice.
And look at the distribution from the other side. Fen, he's got one. There's
like
another one on the
someone
other.
put it onto Cool.
For Yoon. I mean,
I eagerly await this outcome.
Why not the tank? Just provide more stats for them when they dive into the back.
I mean, most importantly, just use it. You can see City Gaming have got two of them equally distributed between the carries. The mark below their feet indicates that.
Okay, so the reason they're pushing in now is because this inhibitor is respawning in a few seconds.
Certainly is. Of course, with the turret already dead, they're able to stretch out and push in. Pressure more than one wave at once, but they haven't actually started pressuring bottom yet. They decided that mid lane was just the first and only place they were going to go. LGD, you're truly a marvel to experience sometimes.
The bootsless Tristana walks all the way through lane.
Foscarin didn't wear a wig for this. Shouldn't die, thankfully, but she didn't wear a wig for this either.
No, this was not what we were expecting. He's 4-0-2, that Imp. 007 is Amy. Licensed to chill.
You know that one strand of hair Froscarin currently has going on today? That's LGD compared to the rest of the LPL. It's like slicked back.
Hanging out. Ooh, Fen gets some damage, but Imp trades back. He's going to need to get some auto attacks to heal up.
He has Warlords, I believe, so once it's up to 100, one auto attack should suffice.
Yeah.
Of course, the same thing applies for both AD carries of Sinning Game, because here we go.
Ooh, not even waiting for
should
the
be the
minion
turret,
wave.
actually.
Yeah, they're breaking it right on down. Oh, even the scout of the week to deny Hacker.
And now two waves of pressure. Two inhibitors are threatened. And on the back foot, you have to wonder if the angry Sinning Gaming will now start to turn around and attempt to fight. But it's such a big risk, especially with Hacker being pressured out and zoned by Syndra consistently, which is good play from Cool. I feel like he's hitting the correct target. That's the engage that Sinning Gaming have got. It's a flash body slam.
Culling onto Amy, brings him low. A
Hooks
hook
up.
will pull Yoon. He's actually flayed back. Banana's actually chunked to half in the meanwhile as Imp leaps away from Curie and Fen. He does damage, but doesn't want to risk it.
Yeah, Banana's not a frontliner anymore. He's a tank for sure, but he's not a frontliner. Fury will just pick him apart. Still, inhibitors no, they're not. All right.
Righteous Glory. Inhib is so low. Little Al is in, but Amy drops the Cataclysm and Gargoyles. As the Inhib is finally finished off, LGD, they are finishing this game without a team fight. A skirmish, certainly, but Suning Gaming are just not fighting here.
Yeah, City Gaming need to draw the line in the sand and actually say we will fight. The careful, cautious play that LGD have been displaying is getting them the victory super slowly here. but you are looking towards the opposition, saying they can only play slow for so long until there's only a Nexus remaining. I would pick my fight before all 3 inhibitors go down, or a Tristana will win the game just by having minions in front of her.
Who needs tanks when you've got double supers coming down every lane? Elder Dragon's up in 45 seconds. And still, LGD push forward with this Baron buff. Extended duration on Amy affords just a little bit more time as it wears off.
I think this might be the longest game now we've had in this split as well.
58 minutes?
Just throwing that one out there.
Might be. Might be.
It's around there. I know the most kills we had was 50.
Getting close.
There we go. The
Hacker
engage
goes
is
in.
on.
The cask knocks them back. Fury steps in, but he can't find the target. Hacker looks for one. The auto attack onto Amy.
They've slowed PYL.
Yeah, they're chasing him down. Remember the support, not huge
Ooh,
value.
risky from Tom
Abyssal
Kenshir.
Voyage as he tries to get onto Imp. He brought Little Al. PYL will sacrifice himself so that his team can escape, but that is a huge death timer.
Yeah, but with that one dead member of LGD, the Elder Drake is actually a place to look towards for both of these teams. But first things first, the base needs to be defended from Sinning Gaming, and so they'll back away in part. I would say that just Fen is enough to hold this, except the minions are currently winning the game if he doesn't get there soon.
Finally breaks it down. So you were correct. The longest game was 55 minutes and 9 seconds in the LPL.
I think that was also the game with the most kills.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was 50 kills, yes.
That's nuts. LGD, I feel like this is going to be... I thought this would be contested because they're missing PYL, but I guess Sinning couldn't get here in time.
Oh, the cask. Yoon even tried to get in with the tongue lash.
Close, but not a chance.
Much like Graves, no cigar. But can't say that anymore.
Much like Graves' bot.
Yeah, there we go. Much like Graves' bot, no cigar. Sunin Gaming now trying to defend against Elder Dragon. They had such a strong mid game. They were pushing LGD back. They got to the inhibitor. They took the Baron. But they just haven't done anything since then.
It's been a super slow game.
It has.
I think it's fair to say. We've got our red buffs. We've got 6 items. We've had 6 items for a long time. Who am I kidding? We've been very much equipped to finish the game off, but I feel like, is this Baron 4? That's what we're looking at.
It is, yes.
May as well be Baron number 71, because Dear Diary at stay 300, and LGD still haven't discovered how to finish the game.
Please send help. Hacker is found and is low, and the burn continues to tick away. The stun follows up. He is
Imp's
dead. Imp found Fen. He burns him down. Banana follows up. The assist would allow for a reset. Yoon will save him with the Devour in time.
Imp was mid-auto attack animation as well. That was super clutch that Yoon is there at all. LGD, they've got the pick. They're not going for the Baron buff. It's up in 17 seconds. They're going to try their hand at pushing down the Nexus with no Gragas, no engage from Sunin. It's all on a knock-up from Cho'Gath. Well, minions start to win this game.
Imp kiting around. A single auto brings him so low. Xiao Al tries to devour, but he can't even get into range. He's continuing to kite this out. Fury matching on the other side. PYL hook insta cleanse. Imp fires him back.
Oh, got him.
The dunk brings PYL down.
Good cleanse from Fury. At the same time, the aggression from Fen is commendable. They are looking and they are hunting for LGD.
Teleport onto Cool and Imp the Devour. Flash Feast, no! He's knocked back. The knockup clears only Banshee's Veil, culling onto Amy. Recall for Banana is stopped. He's on top of a ward and over the wall.
Fury is stalking him and they're trying to pick him apart, but Explosive Plants, the real MVP. That's not the direction you want.
Nope.
It'll work.
Baron is up, though. Little Owl's heading back to defend. He doesn't have teleport and Imp. Late game Tristana, ladies and gentlemen.
As much range as you need.
Oh, what attack speed. Breaks it down. The Nexus is bare. 113,000 gold. 62 minutes in, and still, we persist.
The Nexus is barren. I can't bear to see this game go for another 10 minutes, Dom. If LGD can't win with this, then they're going to lose the game. There's no way around it. One more team fight is all LGD need. In fact, they don't need a team fight. What they need is Imp to be in range of a Nexus.
Seems like he just bought a frozen mallet.
Certainly did. He's got his promo.
I'm not sure what he sold. Oh, he sold his Phantom Dancer for a frozen mallet.
Yeah, he reduced his crit by a decent amount. To do this, also damage reduction that comes from the Phantom Dancer is now missing, but being able to kite, I suppose, and chase more importantly. I feel like that's something that Imp has been missing in this game. He's jumping forwards. Well, maybe he doesn't need to use his jump now.
Keep them still while I kill them. It's been pretty much the MO for Imp this game. 5-0-2. Somehow Amy is also deathless, along with Fen and Fury.
Yeah, they've done super well here, the carries of Sunin, to not die at all. Considering where we're at in this game and how big the Tristana is and the fact that Syndra's at 6 items, you'd expect people start to get blown up, but not the case. There's no Hex Drinker even there for either members, either carries. Cool just needs to be in ult range. They're ulting in the back.
They're collapsing in. Little Al is knocked away again by Cool. Rupture. Oh, doesn't find them in the dark passage. Pulls him to safety. Banana, he's split pushing with the Baron.
Yeah, well, Banana needs to split immediately, Dom, or he's going to be at risk of dying. You cannot afford to continue split pushing. As Sunin Gaming, they are going to actually try and advance, try and force the plays, prevent LGD from using the Baron buff, and from winning the game just slowly and patiently. Force chaos into the ranks of the LGD roster, and maybe they make a mistake. But not this time. They were steadfast in how they disengaged.
Knock up into Imp. Slows him down a bit. Hacker steps forward. He's found Cool. Cool flashes away. Imp is firing onto Fen. He's low but shielded. Steps into the redemption as PYL has died.
Here we go. One, not even an inhibitor, rather, has been taken by LGD, and they are missing their support. The support doesn't mean a lot for team fighting specifically if you're LGD. It's all about Imp, and Cool has been protecting Imp anyway.
They did get Cool's flash.
That's nice to have. It is nice to have, but Hacker also not having flash means their engage is weak. These two.
Abyssal
making
Voyage,
a play
they're
on
going
Vision,
for it again. Imp leaps to the side, but he's so slow.
No lantern for Banana.
Looks like Banana will sacrifice himself so that Imp can survive. Oh my god, are they rushing the
LGD
base?
are just going to end the game if this takes any longer.
They have to go through the inhibitor first. Banana's trying to slow, but he slowed himself. Imp steps in. They're racing toward it.
He's just going for the inhibitors. They're going to take the safe option. Cool's going to protect them on the way out as well. And so after a pick for Sunin, they get too aggressive and they look for another. They get the Guardian Angel under the Renekton, but they lose 2 inhibitors as the trade.
It's not the Baron. It's not the Siege. It's the sacrificing an ally so that they can finish off on inhibitors.
This game concerns me.
Oh, boy. Rusty, one of these two teams is likely to end up in playoffs.
See, I didn't want to say it out loud, but you went and did it.
Of course. Just like you did.
I didn't say anything.
A little bit earlier about...
Nope, don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
These teams are fighting to not be in promotion.
They are not, no.
Promotion doesn't exist. I'm just wrong anyway.
Red buff for Imp and blue buff for Cool. Double super minions. Elder Dragon is coming up soon. And that Baron number 5.
Baron 5, Elder 3.
Coming up eventually, yeah.
65 minutes, about to be 66 minutes into the game.
Who needs records when you've got games like this?
Both teams have tanks. Both teams have late game scaling. We've got our hyper carries. We've got our outplay-based mid laners, essentially. Lucian having a very good time, actually, getting up and doing damage. He's not meant to be having that good of a time, but he is.
Fen actually putting up a great performance here.
Trinity Force as well. So removed a lot of crit from his build in place of that Trinity Force, but 40% CDR is incredibly valuable. In fact, you know what? How much CDR does he have?
An excellent question.
Lots.
We'll keep an eye on it
it's
for when
at
the
least
next time the
40
observer goes
is what
through.
I'm getting at.
He just wants to dash in and out. Ice skating. There he goes. And does not show CDR there.
He will immediately 1v1 Renekton if they ever look at each other. So, Banana, I mean, he's a Renekton that has been massively outscaled. He's just a tank. He's soaking damage and standing in front of him. But right now he's also split pushing. And if you can pull the Lucian towards you, then LGD walk in and take the 3rd inhibitor as they're doing it again.
Yeah, the cask is found. Imp! He leaps
Oh,
forward,
no,
but
Imp,
he's
where are you
separated
going?
from his team. The rocket jump, the cleanse. Little Al is chasing. Rupture is sidestepping. He's turning
they're
around.
ending the
Banana
game.
and Amy are trying to backdoor. Despite the Zerat, they're continuing to run back. Sunin Gaming are going to chase them backwards and forwards, and Little Al has been left all alone, facing toe-to-toe against the Yordle, and they're back in. Fen has found Amy. He flashes in. He cleanses. He dashes, but he doesn't have enough to kill it. They are trying to defend
That's got to be
but
game
Imp
over.
on the
Look at
other
him.
side. They're pressing from both directions. Imp is free-firing, and he breaks it down. Finally, 66 minutes in, LGD take game number 1.
That was an emotional roller coaster. It was a marathon, not a sprint. And nobody's won yet. That was the first leg of the triathlon. Now we go into the cycling.
Oh,
We've had our swim. We're warmed up.
LGD.
I am distressed.
Like a pair of jeans. This is quite the best of one. Except it's not. It's a best of 3. And we're going on for another 2. Thankfully, we've got the insight from the wonderful Froskuren to help us figure out what happened.
He said insight.
Woo! That was.
We could hear you laughing in the back, by the way.
I was literally sitting back there and I was screaming, "Kill someone!" And then they caught PYL and I was like, "No, someone important."
Cool. They would burn Flash, but they couldn't get anything. 66 minutes, going on 67.
That feels bad. I do want to point this out, though. It got into a very precarious situation where, let's say the last 15 minutes of that game, LGD had full control. You know, Suning were pretty much kept entirely on their base. They had multiple Barons go down. They got multiple Elder Dragons. The problem is that LGD knew that if they just slipped up once, it didn't matter all of the preparation that they had put in to get the Baron, to get the Elder, to keep Suning locked in, that everything would be over. That came down to a single team fight. And in fact, we never even got that single team fight. They tried to play the positioning game, but that's why that game went on for so long, because LGD were just sweating bullets.
Do not make a mistake. Do not mess this up. But they didn't. I mean, they made it to the end. They pushed and pulled correctly, and Suning Gaming were the ones who ended up falling apart.
I guess, curiously, the way that game ended is just by playing to the tendencies of Suning Gaming, sending Amy and Banana to hit the Nexus opposed to going for the team fights, knowing that there is going to be a time in the next minute where a Tahm Kench brings a Cho'Gath into the back line, and that's just when we end the game. And they actually played towards that habit that started to show through. So the consistency of Suning Gaming ends up biting them.
Yeah, some learning from LGD to recognize that pattern over the course of the game. Huge props to Cool for seeing that every time. I don't think he used his Scatter of the Week unless to stun when they were sieging or whenever the Cho'Gath just popped up behind him. Like, get out of here.
And I do want everyone to just kind of eliminate the last, let's say, 45 minutes of that game. Just cut that section off and let's think all the way back to the very beginning. Credit to Hacker and credit to Cool that you just brought up. Hacker, what he giveth, he taketh away. He played a phenomenal early game. He certainly fell off come late game. There was a lot of miscast opportunities. And Cool, I mean, straight out of the gate, if we said that if that guy was going to tilt, it would be in this game. He got ganked twice, back-to-back, very early, level 1. He's like, awesome.
Yeah.
Sick.
He was able to stay level-headed throughout the course of the match, though, and he ended up pulling back together, doing massive damage against an AD carry Lucian who had not died the entire game, so Fen still kept his cool as well.
It's almost like Stockholm Syndrome in a way, right? He's just so used to being camped at this stage for Cool. It's just another day in the office. He's like, oh, great, just another game of League of Legends for me in LGD.
Yep.
The classic. But that does bring us towards the end of the match for LGD, that second half. It looked like Suning Gaming had control over that mid-game. They were able to push back and take that first Baron, but they never broke far enough into LGD to break them apart. MVP goes to Imp on this Tristana. 6-0-2. It was good.
We saw Imp's face after the game, and he didn't look too hot there. You know, that we talk about how the marathon, or the league is a marathon itself. That game was a marathon. This was a huge test of endurance. Both teams now need to reset and just come back into this, but losing something like that or even winning something like that doesn't feel great.
No, it doesn't. Even with the victory, you know, it's game 1 of a best of 3, and so it's not going to be a positive. You're not going to feel the relief after a game like that. You're just going to have to sit there and stare at the screen for a moment. Naturally, just click over to the damage dealt and be like, that was only one game. There's potentially 2 more.
Mm-hmm. We have a chance for Suning Gaming to try to come back in game number 2. Again, they had a lot of things going right for them outside of that late game macro. They were setting up sideways. They were sieging correctly. Fen and Fury put up massive numbers.
But the big problem was they didn't have any engage on their composition. If anything was going to happen, it had to be the Tahm Kench ultimate into like the Cho'Gath. But there wasn't any like big hard CCs. Like you need that. You need it. You need the Jarvans. You need the Gallios. You need the Zacs and the Thresh. Like how many times have we seen games decided today by like Thresh hooks? Like just think to our last series. And that was the big problem with Suning Gaming. You know, they had a big lead, but they didn't have a composition to really execute on it.
Mm-hmm. Well, they've got a few minutes to reset and recover before they get into game number 2. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get that one ready for you. Don't go anywhere. We've got game 2 coming at you in just a few. after the longest game in the LPL Summer Split, it's about time to get into game number 2 between LGD and Suning Gaming. Now, LGD were able to take game number 1 after 67 minutes of gameplay. They found themselves down in the mid-game, but were able to persevere until a late macro performance was just able to move them very slowly, very patiently towards victory. Very glacier-like, one might say.
Maybe. Kind of like a candle burning. You're just waiting for it to get to the very bottom, I suppose.
Also a good one.
I don't have a lot of analogies to describe it otherwise, and they were just too careful.
They were.
And they really couldn't get it and end that game soon enough. They were pushing their luck. And, I mean, Suning Gaming, they had good moments. They were trying to aggressively go forwards and engage, not letting LGD get to that final push, to that final moment where the game was going to be over. And by some miracle, every single time they got the pick that they needed, they were able to reset. And that's a lot of what prolongs the game.
I do think that this is a good tell, though, about what type of emotional state LGD are in. The fact that they get put into that position, and it's just so respectful and so cautious, because they knew that they had put themselves or backed themselves into a corner, and then they could only slowly walk out of it. And it's just like, hold tight, guys. Everything has to be perfect. Like, we can't afford to lose this one. So
even in situations of duress, they had to pick and choose who to kill and who to sacrifice when Suning Gaming were chasing them down. It was almost always PYL, never Amy, never the Smite, never Cool or Imp.
They were just too hard to get to.
Yeah.
PYL is the only person they could catch in the end because he's making concerted attempts to actually save his teammates. The rest are all just surviving themselves. And with the lack of engage that Frostgrain mentioned before the break, how are you going to get through a Banshee's Veil when there's a Tahm Kench Cho'Gath that are ulting into the back? I mean, Cho'Gath, one of his 2 spells is then used, and very difficult to kill someone after that stage when there's a Lantern to save him or PYL standing in front to prevent it.
Certainly, but moving now into game number 2, some of the faces that you'll see are a little bit different.
I have been unleashed.
We've got a Voidless and Deanne in now
awakened.
for Hacker and Fen.
See, this is brilliant. Everyone's super tired, and Suning are like, but wait, we can refresh. You know, we just had people doing like suicide sprints back and forth across the court, like constant offense, constant defense. Everyone's tired. Everyone's just mentally drained. And Voidless is like, man, that was fun to watch. Let's go, guys.
Coach Carter smashed them, and now they're ready to come in fresh.
Here we go. A Voidless and Tien. So how does this change up Suning Gaming? It means that you're going to have a much more methodical, slower-paced jungle out of a Voidless. He also plays more of the tanky champions. And Tien has a much wider champion pool than Fen, but not necessarily as explosive highs.
Going to 71 minutes now. Hacker is the aggressive of the two, the more aggressive juggler.
So what are you guys doing? 67 minutes? Should have been 80.
Yeah, weak.
We can go the distance. Or maybe not, as Suning Gaming are going to try to end this game a little bit more quickly. One would hope.
And it's not just Suning Gaming that will be trying to change things either. It is LGD because a victory, honestly, that went for that long doesn't feel great for them. The coaching staff will have a lot for them to improve on. And I'm sure that if they get the lead, it won't take that long in game 2.
I think the number one adjustment we're going to see from drafts is that a lot more priority on hard engage, and I'm glad to see Tahm Kench gone. Get that guy out of my games.
Yeah, great performance from Yoon in that one. Frosco, before you depart, we've got to hear, what's it going to be? Who's going to take this series?
Well, I personally tipped LGD in this series, and so I'm glad that they won because, again, I think it's a very even matchup, but I think that LGD just are slightly more consistent.
Alrighty, LGD then. Let's see if they can pull it off and close this one out. As we are now in picks and bans and racing through right away. Rumble, Tahm Kench, Thresh, Zac, Kalista, Kog'Maw. That means Elise, very quick pickup for Amy.
Yeah, Kog'Maw being banned away by Suning Gaming as well because they're on the red side of the rift. LGD going straight towards Amy's jungler. Now, Elise is a contested pick between Hacker and Amy, but it's a Voidless playing this time around, and a Voidless, I'm sure, is a very happy man when he can play a tank. Maokai can be flexed. J4 is also a decent lock-in here to have 2 people that can go in either lane, and it doesn't really reveal your hand in terms of lanes, just strategy.
Now, Voidless, he will lock in this Ashe here for Fury, so perhaps showing that they do want to take a more utility role and shift some of that presence elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, I personally think that Maokai is a better lock-in than the Elise for first pick. I can see the priority from LGD, though the early aggression will be nice for them to have, and Amy has looked good on the Elise. The Maokai, the Ashe, as just such a standard to lock in. It doesn't say anything crazy from our composition. It's engage, it's follow-up, it's flank. It's all of the above with just 2 champions.
And now with Varus locked in right away, that's a lot of our big hyper tank shred, and they picked the Cho'Gath away from LGD, so, or excuse me, away from Suning Gaming, away from Little Owl.
And yeah, you have to feel like it is taken specifically from Xiao just because of how well he did play, controlling the laning phase, keeping up with the Renekton. Note that he is a Renekton player himself, Xiao, and there is a chance that that is going to be a consistent matchup throughout the set, just on the other direction.
This time, though, it could be Banana showing us the strength of that top laner. As Cool, you can see him giving commands. He's still got his mid laner to be taken. We're still looking for the support as well for LGD. And Cassiopeia banned away from him.
Assumedly the Talia with it, unless they are going to show some respects towards his Syndra. But they've already shown they are measured and able to take apart the Syndra. Whilst he did perform incredibly well, they have opportunities to beat Cool out. You just get rid of his best champions, ideally, as they go through the remnants of this.
16 seconds on the timer.
If you're feeling crazy, maybe a Bard ban.
For PYL?
Yeah, why not? It's his second most played champion.
Yeah. Crazy world we live in. Looks like they will leave the Syndra open. More preferring to remove the Talia from Cool.
Yeah, of course, the first option that makes the most sense. Targeting Cool seems to be the game plan, not just in draft, but in play style early. Tilt the Cool, win the game.
Upset the Cool, make him mad. Pull it apart. They've got crowd control on all 3 of the champions that they've got so far, and one of those is a global stun. Orianna banned away from Dian.
Also the J4 taken off the Rift, something that we suggested maybe instead of the Ashe or Braum to be locked in early. So LGD smartly remove a part of that, and they remove the entire J4 Orianna combo. Now with Talia banned, I do look towards Corki and usually say he's the one remaining really strong roaming champion throughout the mid lane. We have looked towards Cool in the past and said that he's got a Twisted Fate. He's one of the few players that will still bring that out. And I mean, it is a possibility. I wouldn't say it's very likely, though.
Lucian
That's
locked
different.
in. All right. Double AD carries for both of these teams as Rakan looks to be the final pickup for LGD. And you mentioned it, and he does the last second swap.
Look, I am a support main. I know when Bard's going to be locked in here.
Okay.
The reason I suggested
Amazing.
a Bard ban is just because he's against an Ashe.
Do you just have like pipes and chimes back at your house that sound like Bard?
Yeah, we communicate through a message system that are just giant pipes that connect through all of the pipes. It has to make that noise.
Yes. Shen is the final pickup for Little Owl. That means that Maokai going into the jungle. And double AD carry on both sides. Once again, putting a lot of the carry presence onto Cool and Imp, and now Dian and Fury.
Yeah, double AD carry. Corki is mostly magic damage, though, if we're going to contrast what these double ADs do. Ashe has very good engage. Varus, they'll match each other relative to what the AD carries down in the bottom lane are able to do. Of course, Corki very good at roaming, different spike timings, less lane control than that of Cool. And LGD have an Elise. They've got a Cho'Gath that should be able to push top lane quite well and sustain through any damage that a Shen wants to throw onto him. And so Amy with the early advantage, the early ability to invade or gank, will have that there in his back pocket. And Cool having the support this time around. The shoe may well be on the other foot. LGD might actually have a support helping out their mid laner.
One would hope this time around. Of course, that game number 1 plan worked out well for Suning Gaming in that perhaps they try to repeat it here in game 2. Though they will need some more items to scale. They don't just get that strength quite right away.
And of course, we mentioned that Corki does magic damage. When you look at the 2 ADs and the 2 carries that LGD have got for themselves, there's not a lot of magic damage from them. But that is in part where Bard comes into play. And of course, he does do a decent amount of magic damage. Cho'Gath will do a decent amount with Elise. And so all of the supplementary damage from other carries around the Rift compensates for the lack of AP carry mid lane. They'll be able to help themselves out. Good crowd control, good pick. Very good team composition from LGD, reminiscent of their Game 1 comp, just with different champions.
Perhaps some of that tertiary magic damage will be effective in breaking down the comp from Suning Gaming, as they've got themselves the Maokai and the Braum and the Shen, front lines on front lines, just to make sure that they can keep those backlines safe, and once again, stick to that strategy of putting all their eggs into Dian and Fury's basket. And of course, Dian didn't have to play a 67-minute game. He is fresh.
Yeah, Nora Voidless, and they had 67 whole minutes to watch their opponents in LGD and understand how they think and know what it takes to tilt Cool just a little bit.
Look at that face from Dian. Does that look like the face of Mercy? That does not. That looks like the face of a killer. Gonna be trying to kill Cool in the mid lane.
He certainly will be trying.
So how does the Corki Lucian matchup work out? It's about the Phos Bomb, isn't it?
Early game it is.
Okay.
Late game they'll both just be doing their damage, but in laning phase you'll be watching Cool. We actually saw it from Scout, played it excellently, showed his mastery of the champion, and the matchup is that if the Phosphorus Bomb comes out, you just dash forward straight away. You'll win the trade because you have an extra spell that will connect, an extra spell that will hit, almost guaranteed, where Corki will not, and so you should be able to handle him quite well. Past the first recall when you go towards usually lifesteal, you'll be able to out-sustain even if he matches you with the Phosphorus Bomb and hits the trades. Because the Sheen procs, he'll start matching you at around the level 6 mark, but you can stay for longer.
That sustain is going to be quite important for Cool. Take a look at his summoner spells as well. Cleanse for Cool in the mid lane. He is expecting to be ganked because Corki doesn't have any crowd control.
Yeah, but you see, I actually don't think it's because he's expecting to be ganked. It's a Maokai, and the Twisted Advance isn't something that you actively cleanse all that often, nor is the Bramble Smash from Maokai's Q. It's for the Ashe and the Braum, and even the Shen Torn as you hit mid and late game. And this is more of a team fighting or skirmish-based decision from Cool.
There goes the double Phos Bomb onto Cool, getting some damage from Dian.
Of course, he also went for Fervor of Battle, Cool, not Warlord's Bloodlust. And so his early game sustain, if he doesn't dodge those Phosphorus Bombs, is a bit weak.
Perhaps indicative of that priority towards the Vamp Scepter. We saw junglers both get a leash on bottom side. 2 camps for both as they turn towards their second buff now, and Little Al trading with Banana.
And as you can see, Banana is perfectly fine. The wave is pushing. Mid lane for Cool is also going to be pushing trades aside, and that gives the opportunity for the Elise, if she chose, to advance into a Voidless's jungle. And she's about to repel to the explosive plant, and she's about to find a Voidless at the same time.
Oh, surprise.
Hello.
That's an early Cocoon missing. Volatile Spiderling and the Neurotoxin plus red buff. He did get an auto attack.
No repel to follow that one through. A Voidless loses the trade, will most likely lose the Raptors. He's just going to attempt to match this. It's a smite off, in a sense. Different priorities, however, from both of them.
Yeah, Amy does not have his smite, so a Voidless clears that out. Amy will clear out these small Raptorlings.
And I like that Amy committed to the small ones knowing he didn't have smite. Not knowing what the state of the smite was for a Voidless. Because once again, we just play the stalking game.
Even transferring into human form to make sure his Spiderlings don't take any damage. Ward over the wall to spot this out and be a bully. And then a Blast Cone to escape from the sapling. Both of his mid and top lane are pressuring.
Yeah, they just don't choose to rotate in. In fact, what Amy has done here is explosive planted and just gone straight back around to the Krugs. Now, that might have worked if there wasn't already a ward placed to prevent that from happening. As knowing where these junglers are has unlocked the potential to trade heavily in this bottom lane, and that's a big win for a Bard in any lane, and a big win for Imp and PYL that want to control that lane.
Just pushing further and further in. The big Krug resets, lumbers his way back home. Trying to make sure that he gets vision. They are just tracking a Voidless relentlessly. Finally, Amy makes his way out.
And neither jungler outright wins from all of this trading. In the end, a Voidless actually might get himself a slight CS edge. Thankfully, what has been taken by Amy might be able to actually suffice and keep him up in equal experience. The big win is still that bottom lane, is still that mid lane, and it's still actually the top lane for Banana. You can see the CS advantages. They're small, but they are growing.
Certainly up to 7 now as Amy makes his way back up top. I believe Xiao Al actually used his Shadow Dash there. Here comes Amy. Rupture will miss. Red buff has fallen off as well. Volatile Spiderling and the Neurotoxin, but he flashes the Cocoon to safety.
One too many jukes from Xiao Al, unfortunately. We're stuck next to a wall, so the flash will get used, and Banana doesn't have a lot of mana. Needs to actually respect.
Ooh, Amy has to step back in. Again, Cocoons preemptively to keep Banana safe.
Shen just pushes him out of lane pretty casually here. It's because there's no mana there for Cho'Gath at all. We'll teleport in. Of course, I'm expecting Shen to do the same. Just means he'll be able to clear the wave. It's PYL.
Oh, he makes it into the journey. Plus the Ignite burning onto him keeps him really low.
Yeah. Mispositioned quite heavily there, actually, and is made punished. So they'll go back. PYL, you would assume, will be recalling. He has potions, he has chimes to keep up mana if he wants to stay, but he's on vision and he's very low.
Scooping back around. They ping onto him.
Yeah, he's staying in lane. That's all of his potions used. They want to continue this lane kingdom, LGD.
Just try to open up that advantage as much as they can. 9 CS lead for Imp so far. As Cool ticks over to level 6 against Dian.
May just walk up and kill him.
He actually hasn't used his potion mid yet either.
Ooh, nice block actually
Unbreakable.
from you. PYL was on point there.
Had it lined up. Meanwhile, teleport top from Little Owl to match the teleport from Banana. So in the end, the laning phase balances out. Amy, he's still not completed his recall.
I mean, the one big advantage, which we noted through the top lane, is that Xiaowao can teleport to top lane. He's able to get one extra wave in his advantage, and that's noted through the items that he's also got for himself. So in the 1v1, the Shen is great, but it's not just that. It's that they're both going to tick over to 6, and because they both use teleport, well, now one of them's actually got an ultimate that's still global and can get around the map and assist his team. Of Voidless has legitimately rushed Boots of Mobility. He is very fragile, though.
Yeah. You can see even the Cosmic Binding doing a healthy amount of damage as he pops back over into safety. Just drops some saplings to get vision and races back into his own jungle.
It's one of the fastest Christmas trees I have seen. I don't know if it's going to mean all that much. I'm not sure that rushing Boots of Mobility is the correct idea here. But when you've got a Shen that can, at a moment's notice, help you, it'll be good to have. Of course, right now he's not able to help. He's very low.
Trading with Banana. Rupture sidestepped as Banana's just demonstrating why this Cho'Gath is so strong. Amy on the invade. He's also got Mobies.
Gotta go fast.
And remember, there is no flash from Little Owl. Teleport is being used by Dian to defend this.
Should cancel. Yeah. Will deter the gank. Banana not with a lot of mana once again. It's going to be very difficult to dive a second time. And Voidless will be there this time around. But Amy is very far ahead of him just by being level 5 to 4. They'll win the 2v2 still. The risk is just diving.
The wave is crashing in, still hovering behind, on top of a ward.
And ultimately diving is too risky, not knowing where the Maokai is. You're about to have the Feast available for Banana again, though. You just have to watch his mana usage.
Very low on the cooldown, just auto-attacking to trade as much as he can. Both Avoidless and Amy are still sitting here, but Avoidless, he's doing Krugs.
He can't help if this comes to it, really, just because his health is so low.
There goes Amy. Shadow Dash, Cocoon, sidestepped. He's blocking, but Amy is taking the aggro, and the dive is deterred.
Really? Banana, get out. All right. Lots of needless focus, I'd have to say, on trying to track the top lane and just hovering around. Neither jungler farming. Rushing Boots of Mobility, it does say that you want to gank or counter gank often. You want to be where the opponent jungler is. And we already mentioned that this is really good for LGD because they've got winning lanes. And that's really what Amy's doing, just empowering them consistently. But with the Boots of Mobility Elise, to be 3-0s on the scoreline and to not have a successful gank off, that concerns me for the Elise. Maokai is still going to be a tank with one item.
He's coming back.
Does he ever leave?
3. All right, recall is completed. Looks like they might try to contest this red buff. Actually, stand united onto a Voidless to get back into the lane faster.
That was actually out of vision from LGD as well.
Oh, that's amazing.
He's going to stand united. He's going to come back into lane. He's going to clear the minions. Hasn't actually got himself a Balmy Cinder, so Cho'Gath still has tempo. That was actually just to catch a wave of minions as they crashed under the turret. That is pretty classic.
Incredible. Blue buff is passed over to Cool. Amy still hasn't recalled. Heading on over towards his bottom side of the map, which is completely respawned. Dian in the mid lane gets his Stork boots. He had his Sheen from prior, sits on a package for some time being. And like you said, Cool, he's got the life steal on that Bilgewater Cutlass.
Yeah, so he still wins the trades as long as Corki doesn't get the opportunity to all in at any moment. But with the package there, you'd still be looking at Dian and saying he's got the tempo, he's got the control. But against the blue buff of Cool, I mean, it's pretty much matched between the two. It's just that Corki can roam around the map more successfully now. I don't think he's going to be able to, though. He's probably just going to package over to the blue buff.
With the assistance of Teleport coming off of cooldown, that's even more threat. Gosh, there's so much mobility from this. Oh, it just times out.
He was waiting for red buff to end, actually, as well. No risks.
Just
no
to be
chances.
sure. Yeah.
You will stop auto-attacking this buff, and I will secure it. That's the opposite of synergy, by the way. That's not trust.
Not getting the timing. Well, isn't that synergy that he knows that it could be a possibility?
I mean, if I'm playing Twitch as AD carry in solo queue, I am not going to auto-attack the blue buff because I think they'll take it. Yes, that was an ultimate from Fury. The point I'm making is that I'm not going to auto-attack it because I don't trust them to secure that buff, and I'll end up with a blue buff. They'll tilt and AFK. Right? So waiting for the red buff to expire is a lack of confidence in one another.
So with that arrow gone, Avoidless is stepping in from behind. Look at that! The Tempered Fate onto Imp. And PYL will die before Imp's eyes to keep him safe.
Target selection from Avoidless. They knew he was coming. Bard's ult was an attempt to defuse it, but he flashes over the Tempered Fate, finds himself PYL, and no chance of survival. So very well done from Avoidless, to be perfectly honest with you. And there's one successful gank on the board for Sin Gaming that doesn't exist for LGD just yet.
Amy's going to invade right now as Banana is taking away these Krugs. Rupture to clear some of them. As the dodge zone just blocks some of these. Yeah, the red buff is being taken by Cool and Amy on the opposite side, so they are getting away at least with that camp. But the winning lanes continue for LGD. CS advantage for Banana. Maintaining control over vision for the Scuttle for Rift Herald. And in the bottom, Imp is 20 CS ahead. So things still looking good despite that gank. They're still up in gold.
So LGD have actually just continued to play game 1 out in game number 2. The slow, calm, methodical play. A lot less, I would say, hyper-scaling. There's not going to be a Tristana against a Kog'Maw this time around. It's utility bottom laners. You look towards the Corki and say, you know, realistically, I'd still constitute him as a late-game hyper carry because of the rapid-fire cannon.
Oh, no! Solo warding. He eats an auto down to half.
Fury has arrow, I think. It must have been about a second off cooldown by not throwing that. Such a fragile champion is Bard, and they choose not to all-in commit to someone. I guess it's because he has Summoners up.
Ooh, the Cocoon tags onto him. The damage is being bursted. He dashes, but a flash from Cool locks it down. They turn onto Avoidless, who's starting to get tanky, but not quite tanky enough. 300 health, but he walks away.
Yeah, thankfully just tanky enough to survive the follow-up there of Cool and Amy. No mana for Cool. If he had enough for the culling, that probably would have been the kill. Secured. There's the arrow.
Oh, the stun. Chains of Corruption. Finds Yoon. They are fighting over a ward.
Absolutely. And I do it again too. LGD still winning though through that laning phase because Amy gets one back for Team LGD.
Now 600 gold ahead as he's going to get enough mana for the cooling mid. For the cooling.
The cooling.
Okay.
PYL's flashed on.
He did. It's not deliberate. But that's what I'm going with. Oh, man. Anytime he uses that. Okay. All right, Avoidless heading back bottom. Flash from Imp. Heal. And the magical journey. But here comes Nature's Grasp.
Man.
And he passes through.
Maokai just walks into the bottom lane and destroys PYL one more time. That was both summoners used, both flashes by LGD. The magical journey gives a way out to one member of the team. But Avoidless, the Heat Seekers were targeting PYL. Yeah. He was going straight for him. Banana screams at a wall. Dion's coming up.
Oh boy. Stepping back. He's got flash, and he is safe.
Not a control ward.
But he's still kind of stepping forward a little bit.
No,
yeah,
he's still safe. He Valkyrie'd into the wall. Good thing Banana screamed at one earlier. Maybe he's got the walls in his favor.
Feral scream. He's intimidated the walls into helping him out.
Currently holding that lane hostage.
Yes.
Terrain doesn't like him.
All right, Avoidless picks up his red buff. 15 minutes into the game. 2 for 1 Suning Gaming, even in gold, but no turrets have broken. And the lane's starting to even out a little bit. Little out. He's not that far behind Banana.
The gold's equal.
Yeah, you can see Dion has actually caught up to Cool a little bit. Still, Imp is opening up an advantage over Fury.
Yeah, but see, that's the one place where the advantage, in my opinion anyway, still remains. Blue buff level 11 for Cool is going to be massive. Dion's level 10 without it, and it's up in a minute. And so their blue buff timings are a bit awkward and a bit mismatched. I usually look at the package timing will coincide with most blue buffs just because of the cooldown window of the package. So that's quite good. For the side of Suning Gaming, usually at the blue buff, LGD will make a play. He'll have a package every single time and it might diffuse that buff.
Just trying to get the two together to make sure he has control over that bottom half of the map. The Ocean Dragon which has now been started out by Suning Gaming. They know they had pushed Banana out top, but they're going to try to burn through it now. He's teleporting back to the top lane.
Yeah, so this will be a free Drake gifted over to Suning. Once again, the package timing, just using the window where Corki can zone them off through mid lane, has extra power. They've got a 2-0 Maokai as well running around on the Rift. Very dangerous man to contend with.
Chains of Corruption. Imp steps in. Cosmic
him on a
Binding
wall.
at a
Get out.
90-degree angle. Locks Fury in. Tempered Fate catches
Here
you
we go.
and the turret. Another Cosmic Binding lines it up. Glacial Fissure.
Oh.
Imp. Oh, he wants it to flash. There he goes. But Amy will die for it.
Was it worth it, Amy?
2 for 1.
I mean, Avoidless is now 3-0 as a result of that trade. He'll have a stretch down at the bottom of your screen, Amy. He's feeling okay about it.
Deanna's going top, looking to dive onto Banana. He sees this. Foss Bomb, Rupture, the two separate. Cool is going to push mid, though, as they look to trade turrets.
Yeah, I feel like it's less about getting the kill, but for no particular reason, Corki goes towards top lane to pressure and start hitting the turret when his bottom lane has just died and mid lane is being pushed in and pressured. Cool just sits mid and wins the lane.
That's the Shadow Dash. He's getting burst out here. Flashes away, but will die to Little Al in the end. Meanwhile, Cool is racing up towards that top half to try cleaning up. He's spotted out.
Yeah, I don't know if being spotted will be enough to prevent this. They're actually
The Valkyrie
going.
in. Stan United, the shield. They're just going to try to outburst this. Over the wall is Amy, and Cool dashes to safety.
Good respect, actually, by the Shen to not taunt over that wall and risk trying to connect it for the kill. At the same time, Cool. Very, very strong, honestly, on the side of LGD right now. So due respects, and an Amy wandering nearby with those boots of mobility gets up to the top lane extremely quickly. Suning Gaming are trading, however, on the opposite side of the map. Use the 3-0 Maokai to win the game, I think is the plan here.
Imp steps forward. Avoidless has to flash. As the Mobies are almost off cooldown, Imp looks for Yoon. Stand beside me to get some additional
ulti in like
assistance.
2 seconds as well.
Just didn't quite get the timing.
So unfortunate for LGD. They're just running it down the bottom lane, though. With all the pressure, this might actually just be reflected through turrets taken by LGD.
Yeah, Cool is still going top. The arrow onto PYL. He gets the Cosmic Binding.
Oh, he's dead, though.
Stunned by the Winter's Bite. They managed to lock down a kill on the other side. As Cool not broken down the top tier 1 yet. It's defended by Jian.
Yeah, in this situation, it still favors LGD, though. They've got the gold lead. They're accelerating the game if they get the top lane turret. And you know that a Lucian can 1v1 a Corki. I guess the concern is that you can't really match him in wave clear, and Corki should prevent you from getting to the turret, but they're pushing bottom. They know Ashe has no arrow, and they are constantly poking out. And slowly but surely, LGD are winning this game.
Just need to turn that advantage into something tangible, into one of those broken turrets. Cool is ready with his cool culling again. As Banana now swaps to the bottom side of the map. It's just, it comes out so easy.
If there was an Arctic Ops Lucian, it would be great.
Yeah,
the cooling
that would be
is the
super
only
cool.
time I'll give you that one.
Okay. He's defending, finally heading back towards the mid
Or
lane
if
to catch
Lucian
the
was
wave.
an air conditioning unit.
He's cool playing Lucian. It
Yeah.
doesn't get
and
much
if
better
Lucian
than
was
that.
an air conditioning unit, it would be a cooling. But it's not. He's culling them.
All right, they're trying to get a kill onto Banana here. Winter's Bite locks him down. Tempered Fate separates Yoon from the engage. They've found PYL again. The 4th death of LGD.
PYL is a one-man wrecking crew, and in the opposite way of what you would like, unfortunately for LGD. 4 deaths suffered by the Bard, and very well punished, you have to add for Suning Gaming. The Maokai always finding the correct target through laning phase, and now the rest of Suning Gaming through Fury and Yoon, through the members you want on this team to be fed, are bouncing back, and they're doing it with a vengeance. But Imp is that pain point that's always going to be pressuring them. And it's not enough for Suning Gaming to get these small kills back onto POL, because sooner or later, he'll be worth nothing if he keeps dying.
So at least they've got that going for them.
They've got a lot of things going for them. That is solace in the fact that Suning Gaming's strategy will eventually run dry.
There he goes. Cool, finishing off the blue buff. Next dragon is up in 90 seconds. No one has taken Rift Herald this game because we've just been laning and watching the junglers swap between both sides of the map. Looks like Fury is set on breaking down this bottom tier 1 with some assistance from Little Al.
Yeah, long laning phase. weird laning phase, though, to say the least. Junglers rushing boots and mobility, ganking everywhere as much as they can before laning phase breaks. We've had lane swaps from Shens that have gone to mid lane. Corkis and Lucians have decided that they're going to go top in 1v1. And now we've actually isolated and separated our top laners as
Another arrow onto PYL. 1, 5, and 2. Oh, picks up some control wards, makes his way back out of base again when he respawns. Bottom tier 1 traded for, top tier 1 though.
Cho'Gath probably wishing Bard was on the other team because he would be a big Cho'Gath right now with the way that PYL is feeding.
That would be a lot of stacks, yeah. Unbreakable, absorbs the culling. And now Suning Gaming trying to get some chip damage onto it.
They won't get it, unfortunately, but the chip is very handy to have, of course. It's not the easiest turret to take on Summoner's Rift, especially not with a Herald that doesn't exist anymore. So with that mid lane very difficult to crack, they've done the best they can for the moment. They will return to it after they kill PYL.
Of course. He's back
because
on
that's
the
only thing that is absolute, apparently, in this game.
5 out of 7 of his team's deaths. Oh,
the perfect score.
5, 7.
You didn't have to say it out loud.
Yeah, but I wanted to, all right? You got to live in the moment, Rusty. Even if it doesn't mean flashing over the wall, watching while someone else does. Live in the moment.
Amy's having a good game.
He is 3-1-0. Moby's starting to pay off. He did go for Lockett second, so he is taking a more supportive role this time around.
It looks like they'll have 2
AP.
Lockets, though, between the teams.
Another
being rushed by PYL on top of that. He's going to farm his mid-wave to get extra money.
One of these two needs Lockett a lot more than the other.
Yeah, Amy probably needs it to save PYL when he gets caught, because you can't use it when you're stunned. No, PYL does also need Lockett to save Imp and Cool, the 2 carries of the team. Having double shields on double carries when they hit mid-game will be incredibly valuable. Banana, Righteous Glory, of course, to stand in front of his team and deliver on level 13. Cho'Gath starts to ramp up in health. He'll be close to that 6-stack mark just from the minions he's consumed.
Yeah, he's only 3 levels away from 16 and that massive scaling. Cool and Dian also already at 14. So 23 minutes in, though still close to even. We're starting to see some items. We're starting to see some power points for the two as Banana's still working away at this bottom tier 1. Suning Gaming are not giving it up.
No, they are relentless in trying to hold their outer turrets, but the top one and the mid have fallen in terms of outers, and the bottom is just a stone's throw away, just a rotation of a second member perhaps beforehand. And Suning Gaming, perhaps they've just decided that instead of letting it and defending it rather, they will take one and trade.
Is there one for the LGD to trade for?
Yeah, they'll get bottom sooner or later.
Banana, he keeps working at it. He's giving up health while he is on Cho'Gath.
With a major effort towards top lane of having a Voidless come up here and reveal himself to take the turret down, Cho'Gath and Shen actually 1v1ing. Never mind. I was going to say, you can just take Amy down there. He's got boots and mobilities. He'll be all right.
Just race him down.
The concern is Baron at 23 minutes, though.
And that's what we see from Suning Gaming. They've set up vision for it. As Amy looks to be recalling right now. Banana also heading back towards the bottom lane. Adaptive Helm picked up.
Got Static Shiv and Rapid Fire Cannon, so separating the Zeal items between Fury and Dian as well. Means that the Ashe will have the wave clear, and Dian will have the poke.
And now with that extra range on Corki and the extra wave clear from Fury, they break down the mid-tier 1. Finally cracking LGD's side of the map open a little bit more. Now the next dragon to spawn is a Cloud. Not quite as much value as you would like, but it will help rotating between turrets later on.
Yeah, it'll be nice to have. Of course, Maokai, with all of his engages being on flanks with teleports that can come through from a Shen, closing distance sooner will be nice. As LGD are able to get vision throughout this time. You can see where it's gone. It's towards the enemy red buff and inside their red side jungle. Fairly shallow, but it should do enough work to see them going towards the red as it spawns. And if Suning Gaming move towards the Baron, it will also spot them there.
Just enough to keep themselves safe. So we're still seeing Suning Gaming play respectful. Excuse me, LGD play respectful.
I think they both are, honestly.
Yeah.
At this stage, it does feel like LGD have acknowledged they're behind in game number 2 and they're playing like it. But even in game number 1 when they were ahead, it was very slow, very respectful League of Legends. They don't want to die, they don't want to give up, and maybe even force a team fight against SNG. That's just how it feels. But still, with 2 Blade of the Ruined Kings, very good at taking apart a Baron.
Hawkshot will spot this out. Not to mention Fury is sitting on the blue trinket, so no chance for LGD to try sneaking it, even if it would be a good opportunity. Tempered Fate, sidestepped by Fury. It's a big cooldown.
Certainly not a ideal Tempered Fate, nor the timing of it.
I mean, he had Amy and Imp right there.
Yeah,
Think of the
duo lane
follow-up
were
crowd control.
separated, and he didn't really have full vision of them. It was more just a throwing it out to see if it hits type of Tempered Fate. The cooldown's
Just
fairly
fishing,
low.
yeah.
He'll be okay. And with Ashe, you know, knowing that the Tempered Fate's down, can step up a bit more and try and push her luck.
We've actually not seen Fury throw out his arrow too much during this mid-game. He seemed to use it in lane to pick on PYL, but I'd imagine he'd be using it more considering how squishy the team of LGD is aside from Banana.
Yeah, and they're probably going to be using it here.
There they go. Tagging onto Amy. See, all you got to do is talk about it and it happens. Easy.
Apparently, that's all you have to do. LGD losing their jungler, even with the flash available. There's no counterplay to a flash Maokai twisted advance. The Ashe Arrow even connected at the same time, seemingly expecting the ward place and run away, as Sinning Gaming are doing it again.
Flash Glacial Fissure, but Cool gets out of it.
And that's a lot of time wasted where they were looking for a second pick. That second pick would have been immediately start the Baron, and it looks like, once again, the game plan does not revolve around going for the buff. LGD will be able to get their jungler back, and they'll respawn perfectly fine here. LGD, they get off lucky.
Sinning Gaming looking for the pick instead, trying to go for that one extra inch, that one step too far. And that means that LGD are able to keep themselves in. And now they're the ones who are trying to fight. PYL, they're turning around. Cool is damaging Fury in the back, but he's slowed. PYL is dead as Imp turns in. Somehow Fury has fallen, and now they're killing Dion as well. Those are the two damage dealers. PYL for 2. Amy's
Still
chasing
going.
onto a Voidless, but he's going to waste a lot of time here.
Yeah, a Voidless might eventually die, and you'd imagine that with a Voidless dead, they could do the Baron. Maybe.
Cocoon, knock up. He's big and tanky. Finally, he's dead. 4 members versus 2. It's Little Al and Yoon.
And there are so many wards on the way there that I'm pretty confident Sinning Gaming will know exactly where LGD are. But we already mentioned this. 2 Blade of the Ruined King users on the side of LGD. They will absolutely dismantle Baron buff, and he'll be removed off the face of the planet. No contest.
28 minutes in, LGD have the opportunity to break this game open by taking the secondary fight, reacting to PYL's pick.
And amusingly, PYL is the person who kicks this off by being caught. As Banana
gosh.
just waltzes on in, uses his Righteous Glory, presses his R button, and feasts on some carries of Sinning. And there you go. A Voidless takes PYL's magical journey that he never got into because he passed away, unfortunately, a little bit too soon. Will end up being his own death here. Try as best he can. He's not going to survive and get through this, so he just tries to trade in the end. Won't get it.
And now this is LGD in the game. The Flash Feast from Banana finding the kill onto Fury, enabling this play to happen. And I was about to say, you know, perhaps this is LGD reacting to the propensity for Sinning Gaming to look for a pick on PYL, but they just reacted to the fact that they were all there.
Well, that's all Sinning Gaming have been doing, is looking for picks. They've barely forced an objective that doesn't involve throwing an Ashe Arrow, having a Maokai stand in a bush first. Now they've also got Braum, Ultimate, Shen, Taunt if they start to group up as 5, and that's a crazy amount of pick. But I feel like that pick is just matched equally across on the other side of LGD, and being cognizant of what Sinning Gaming want to do constantly. They're able to play up now. They're able to start pressuring with that Baron buff because they've also got the pick composition they're able to utilize finally.
They're starting to get some damage onto this tier 2 down here.
I think PYL has a locket now as well. That would have saved him in the last fight, and it was very close to... I'm actually going to say he had the money as he died. He's never got a chance to shop.
Ah, yes. And they're continuing to push this wave after wave. Banana is trying to deal with Little Al in the mid lane to get multiple lanes of threat.
Maokai is such a pain.
Just automatic bush control with those saplings. They step in, Imp chunked down to half, Chains of Corruption. He's chunked even lower now. Quicksilver Sash, but a Tempered Fate stalls this out. Chains of Corruption.
Maokai's ulted.
Nature's Grasp onto Cool and Amy.
Almost an attempt to disengage ultimate there, really, from a Voidless. So the turret goes down. Imp used his QSS, expecting it to hit him as Banana. Back it up.
He's big, but he's not that big. Not yet.
Ah, the recall bait.
Only 7 stacks.
They would never fall for that.
All right, next dragon is going to be another Cloud. LGD takes Scuttle and are happy to claim it on the way out.
Yeah, this is the extra objective. This is just the cherry on top for LGD. Someone needs to help Amy take it. And so they will secure themselves the Cloud Drake. The bottom lane turret, they had the Baron buff through all this time. And you can see the power play on the top right of your screen. It isn't substantial, but nothing that LGD has done in this series has been moving at all. It's been slow, it's been patient.
Well, they've been moving towards victory, once again, to return to the phrase earlier, quite glacially.
Yeah, 4 of the team has been moving towards victory very seamlessly.
With the exception of
I'm not saying that, no.
2/3 of their deaths.
It's actually got a QSS. I like that. Locket rushed, not ideal when you don't stack health anymore. Locket got changed, so the amount, I believe, scales with your health. But he needs it to get through all the burst that's coming out of the Suning Gaming roster and to give that to his allies. But because they already had a Locket, there's a chance that he could have alternated his build-up, went for the redemption route if he really chose, maybe something different there. But the QSS is great because it means that PYL is still able to play up, able to be a frontliner, and Ash Arrows are a lot of the engage that's coming out of the Suning roster. Now Fury has one less target to connect on, and he was an easy target before this.
Yeah.
Right now, Cool is probably the easiest target. He's gone for a BF sword as the makings of his 4th item.
Bloodthirster, Guardian Angel.
It can be Mercurials, but
yeah,
he didn't go for the QSS portion, which is the big point. He has a Doran's Blade that is sitting there. Could very easily become that.
Amy clearing vision on the side. Spots out Yoon as he tosses a Winter's Bite to try to slow someone down. The minion wave crashes in as Baron falls off. And Suning Gaming have defended, losing only 1 turret, but Banana is starting to become a real nuisance.
You doing, Banana?
PYL's got Tempered Fate, and the rest of the team was there. Yoon, he walks in. That's a face check, but it turns into a face fight. And now Imp, he's firing across, trying to get some damage, but he can't get in quite yet. Glacial Fissure, that's going to be the snare. Onto Cool, onto PYL. They're both in the back, continuing to shoot, and the front line is stronger for LGD. The knock-up, it's 3 kills.
The front line is stronger. The back line is also stronger for the side of LGD, and they do give themselves a team fight. By equalizing the kills, they give themselves extra map control, but unfortunately for LGD, there's no Baron to take. Mid lane, you can push, you maybe get the inner here, and you should get the inner. I don't think the Fury can contest this by himself, but then they have to recall. They have to deal with the bottom wave. They have to set up again. In fact, they are going to continue forwards here. 25 seconds on Dion, it's possible.
They're moving in. Fury and Yoon, the duo, going up against 4 members of LGD. They decide to play it safe and back away from the inhibitor. They don't want to risk giving away anything more. It's broken down by LGD 33 minutes in. Hey, that is a, what is that, 25-minute better time?
Improvement?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a marked improvement from the roster of LGD. Oh, don't do it. All right, good. We get to see the replay. Yoon actually gets cocooned as he presses Q, and so this is very much in a where we are engaging. Suning safe. Yoon gets ulted by Shen, which is unfortunate because that could have been used onto Dion right there, and things may have differed here. POL able to still be relevant. Banana doesn't take damage, and Imp and Cool completely uncontested in their damage output. The Bard ultimate was fantastic to kick that off.
Just locking down the team of Suning Gaming long enough to allow Cool and Imp to get their positioning, to chase it down and kill those carries. Now it's 10-10, but a 4,000 gold lead for LGD. Parents back up in 60 seconds, and Elder Dragon is the next in this game as PYL's small army of Meeps will now be following him. He's imitating Elise as best he can.
There's all of the Meeps and the Spiderlings running around in this game.
But with that super minion wave pushing in, LGD are free to push in 2 different ones. Tempered Fate dodge for the Valkyrie. Amy gets the cocoon. Immediate cleanse. PYL is in. It might be too far. He's stunned. He's snared. He's arrowed again. And finally, it's a fight on 2 fronts. Teleport into the back. Somehow PYL has survived as a Voidless is dead. Xiao Al with Stand United just coming off of cooldown now could not save the Maokai.
And the 2 lockets, I believe, are what keep PYL alive. That looked like a very risky magical journey to take, but luckily for LGD, it pays off. And now they control mid lane because the supers are pushing. Bottom wave is pushing for LGD. They've got side wave control in game number 2, Dom. and they've kicked off the Baron.
Yeah, it's 4 versus 5 right now. PYL's in the back. Imp is tagged by a slow.
Fury's
As
knocked
a
up.
knock-up finds Fury. They're just getting some damage, kiting around, trying to reposition, dashing in and away. Flash Cocoon. Not going to find anyone.
And LGD will reset. They might actually start the Baron again just because they can sustain for the most part through it. Amy can't, but Banana will.
Yoon
Sinning
steps
Gaming
back
are forced
up.
back again.
Yeah, still no sign of a Voidless. He's respawning now as
I don't
Yoon
like
steps
this for
forward onto
LGD.
Imp, and he's left all alone. PYL can't protect him. They focus onto the Baron. It's picked up and locked down by LGD, but they will sacrifice Amy and PYL and Banana.
Imp.
And Imp, but he gets one in return.
He does get it. So they survive with a Baron buff, I believe, onto Just Cool.
Yep.
He's going to go back to base, and he's going to clear top wave. Dion, he might get a blue. I don't think he'll be able to push this towards a top wave at the same time. Oh, yeah, simultaneous camping. That's what I'm talking about. But they also need to recall and deal with the bottom wave. And that's where LGD having the side wave control helps them.
Oh,
As-
the arrow
boy.
from Fury. Oh, he dashes in. He almost answers back and kills Fury, but you can see it. Even he was like, I knew they were there. I knew it was happening.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He has cleanse. I was wondering where the QSS part came from. So he has a pretty quick
yes.
trigger finger there, actually, on getting the cleanse and almost trades. But that was cheesy. That was very cheesy, but it was the correct type of cheese. It was tasty.
Was that Gouda or was that
It was cool
Munster?
cheese.
Ah, yes.
It actually might give them this Elder completely uncontested. You'll have Bard and Elise come over. I think if they want, they can throw the Elise at the pit and try and risk one member of the team.
PYL's there with the Tempered Fate, and they are all stacked up. Dion has got his package.
I just don't like this. It'd be a Bard ult straight away. It's actually reset.
It's resetting a little bit. Amy's still right there. Oh, the
Oh,
magic
no.
journey. Go, Amy,
Oh,
go.
no.
Get in there. Go for it.
If he keeps the explosive plant alive, he can actually get out with a repel, but he doesn't choose to go in.
Decides not to.
You know you want it.
PYL goading him along like, yes, do it. Balance out my KDA.
Make me look better. Not the case.
Yeah, but that is Elder Dragon picked up by Suning Gaming. They're doing 135 true damage because they do have the Ocean and Cloud from prior. And the Baron buff was taken off of Cool as well. So in the end, Suning Gaming are the ones who find themselves on the map with an advantage.
Yeah, the gold's still with LGD. Of course, they've got themselves a very big AD carry to deal with. But Fury's also quite large himself. Now 627 has been putting in work and is reaping the rewards of what a Voidless has been able to gift him through early ganks, setting up the laning phase. And now we put ourselves into a fairly open battlefield where one team has Elder, the other is stuck defending against it. And the only thing you get from this Elder is kill threat with team fighting, and they're not going to be able to siege against LGD's team composition unless the pick comes out before that. Cool, no cleanse, can be preyed upon. No flash either.
Unless he goes for some sort of massive outplay, it will be pretty easy to kill him if they manage to lock him down. Big items completed from both Suning Gaming and LGD. Triforce, IE, Static Shiv, and Rapid Fire Cannon for Dion. Matched just about by Fury. He swapped out his Triforce for the Mortal Reminder to prevent Banana from getting that health back. Meanwhile, Little Al, he's split pushing in a side lane. Up to 10 stacks on Banana.
All you get now is a lot of extra wave clear as well from tanks with the Elder Drake, so they do start to control side waves. It's a weird thing, but like 1-3-1s with tanks with an Elder buff work quite well. Putting Shen into the side lane, there's always going to be a kill threat when a Cho'Gath is staring you down and has Feast. And he's trying to clear waves before Suning Gaming can get in here and finish off the turret, but they don't really care about your waves.
There's the culling for some damage, but they're just moving backward and forward. Rapid Fire
Dion's
Cannon
just going to walk in and pop
breaks it down.
I believe he has Warlord's Bloodlust, so there's yet to see life still come about. There you go.
There he goes.
And he'll be perfectly fine.
And now, no big objectives, as the Elder Dragon buff is going to be wearing off for Suning Gaming. Elder and Baron will be coming up at about the same time.
And would you believe it, we're 40 minutes in and the gold is equal between LGD and Suning Gaming.
Ah, we are still here.
I, for one, am shocked.
Who would have seen it coming?
Nobody could have seen this coming.
Rusty,
9 out of
careful
10
there.
scientists believe this is fake.
Your sarcasm is showing.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm the least sarcastic member of this team. Raz is by far more. He said it. I'm quoting him, all right?
But does that make it true?
Of course not. No.
Oh boy. All right, Elder Dragon has worn off. LGD now push back towards Suning Gaming, trying to reclaim control and perhaps break down the inhibitor that they broke earlier.
You know what? If you ask Raz, Grasp of the Undying, Doran's Blade, Aurelian Soul is the best champion.
Oh,
knockout.
Tempered Fate, but the Rupture. They don't quite layer the CC correctly.
This could be bad
Chain
for
of
LGD.
Corruption onto Fury, but the Nature's Grasp separates the fight. Amy absorbs the snare. Another Rupture doesn't find anyone. They're forcing down this inhib. Yoon steps forward, but Little Ali's breaking down a tier 2.
Alive.
Oh, Cocoon is cleansed. Another Rupture. Zones them away. It's broken.
They get it. So now they can back away unless Suning Gaming have some kind of follow-up engage, which they should not. Chasing a Bard is very unrealistic to try and find anything. No Ash Arrow to secure it. And so they just back away. This is really good for LGD because they're able to defend bottom lane. Shen has actually ulted in to find Banana.
Yeah, he's been separated from the
here?
team. Rupture, just
Oh,
going
boy.
to lead them on a chase for a while. That buys some time for Imp to clear a minion
This
wave.
is tragic. He wants to die. He doesn't want to be left alive for too long.
Give a kill.
It lets them clear bottom wave. What was Banana doing there?
I don't know.
How did you get there? I mean, there's a barrier. You know what? His death timing was great. If I was sitting gaming, I wouldn't have touched him. I would just let it go. He's got like a 60-second death timer. Baron's up in 1 minute. So you
Yeah.
prolong his death, move over to the Baron and take it. But he dies early, so he has teleport. He'll be able to get to the pit. Just means that LGD are trying to effectively 4v5 ward and control the area. So Suning Gaming should be able to move as a team and clear out LGD's vision if they decide to do that. They should.
That implies that there's some
Avoid
choice
this recall.
to them. Yeah.
Corki's top lane is recalling. And so Suning Gaming's decision is we will enter the Raptor pit. That's as far as I'm willing to go.
Wait for the Baron to spawn.
That just
then
hurts my
face
soul.
check.
You know? 3 control wards are set in that pit, and there should only be 1 alive. I wouldn't have gone into the pit.
They've got the package on Dian, and Stan United is on cooldown for Little Al, but he does have teleport ready. So now they're going to start stepping forward. They push the wave and split.
It is a super minion wave that pushes mid lane, so LGD, whilst they can clear it, they can also choose to ignore it for the most part when their supers start to push in just as the lanes crash and as the waves meet each other in the middle. The onus is on Sunin to clear that wave, to set that wave up, or they can't stretch and reach out towards the Baron area. We've hit the level 18 mark, actually, for most members of the team. Not quite full items, though.
Just give it another few minutes, Rusty. We'll get
Oh,
there.
I've got another 25.
Still in the tank. Next set of presence on the map. Matched between the two in this mid lane.
I'm just trying to break the Guinness World Records, you know?
They've got a ways to go if they want to do that.
Well, if we get to 60-something again, and Suning Gaming win, we go to a Game 3, I think they're well on the way for the longest best of 3 I've ever witnessed.
Oh, yeah. Not to mention the very long pause that we had in game number 1. Just an endurance day. The LPL is a marathon.
The body's a temple.
It's also good for the colon, as we learned earlier. As Fury, cleanses away, despite not being hit by the Rupture. Cosmic Binding on the tanks prevents them from engaging, but they're still thinking about it.
Yeah, that cleanse could hurt. Banana doesn't have a lot of health missing, and he should be okay as well. The Tempered Fate's gone, and so the outplay that can come from the Bard starts to wane and is a little bit more missing. And Suning Gaming then get the inside track towards the Baron pit. LGD have to use the mid wave, clear the wave, and use the middle lane as their pivot point. And they have to control the damn side lanes, because Suning Gaming have just started off the Baron, and there's the teleport.
Yeah, Nature's Grasp prevents them from walking straight forward. They finish off the Baron, but Banana has joined the fight. Glacial Fissure, Chains of Corruption, that's onto a Voidless. He flashes back. It's tank versus tank, while the backlines try to shred through them. Perhaps this pre-fight could lead to a secondary fight, as PYL flash Cosmic Bindings, and is not able to find anyone. Little Al takes his blast gun over the wall. Fury and Dian in the brush, getting damage.
LGD need to back it up, and they need to respect the fact that Suning Gaming will turn it around on them.
Arrow onto
Cool
Banana.
has cleanse. He should have taken that.
That's the Cosmic Binding. They found Cool. There's the cleanse. Now the follow-up. Stan United gets him in, and LGD are splitting. Rupture denies too much chase.
The split looks correct. I don't think that they can actually follow this one up. They're trying to push with the minion waves, knowing that LGD have to recall. This could be correct. It might be an inhibitor.
They're continuing to push in.
Whoa!
Tian looking for the kill. Flash from Imp keeps him alive, but Banana is slowed, making his way back to the fountain. The inhibitor crumbles, and Sunin Gaming are still in this game.
Immediate use of the Baron buff to get the inhibitor. They'll answer mid-wave at the perfect timing. And LGD on the back foot for quite a while. With how efficient that inhibitor went down, there is a lot of Baron buff remaining.
There certainly is.
There's a lot of League of Legends remaining.
And 4,000 gold lead for Sunin Gaming. The pendulum swings back. While Super Minions continue to stream down the mid lane into a Baron buff, it's going to be a lot easier to catch
Crit.
those.
That's a lot of items. So we are at full builds now, I believe, for the most part. We're hitting that stage. Corki at late game doing all the magic damage. We've got Ashe doing all the physical damage, and they've got their 2 big carries set up with 3 tanks to empower them. When you contrast that to LGD, it's really just 1 big tank and a Lee Sin Bard, hard to execute for the most part, champions in the late game, trying to do some work. And that really just comes down to LGD needing to be better individual players and hitting Tempered Fates.
PYL with another miss. He takes a swing, doesn't find it.
It's good that he's swinging. I want to prevent the Baron buff from being used whilst they've got the top wave pushed out. It's starting to build up though. And Elder is up in 48 seconds.
It's a very large objective for Sunin Gaming. They've already got 2 elementals. A third would be an Elder Dragon on top of that
and
would
Banana
be phenomenal.
has no teleport, so they can't send a Cho'Gath to go top wave and clear the minions. They've sent Cool up there because he'll clear it far quicker than that of the Cho'Gath. But it's going to take him so long to get there.
Yeah, Cool is still doing a great job right now. He's 0-1-9 this game after a 67-minute game. And even Imp at 2-1-9. The carries are putting in the work for LGD.
It's the auxiliaries. Amy had a fine start of the game as well. Banana's not playing poorly by any means. I wouldn't say individual performances is what's losing LGD this game, besides the unfortunate performance so far of PYL.
Ooh,
We
Banana.
already know that.
He eats a Shadow Dash and an arrow. The crowd control. He is locked down, and it's still taking this long. The redemption about to drop onto him. He turns. He's healed up. He's still alive. Finally, he's dead, but LGD have joined the fight. Imp is caught by Nature's Grasp, and now he takes the journey through as Stand United keeps Fury alive.
He actually wanted someone to attach to him so that, like, if Maokai uses a Twisted Advance, then he goes through the journey and brings him over with him. Might have generated a pick, but Sunin Gaming steadfast in their decision-making. They get the pick they're after. Cool, still on the top side of the map, so very easy to get. No team fight really to ensue afterwards. They tried to save Banana, but not a chance.
Not quite able to against 5 members of Sunin Gaming in the Death Brush. They take the Elder, they've got the Ocean, so they don't need to go back to base, and it's 6 items. Who needs items at this point? And now they will push right back in. They don't have Baron anymore to empower the minions, so Imp can clear them quite easily along with Cool.
So PYL's item build, I'm just going to bring it back to him for a sec.
Okay.
The QSS, we said it was okay, but he's gone towards the Twin Ghosts. You know what? Cool, you do you. He's gone for the Twin Ghosts and the Ruby Sightstone. You know what? Never mind. Bard's ulted.
Oh, the cocoon too soon. Fury is low, and he is dead, but they still managed to follow up. And now Cool has joined the fight.
LGD.
He's chasing down the tanks. He's got the kill onto a Voidless. He's got the kill onto Little L. Banana on respawn, racing out of the base. Oh, the feast to lock it down, and just like that, victory in their grasp is slipping away.
Dion's the last hope of Sunin Gaming right now. You'd have to imagine if the minions push through with how long Sunin are dead. It's going to be game over. Banana's even yelling at his own AD carry saying, good job. 1v1 in the bottom lane.
1v1. He dashes back, but Dion's got the initial burst of damage. Culling is not quite enough to scare him away. Down to half. PYL cancels his recall.
Dion has to kill him right now before these minions die.
It's a race. He's burning through. The minions are now crashing in the next wave. He Valks. Redemption on top, but there's no minion wave for LGD. It's only just now catching up. So they're slower. They're behind Dion.
He's actually winning the race 1v4 right now, but as these minions crash, it should be game over.
Cancels his recall to bait Cool in. They're in melee range. The Frost Bomb. Cool solo kills as LGD finish off the turrets. It flashes for style points, and LGD will take the win 2-0 over Sunin Gaming.
It was a 2-0, that's absolutely correct, but it felt like we went to game 5 in this best of 3 series. It was a marathon. And LGD come out with the 2-0. 50 minutes, they managed to get in before 50 minutes.
They did, yes. Breaking it down.
They saved my achy breaky heart.
Locking themselves up that 4th place spot. quite comfortably now as they're able to put even more distance between themselves and Sunin Gaming and JD just behind them.
I mean, it was a solid performance from them. It was a very different style of LGD to what I'm used to seeing. Imp still had that individual flair. I mean, POL had a lot of flair in one way or another.
And with that, they shake hands and take a deep bow, but even you can see that this was a serious game for them. Perhaps returning back to the turning over a new leaf that we mentioned for LGD, returning to that discipline that they were trying to achieve in early summer split.
Remember when Frostgurin first said she was coming to Australia, she did it indirectly and turned her Twitter picture upside down? I would imagine after a series like this, that's exactly how tilted she feels for LGD, even though they got the victory. She's full Australian Frost.
Or just take the profile picture and tilt it by 45 degrees. Maybe not the full upside down.
I'm happy to go the full 180.
Okay, yeah. Or even better, just leave it completely upright, a 360 degrees of tilt. Looping back
that
around
makes
in the
no
beginning.
sense, Dom. It's not tilted at all if it's upright. Like,
Well,
that's just a circle.
She's already, because you've tilted
You know
so
what?
far,
Nope.
you come back
Nope.
to the beginning.
Nope. Ignoring that. Nope. Moving on.
We've been on the desk for a good 2.5 hours at this point, and the conversation seems to have reached an end. Luckily, though,
3.
we've got a third voice to help provide some insight, some clarity into the pendulum swings that we saw. How would you put your profile picture for how tilted you are?
This is an absolute disaster, and it's still cleaner than that game.
I mean, he just said that upright was tilted. Right?
So there's always a thing where, at the end of the day, LGD won. This was a hyper important series for them. Suning and LGD, this is about who's going to take that 4th place spot. And LGD, they retain it. Yes, we're only in week 8, but we're at the very end of week 8. So there's 2 weeks left of this really intense, very tight race. So super important victory for LGD. That said, good job. Pat on the back. Now to the other side of this. Like there's a little voice in the back of my head that's like, be nice.
Little voice, yes.
Be nice.
And it's
this
about
is
to be
fine.
drowned out by what's coming next.
Oh my.
All right.
But cut the tape there.
Frost.
She starts talking.
Break it down.
I was actually blinded by this game. It just came way too quick and fast. PYL was like 1-6 for a portion of that. He's like, I need a QSS. And Rusty's there on cast, like, trying to justify it. I'm like, there's really no justification here. He's 1-6. Like,
Oh, man. You were joking earlier about the fact that he might actually int this game, and then he did.
that
boy.
was rough. On the bright side, because we're going to continue the bright side.
Yeah, this is the bright side right there.
Boom!
The Tempered Fate.
That was the QSS all right there. Just allowed him to do that.
I mean, he did hit Tempered Fates. It's unfortunate that it was 1-6, right? And maybe we can't justify the QSS other than he gets hit by every Ash arrow because he's in the front line as Bard, but he still hit the Tempered Fates in team fights.
Well, why did that have to happen so late? Like, the thing is LG do that, and you're like, oh, that's beautiful. Like, oh, that feels so good on my eyes and my elo, and I'm really happy with my team, and I'm ready to get my LGD gear out. But the fact that only happened once in like a 2.5-hour series, that's what hurts. That hurt my soul.
And the funniest thing is, all of the replays are going to be highlighting that one moment in particular, not the 2 hours and 20 minutes outside of that.
This will be a series we gloss over, but someone who should feel good after this series, I believe he went deathless in game number 1 and only died 1 time in game number 2, and that is Imp.
Yeah, he had an absolute cracker of a series. As the one individual member of LGD, he was actually just huge.
It's going to be that guy that's like, hey guys, remember that fight against Suning Gaming? Everyone's like, no, we don't remember that game. He's like, oh, but that went really well. He's got a completely different lens on this game.
Oh, yeah. Getting to go that long to finally close out the series. LGD, they struggled. They're trying something new. At the very least, they've got that going for them.
They also fixed their problems. I said that game number 1, huge problem is that no one had any sort of hard engage. This time, they're like, you get engaged, you got engaged. Everyone's flying at each other. That didn't fix the problem. It made it a little bit better, but...
Yep, it was kind of there was engages. There was a lot more kills in this game. It wasn't so back and forth, and I guess the reason that it ended a lot sooner is because they were able to do that. They were able to actually find the fights, and I think the Bard was, as a pick, a good way to shore up the weaknesses of LGD. Even like the Thresh was not so much able to hit hooks in game number 1 consistently. Bard's range is a lot further than that of the Thresh hook, and gives them an extra avenue in, so they're able to use it sometimes.
And hilariously, we really only have 2 Bard players in the LPL. It's Megan and PYL. When you look at Bard's stats, because I was doing some deep diving on Bard, he's actually one of the big counters to Kog'Maw in the LPL. Most of the time, in fact, out of 90% of the games that Bard has played, it's usually into a Kog'Maw, except for PYL and Megan, who are just like, let's do it.
Outliers, just dropping the Tempered Fates onto as many people that they could. Imp, he got some practice that game against moving targets, so he was able to eventually land a few of the hits that he needed to. But still, we saw some good movements from Suning Gaming over the course of that match as well. The fact that they were trying to take a more proactive role and swing back.
Suning have a great early game. I was actually very impressed with it both games that series. They were grabbing leads. Avoidless did very well. Hacker did very well. Just trying to, roll that. It's like a big snowball, but it's not going downhill, it's going uphill, and eventually it just gets really heavy and rolls back on top of them and smashes them. That was pretty much what happened that game. But credit where credit is due, strong early game. Maybe not so much on mid late.
It was good, and the Maokai targeting, I know Boots of Mobility doesn't feel all that standard for a Maokai. It's just super risky to go for that, especially when you've got losing lanes in mid and top and they're pressuring you in the jungle, right? So whilst he might have been able to get exposed, he went to the one place where the kill threats were. Mechanically was very good from Avoid This as well, target selection, and a lot of PYL's early deaths were actually just Maokai focusing him when he assumed that they were going to focus him.
And it totally makes sense to target PYL. He's the shot caller, he's the captain. If you can slow that guy down and, literally keep him in the graveyard, then that's less time that he's on the map manipulating all of LGD. So I actually think it's a pretty stable strategy. They moved away from Camp Cool to Camp PYL, and I'm pretty much on both boards there. I do want to point out, though, that Cool went absolutely Super Saiyan in the very end of that game. He was like, no, not like this. We are winning this series. I am done playing.
Oh, yeah. I think the scariest thing was like, okay, Cool and PYL are both going back to deal with this. No, PYL staying. All right, that's not risky at all.
It's probably Cool just saying that he can deal with it 1v1. Yeah. He knows he can 1v1 him, and you know what? He absolutely did. So confidence play and shows up correct.
This comes back to the trust that you were talking about a little bit earlier for LGD, that perhaps they are putting some more trust in Cool because he is able to make these plays.
Okay. Maybe. We'll see. I hope so. That said, LGD cannot afford to ever play like this ever again. That is not acceptable. They are going into playoffs, and if they play like this in playoffs, goodbye in the very first round. And they are barely going to scrape into 4th place spot, which means they'll have to play 5 best-of-5s if they want to punch their ticket to Worlds. So this was your one-off. You had it. Now fix this.
Yeah, to put it simply, you play against WE. If you make it to the semifinals and you take it to 50 minutes, WE wins every single time. LGD are not a better team fighting team. You play against RNG and your early game's that messy and RNG gets the lead, the game is completely over. RNG walk away with it. And that's where you look at this. And we did say at the start of this set, LGD, they're fighting for 4th place alongside Suning. And Suning Gaming have gotten progressively better throughout the split. I still don't think this game was by any means a bad showing from them until you hit the mid and late game stages. But both teams started to mess up a lot there. The early game from LGD still wasn't convincing to me. The late game still wasn't convincing to me. And we do have higher expectations from a team like LGD, so it's unfortunate.
That's absolutely it. Suning, it's almost not acceptable, but we're fine with this. It's like you're still growing, you can still see some of the good parts, but LGD, they have just plateaued. And I don't even know if we're going up. I think we're actually going down. We've seen much better performances from this team. And again, it's week 8. It's the last day of week 8. You are running out of time and running out of excuses. So,
not to mention they only had a single best-of-3 to prepare for this week. They've got 4 more games to go through, 2 weeks of play left.
Color me shocked. They have a pretty easy best-of-3, and LGD look a bit surprised and unprepared for it. Weird.
Funny how that works out. Alrighty, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. We've got OMG versus Newbie for our final game of the day. Pulse is taking over for that one. We'll be back soon.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the LPL for our final series of the week, and it will be between Newbie and OMG. And what's up? It's your boy Pulse coming in to anchor the desk for this final game. I brought along Raz with me as well. We were hiding in the back. We were kept in our box, and then we popped out ready for this game. How are you feeling, Raz?
I'm feeling good, feeling rejuvenated, refreshed. I know the last couple games were pretty long. I know. All right. I was the one sleeping in the back, all right? I was just biding my time like Goku in that kind of small green machine, just ready to pop out at Frieza.
Right.
That's me.
That's what we
That's what's
fair
happening.
enough.
That's
yeah,
what I'm going with
I'm
it.
just tired then.
That works too. That's absolutely fine. Let's kick off this conversation about talking about stakes, because coming into this game, at the start of the week when we were not the type of meat, Raz, but like what is actually on the line for these two teams. Because we came into this week and we were like, okay, well this could actually be a battle over first. This could be who is actually the king in the north. However, what happened? One team lost to JD Gaming.
We were all so certain that Newbie was going to walk past Jingdong Gaming, and that was just going to be it. It would be a quick 2-0 victory. Yep. That was not the case. Newbie just went past them and fell pretty abruptly. So for them, it's more so that they are stuck in third place currently, and if they take this win, you have a very close run at first and second among the group, with RNG currently leading the pack.
It's interesting as well because JD played again and didn't look all that crash hot, right? Like against the top teams of RNG, still get exposed. However, we sit here and we look at the full roster of Nubian and wonder why they weren't performing well.
Yep, there will be Sky, Swift, Coco, LWX, and Crisp in the bottom lane.
That's the thing. It is the full roster, right? They're starting with the A team, so to speak. I would maybe look towards top lane and say that's interchangeable for A team, but so far, Sky has been the better performer.
On the opposite side, we'll be facing down OMG with their A team as well. Xiang, Zirko, Icon, SMLZ, and 5. We just haven't seen World 6 ever since he had that brief stint a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, so it's just been Zirko. He's coming in and performing quite well for himself. But speaking of performing well, their last set wasn't a positive look towards them. They lost in a 3-game series up against Invictus Gaming. Now, Invictus Gaming looked incredibly good at that point, but just something to look forward to is specifically Xiang, because the top lane matchup for me is going to be interesting, because in that set, Xiang went a full 3 games of playing Camille. He did incredibly well in game 1, but in game 3 he had a lot of problems, and so I want to be able to see if they do look to focus on the top side of the map, as they at least tried to do in that set, and if that works properly for them.
I mean, I admire the idea from OMG having a carry in the top lane, but we're in the tank meta as well. Xiang's a tank player. I feel like there's absolutely no need to force these crazy strategies. Give him a Maokai, and he'll still be able to carry. It's what we say about Jingdong with Kabe and playing Maokai. Duke with IG and playing Maokai. Like, these guys can still carry while being tanks, and Xiang is no exception to that rule. Sky will be a carry. You know that's probably going to happen as a 1v1.
That's true. And honestly, 3 champions I do not expect to see on the Summoner's Rift, because it should just get outright banned, is Rumble, Maokai, and Kog'Maw. Newbie had a very tough time, and the last set they had against Jingdong was just dictated by Maokai and Kog'Maw. OMG was just going up against Rumble time and time again, and they found themselves going up against a brick wall.
Yeah, it's just these constant losing matchups that they were drafting for themselves, and that was just a major problem in that series. You know, they never really got a draft where it's like, we're winning more than 2 lanes, and we can actually just push this one out and win in the early game.
And I will say, though, that relevant to the draft, Kog'Maw, whilst you don't expect to see it, the blue side won't be banning it. The red side will be banning it, because both of these teams are Kog mains. They will, without hesitation, pick the Kog'Maw for themselves. Yes. LWX and SMLZ, that's right up their alley. And then you've got Rakan for the support role as well. Like, you could almost map out champions for these teams, except for top lane, and say they'll play the same thing. And like, it's all going to be contested across the Rift.
Yeah, specifically top lane, I would say the ones that have been coming through quite consistently would be Jarvan and Rumble. Not so much for Xiang. In fact, I would look to expect a Maokai for Xiang, because that's a pick that he was known for quite heavily. And so something that he might want to revisit.
Yeah, and they've shown they can flex Cho'Gath as well to the mid lane. I'm sure they can flex it to jungle if they need to. MLXG's been playing it to a great degree of success, and that'll be another champion that Xiang will be able to pick up for himself and utilize those flex picks, because OMG are entirely capable of doing that.
There's also some very hype matchups as well in terms of just the players that are coming into this one. You look at the mid lane as well, and I feel like I say this every time, it's like Icon and X, but still it's Icon versus Coco, which is still going to be a very fun matchup.
Yeah, I'm going to be a big fan of this one, because both of them would love themselves some high impact, early, strong matchups. Not so much Icon recently, but if he can get himself a proper matchup in the Cassiopeia, for example, then we might see something good.
All right, Rusty, what were your tips?
I tipped OMG on the assumption that Newbie won't be full power in this
there we
set.
go.
All right, fair enough. We'll see if that is correct. We'll catch you after the game, Rusty, as we get into Champion Select here. Newbie and OMG. Newbie will take away the Elisa, kick us off against Giaco, and Jace towards Coco. So pretty much permanent banned against him nowadays.
Yeah, there are a few teams, in fact, only one of the teams that you have to take Jace away from, and it is Coco. He's had such a large amount of success throughout the season with it. So take it away from him. He always gets that free win when he does have it.
Yep, just not worth giving it to him in the same way that you just don't give Kassadin to Fen Fen. Newbie will also take away a Maokai here. That will be a target ban against both Shirko and Xiang and Galio as well.
Yeah, there's one champion I'm looking towards, Kog'Maw. We saw the Maokai band, we saw the Rumble band out here. Now it just has to be the Kog'Maw. Otherwise, I do expect a first pick Kog.
Yep, most likely. However, final ban could be the Kog'Maw on red side, though it was also Rumble as well. Xiang was having massive issues against that champion last series that they played against IG, so just took it away entirely. So there is still a chance for him to bring out his Camille, which he has been going towards quite a lot recently. And Thresh will be the final ban.
All right, Thresh is a good one. Chris has had some solid play, but with that being said, Kog'Maw left open. Kog'Maw got picked up.
Yep, as expected, OMG back into them. Instant lock of Cho'Gath. And Gragas as well, so just building up this front line to kick us off.
Yeah, and we don't know where that Cho'Gath is going towards. Rusty alluded to that Icon did play it once upon a time. So even though the Gragas is going to be more than likely going in towards the jungle, Cho'Gath, well known for being a tri-flex pick.
That is true. Newbie probably just looking to build up around this Kog'Maw pick. Now there's plenty left available for them, including the Lulu, which has often been the go-to support for Kog'Maw. And now Coco as well will be picking for his team.
Ooh. See, now this is where most teams would go towards protection in the top side of the map, or at least have done so, like a Shen. But you don't want to blind pick a Shen, because that would be a really tough time within the lane, not knowing what you're going up against. Gnar is the assumption that you're going up against Cho'Gath. Might not be the case, so there's going to take a little bit more time. You have 3 more seconds.
Yeah, it's like half blind as a pick here, honestly, but the Gnar will be locked in. Gnar originally came back into the meta as a counter to Renekton, but is also good into the Cho'Gath. We just don't know if it is Cho'Gath going top, since Icon was the first player to bring Cho'Gath into the mid lane on 7-14.
Yeah, so there's going to be a little bit of a problem here. At the very least, OMG will have to showcase where it's going to be, and that will dictate the rest of the pick bans in the series, Game 2, Game 3, that knowing that Gnar is going to be in the top lane, is Xiang willing to still pick it in the top side of the map? Because, of course, as the game goes on, Gnar will have the ability to go through that 1-3-1, or at least the 1-4, and will be able to take the side lanes pretty definitively. It still has like a bit of a problem, let's say, in the matchup. The outplay potential still within Cho'Gath if you can start landing skill shots. And if you can just flash Namya. You don't want that happening.
Yep. Also a massive threat to them. Twitch was the AD carry pickup for OMG over to SMLZ as well. We're no stranger to seeing him on a hyper carry pick, so he'll be taking that one this game. Kha'Zix towards Swift and Cassiopeia.
Okay. OMG, now that they have themselves that hyper carry, they still are waiting for a support pick. I wonder if Newbie are going to ban out a Janna, because they themselves can go towards that protection, shielding, Ardent Sensor lifestyle.
They could do it. I mean, they already have that beefy front line set up for them, so we could see 2 compositions, which once again, very much based around those big, beefy tanks, Raz, and, you know, the squishy AD carries behind them, free firing, doing what they can.
And you would have to favor the front line, as of course it's going to be Kassadin, not Janna getting banned up, of OMG, because OMG has the Cho'Gath and Gragas that will be building a lot more resistances. The Gnar, if he shows up in team fights, he just has pure HP.
All of the HPs. And Janna, since it wasn't banned out, might as well just pick that one up if you're 5. And he'll take that one for SMLZ as well. So we have this this composition just forming around it right now, as expected. Newbie, back over to them. We are looking for a jungler and a mid laner.
This is going to be a battle of who has the stronger carries. And as we're seeing a Jarvan being hovered, honestly, at this point, I still favor OMG's front to back, just because they have that Bjorn disengage for Gragas, Janna, and you could even say Cho'Gath. And if they want to start the fight, they have the option with the Gragas Cask. And you never know where Twitch is unless if he reveals himself because of that invisibility. So there's a lot of dynamics coming through with OMG. They only really have to worry about strength of lanes at this point.
That's true. Final two pickups from Newbee were the Corki and Jarvan for the jungle. And it's so funny when you're saying like, you've got a Gnar and a Jarvan and a Kog'Maw, and front to back is better from OMG. But so far, it does look to be the case. We'll see if OMG round out their composition strong, and actually what their final pick will be, because there's a good chance that the Cho'Gath could flex towards mid lane, unless Taliyah is locked in, so it will go towards the top lane.
So suddenly, with that all being said, with the Corki getting locked in as well, that is a lot of damage once they start to get their core items. And we're going to have to discuss that, of course, once we get into game. But so far, Newbee has a strong backline and strong playmaking potential with the Jarvan Cataclysm and Gnar, if he can get those ultis across. And OMG, it's interesting from them, and they're going to be playing around Icon's Taliyah more often than not to see if they can get a fight started off, a play started off on a numbers advantage. The Weaver's Wall placements, we criticize a lot of it because that's been Taliyah's one way to really justify the pick. We'll have to see if that's the case, because otherwise it's going to be a little bit difficult for Taliyah to really join the team, have a strong front to back in the 40, 50-minute games that we've been seeing recently.
I mean, poor Weaver's Wall placement in this game could actually mean you just line your team up for a Gnar ultimate. So you need to make sure that Icon is actually on point with these. But Icon, there's very few times where he subconsciously makes a play and it goes wrong. If a play goes wrong, it's because he's consciously said, I'm going to do this. And then it just doesn't work out.
The man's he's a go-getter. He knows what he wants. He has the mechanics to achieve it. But sometimes what he wants isn't exactly what's best for the team.
Exactly. But he figured it was best for him, so that's why he went for the play. Again, it's another mid laner that Icon's going to try and tick the name off. And with Taliyah, you know, like, pretty much no matter what Icon's playing, he's going to try and solo kill the mid laner, or he's going to try and open up like a 20 CS lead, because that's just the type of player that Icon is.
You'll have the opportunity really early on here. There's a lot of playmaking really early on, just because, of course, Taliyah flick, Gragas can go in with a flash, body slam really early on in just the laning phase. So it's the Corki who has to watch out here.
It is indeed. And we were saying this was our second match of the week, at least you were saying that, and Rusty was saying that. But then the stakes changed very slightly, as we saw Newbee drop their series against JD Gaming.
Yeah, the Jingdong factor. You cannot plan for it. You can just hope. You can just hope. It doesn't happen.
There's at least 3 blue shells at the bottom of our league, Raz, and occasionally at the end of the split, they'll pop up and they'll take someone down.
First 2 days, there were a lot of blue shells being tossed out. Then you start questioning the balance of this Mario Kart game, because it's like, well, wait, you can only really get it if you're in last place, but so many people have it.
Yeah, because they're all tied up in last place. All right. Keystones, Raz, anything here?
Storm Raider Surge Kog'Maw. So immediately, it's a Lulu with Thunder Lords. Of course you're doing that, Chris. So
classic.
Yeah, because immediately you want Chris to go towards the Ardent Sensor build. You'd want
the wind
that
speakers.
from both exactly with the Wind Speaker's Blessing. Both supports are carrying heal. This is the new meta. Barrier 80 carries. You know, that's how life is for both of these teams now. So you're going to see Ardent Sensor rushes. There's not going to be Sight Stones until really later on. Storm Raider Surge is fun because, of course, with how much damage you're doing as Kog'Maw, especially with the initial burst of power that you get, you're going to be running around pretty quickly, and that's pretty nice.
Yep. Also the fact that, look at the front line he's going up against, they're building a lot of health, so he's going to shred through that one as well, and because it's percent-based, he will be able to just get that 30% very reliably against his front line.
Yes.
So he'll almost always be able to utilize the Storm Raiders. But Crisp, what about the Thunderlords? Why is he taking this instead of what seems to be the superior choice, which is the Wind Speakers?
I'm just surprised that it's not 5 who's taking the Thunderlords, even though, of course, he is Janna, and it makes absolutely no sense. It's whenever you look towards these shielding and healing supports, you're like, please take Wind Speaker's Blessing. But he's like, no, trading power. So it's trading power for him.
Trading. In the bottom lane, in the top lane rather, Swift is going to get the flag and drag and tag Xiang. He flashes down, dodged out of the boulder. That was real nice from Xiang.
Yeah, 200 IQ flash. Jarvan says, you know what, this is the only way you can get out of the lane, so I'm just going to EQ combination between you and the tower. You even saw Sky throughout the boulder, and he was like, you know what, actually, I'm just going to go through door number 2.
Yep, that was a very fancy maneuver, and I can tell you for a fact I will be taking that to my own top lane play, because that's something I hadn't even considered before. I can just, there's another direction I can run.
There we go. You know what? Strike a few more deaths off your solo queue experience.
Boy, do I have a lot of them. But Jericho is coming into this mid lane to flash the E over the wall. Coco should be out of this one, but Icon's going to make sure he gets all the damage out of this one. And Coco, he chose the wrong door. You don't line yourself up against the wall on that one, because Icon has a straight line skill shot.
He was definitely leaning to the side of his jungler, but sometimes, you know, 2 junglers are going to be on that side of the map. That being said, I wonder if Icon had the mana for Flick. Did he use it during that entire
situation? I believe
situation?
so, Raz.
So yeah, he just missed it. It's one of those situations where Gragas comes in, he gets the beautiful knock-up. You only have a small bit of time before you can actually line that up with your Flick. So it is about coordination and doing that preemptively. He didn't get that opportunity, unfortunately. That would have been the kill 100%. That being said, you just get 2 sums, flash, and TP coming out of Coco.
All right, I'm starting to see the Thunderlords in the bottom lane now. SMLZ is getting manhandled by Crisp, constantly landing these glitter lancers, so very difficult for him to farm. This means LWX able to get this constant push up.
Yeah, you know, LWX might want to get out of that. Okay, there we go.
Shields and shields and shields.
Yeah, get out of the Twitch W so you don't get completely stacked with the poison.
You know, there's still people who just stand in that and forget that it actually stacks up over time. It's
Yeah.
just like, yes, I've been hit by it. That's a shame. I'll stand here anyway.
It does
and
no
then
damage.
Suddenly, the max stacks, and he's expunging you.
Yeah, you had to use a barrier for that entire exchange. That being said, Jarvan was topside for so long. Actually, we just forgot about it because he was just sitting in the bush. So
He has 6 farm. 6.
He really wanted
I can
to
count that on my hands.
He got the gank, and he just pitched a tent. He has the Jarvan. Oh, wait a minute. He's going for the skill. Oh, get him.
5. Oh, he's taking a bunch of damage. Has to use that heal. Flash forwards from LWX. He went all in on this play. He saw Jericho and was like, I'm committing to this play.
How is Chris going to get out of this? Wait a minute, Swift.
Swift was
Please
just
stop
standing
moving.
there inside of vision, but he's going to follow after now with the TP coming in from the top lane. Swift flag drag, locks up Jericho. But he wants both. He wants both of these kills, but Swift is actually going to fall in this one. Stayed here for so long. Sky following after as well, but he CC'd up. Now this is turning around once again. That's SMLZ looking for a double. Sky has to flash away.
Absolute disaster for newbie, and it's not getting any better.
Oh my god. Icon turning up to the party as well, and it's just like, hello, I didn't get an invitation. Sky, where was it?
Chris is just going to be sitting in this small prison called his tower. He has no option but dead.
Icon's going to take 1, 2, 3. Body blocked by Jericho.
That's a fat body. You didn't expect that. You didn't expect the amount of fat that was bouncing
flash.
Back. He should have legitimately walked the other way. But you know what?
Or flashed the wall.
Yes. Yes. Yes, he should have. That was awkward. Either way, regardless of that entire situation, the man has 2 kills. And then it all starts with newbie's Q play. So they're sitting here. Get the, you know, just sitting there with the cute skins. Get right in there. Start firing off on the new fish of 5. Flash in as well. LWX has to just basically, you know, concede death. And they don't expect Yoko being on the set of the map. And you see the standing Jarvan, because he was like, all right, I'm out of vision. I'm just going to set up for this play. Crisp is not going to die by the time I come in. Unfortunately, Swift, you don't have much HP. And so throughout this entirety of this play, Sky comes in, trying to stack in autos, misses his Q, and yeah, you don't have any damage, Sky. You don't have any damage. In the meantime, just off of all of this shenanigans, look at Cho'Gath. He's farming up, and we're looking at Icon, but no, look at Cho'Gath. He's actually getting free farm behind the turret in the meanwhile. So OMG across the map have been benefiting from this entire play.
Yeah, this is Icon just collecting his 2 kills, and I'll be honest, Raz, I only partially blame Icon. I think Jericho, look at this. Oh, I want to move, I want to move. Ah. Yep.
Just report him after the game.
I mean, you know what Jericho was trying to do? He wanted to tank the tower aggro so that Icon could just walk away safely. But then he ended up just getting in his way.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate, but still 4-2. Could have been 4-1 though. I'm going to keep reminding them of that. And yeah, we're back to normality. So after the dust has settled, what does that mean? Because CS advantage is still to the mid lane and bottom lane for Newbie. However, OMG with those kills have put them slightly ahead in terms of gold, about 500 across board.
That being said, I wonder what LWX, because now we got to look towards the item builds with the golds coming across for both of these teams. SMLZ getting himself an early Zeal. Meanwhile, LWX is going towards what you would think to be the Blade of the Rune King. It could very easily be Runan's Hurricane, so being able to keep track of that, because that's been changing a little bit in solo queue, could be fun. Either way, both of them are going to be solidified in terms of Ardent Sensor, so the attack speed that they're going to be getting is a little bit too much after that point. So yeah, we're just going to take a look at this 80 carry race.
That's what it is, Raz. They're racing to different finish lines, but ultimately the destination is still the same for them. Swift is looking towards the bottom lane once again, but there is a ward here. Okay. He's going to see.
Is he going to clear it? There we go.
Top lane did get a bunch of free farm over to Xiang, but he's still down against Sky, which is to be expected. It is a Cho'Gath matchup at the end of the day.
Yeah, Cho'Gath doesn't have a lot of proper matchups, so the small time that he gets, that's an ulti being thrown out. So SMLZ, just to push the wave in. But yeah, the small opportunities that Cho'Gath has to farm up, he'll take.
Oh, Coco is on the way bottom lane with Swift as well. But bot lane's not particularly healthy on the side of LWX.
Yeah, this is getting a little awkward. Here we go.
Swift's going for it. Cataclysm comes down. Where's the Corki package? Hops over the wall and does block them off. FSMLZ has to go through this choke point now created by Coco. First kill, looking for the second. Living artillery. That's a gigantic shield out from 5. Keeps him alive.
But here comes Talia and Gragas, so Newbie, they better group up.
Yeah, Icon jumps out first out of Fog of War, but that was 4 people against him. He's kiting them well as the teleport comes down from Xiang, closing the noose, but it's 4 versus 3. Make that 5 versus 3, and Xiang just has to back it up.
Yeah, they needed to commit the TP so they can get out peacefully. They only get 1 kill for it, so you can even start to question whether or not it was worth it. Ultimately, Xiang had to use his own TP, so what OMG get out of this is a little bit more farm for Icon and a better back timing for him as he should back after this. But Newbie, I guess they're getting Dragon actually. But Newbie, off of that, they get 1 kill. They would have wanted the second one. It's a little bit sad that they couldn't really get that off on 5. They will probably be making another visit just because of how many summoners were burnt from both 5 and SMLZ.
LWX has actually decided to go Wit's End in this game here, Raz. Recurve Bow can go into many an item, and this is the one he has chosen today. Of course, it will help him out against Icon, Jericho, and Xiang.
Yep, so 3 members that, to be fair, has been joining that bottom lane fight a little bit too often. So he wants to be able to defend himself against them.
Defend, and also does a good amount of damage as well, especially when you get that Guinsoo's. It's all about the on-hit damage that he'll be getting.
Yeah.
Crisp just cashed in as well on that mini wave.
The major strength between, like, even talking about the attack speed items here, of course it works well for the 3 members you mentioned. It's also just much cheaper than the Blade of the Rune King, which is pretty costly. So going towards this one means that he can get towards a fast item spike, and you even see SMLZ who goes towards the Runan's Hurricane. So it's fun that you could see how much this bot lane meta has changed, where not only are they moving away from the Blade of the Rune King, of course, just because of like item costs and Ardent Sensor helping them out quite a bit. But you also see the summoners, so this is why the observer has definitely been paying a lot more attention to this bottom lane.
Yeah, exactly. A lot has changed in the bottom lane in terms of meta. You know, if you built that before, maybe a couple patches ago, people would say that you're trolling. So
yes, they would.
Lots of changes.
Yeah, it's fun what 1 coin can do to an entire bottom lane. Like legitimately how much gold a support can earn really early on, and how it kind of changes the mind frame of, well, how do you necessarily want to build? And so in this case, of course, they've decided that heal, support, Ardent Sensor, all that nonsense. Here we go, Swift's making another visit.
I'm not sure if he was just tagged on vision there, or maybe not. There's no pings coming down from OMG.
He has flash as well, so he can actually play this as aggressively as possible. He's going to get his Cataclysm off. It's just, if he
Yeah.
does get it off on SMLZ, that flash is there from him, so it's not going to be too impactful. And if he gets it off on 5, he has the Janna Monsoon, so not a lot of options for him.
Joko just being very annoying in the jungle right now. SMLZ's going to open fire, and that's
Oh
so
my
much damage. Look
God.
at the crit, and 3 crits in a row. Completely just RNG'd out Crisp.
I cannot believe what one Runan's Hurricane could do for the guy.
Sky getting chased down now as well, but the Taraka going down to Icon. He's taken below half before this starts. And teleport cancelled out by Coco.
Yeah, 2 plays happening at the same time. OMG in the bottom lane, they didn't expect the reward they would get off of 1 play. They thought they could get a simple chunking, but 3 crits on both LWX and Crisp costs his life. Meanwhile, Icon goes top, and that actually burns Coco's TP. So that's 2 TPs down for Newbie. They cannot respond to this bottom lane push.
My god, SMLZ has been praying to RNGesus because Runan's Hurricane gives you what? 30 crit chance?
Yeah.
3 crits in a row? Doesn't take a mathematical genius to realize that something's a little bit fishy about this one. Meanwhile, Blue Wolf being contested by Xiang and Sky. Sky will get this one while chasing down Xiang. Turns into Mega. We'll probably look for the Nara as well. There it is. But Xiang, he's actually just shaking off most of this damage.
Ooh.
And is actually looking to turn it around as the Rupture lands. Doesn't have his ultimate, but Icon's turning the corner as well. Flash comes in. Unraveled Earth. That was, okay. But
not necessary.
Looking for this.
Bro!
Rupture! Just on the edge of the radius. Picks that kill up by himself. And look at that. No assist to Icon.
None needed. Icon blew his flash, and he's going to be pretty sad about that one, knowing that, you know, Xiang just has the damage.
Xiang
has
having
the
a
DPS.
giggle.
Yep. He's like, you know what, okay. All right. I don't know why he jumped on me. I'm the one with the percentage damage.
Yep, I am the one who does a lot more damage than you, Sky. But naturally, when you're in mini form, you feel like you're so strong over every melee character. But then you go Mega and then realize you're actually... It's the opposite of what you think it is. Makes you significantly weaker.
Yeah, Sky had a lot of confidence in himself, being able to, once he got in Mega Nara, was able to put down a lot of burst. But after his cooldowns are down, you're like, wait a minute, okay, I gotta walk the opposite direction. You know, this is not looking good to me.
SMLZ moving to the mid lane. No doubt he's going to crit some more people. I would be so salty if that happened to me in solo queue.
That would be really salty. But we've all had our fair share of Tryndamere luck, so.
That is true. The ultimate champion.
This is fun to see what... It's another nice change, I would like to say. How dark the map is on the bot side of the map because there are no sight stones on the map. So you can see how much, I guess, a Twitch can work in this composition. They had a control ward that they currently replaced that was leading towards bottom lane to mid lane. So SMLZ had the opportunity to look for a play. Now, it didn't work out because Newbie is sitting underneath the tower, which is at just less than half HP. But these kind of plays...
he's doing it again. Okay, he didn't get the crits this time. You see what happened? He got the same number of auto attacks off, and none of them crit. And that's the difference.
Next time it'll work.
He's got to do it enough times, right?
He's going to keep doing it until someone does something about it.
It's also absolutely insane how much extra AD that 5 gives, and that just means that you can go for the attack speed first with SMLZ. As it's like, because right now he's sitting on a standard 98 AD, and it's like, okay, that's fine. But when he gets shields, yeah, 137 AD.
And he has a lot more attack speed to go with it, so it feels good. He feels like a king until this happens.
Yeah, LWX just barely cracking the shield.
Ooh.
Okay, that's a big rocket.
It is indeed named the big one, so it's named that for a reason.
I'm feeling it. Okay, Monsoon. From 5, just allowing them to defend this tower pretty much.
And another positive, of course, of going Runan's Hurricane really early on is that you got the extra wave clear. Now, bottom lane's pushing in, so LWX has to answer to that unless if someone else has to say that.
Five getting caught out. Swift thinking about using his ultimate. Okay, now he's going to turn it on, but 5 manages to escape from this once again. Icon with the Unraveled Earth, but not enough damage to bring down Swift. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Sky will be able to take this tower, as I believe there was a TP from Xiang. There it is.
Yeah, 2 TPs going through. Xiang completed his. Sky canceled his just so he can get the tower here, which is a positive decision. But with that being made, it'll take a long time for him to come towards the bottom side of the map to contest for Dragon. So he's pinging onto the top tower to see if he can get any more chip damage onto it.
Yeah, OMG getting themselves a Mountain Dragon as well is rather good for them. So That'll be absolutely fine. Xiang is going to take up that honey fruit, go to the bottom lane, farm that one out, and Sky continuing to push, but Icon able to stop him. And just about 18 minutes into the game, OMG do have a firm advantage. It's 1 tower to 1, but advantage in terms of gold and those dragons, of course.
Yep, and a little bit of fear to add to that advantage, because SMLZ, with the control wards that have been placed near mid lane, he can go wherever he pleases, from bot to mid. And every single time he fades towards top lane, the only response Newbie has is honestly just to stick near tower. So Newbie aren't really traversing into the enemy terrain, and it's giving OMG the opportunity to go for simple plays like this, just to chip onto tower. Because they're being run pretty thin around the map.
They definitely are. And last time we saw OMG, we very much criticized them on their drafts because every single lane was essentially a losing matchup. Yeah. It was like, well, you have to dig yourself at a hole that you haven't even, you've dug it before you even get into game, you know? You're starting off in a very difficult place. This time, both of them were going for scaling comps, so.
That's true, but this time around, this is what I like about the composition, or at least the pick ban coming out of OMG. They drafted the Taliyah, which has strong push in the early game. So this time around, they knew what lane they're going into. Oh, you know what? They're just going to try and take the tower. There we go. Fair enough. And they drafted the Taliyah recognizing that they have, at very least, a good enough composition in the late game, and they just needed to be able to bridge that out in the early and mid game. Problems they've had time and time again in their last series up against IG, just getting absolutely strangled in the early game. It's quite frustrating. So this time around, they have their answer.
Yeah, it's nice to see, but at the same time, Newbie have the Kog'Maw. You always know what that Kog'Maw can do in a late game team fight or rip apart all that front line. Because right now, they've pretty much only got health, only a Ninja Tabi in terms of armor.
Well, here's the fun thing about this one. LWX, just about 19 minutes into the game, gets his second item already, Runan's Hurricane and Wit's End as well. So both of these AD carries hitting really early build points. Blade of the Rune King being finished by SMLZ as well. So they are so strong for how early it is in the game. So even though these tanks of Cho'Gath, Gragas, and Jarvan usually would feel like gods at this point in time, that just shouldn't be the case. Especially if SMLZ is going to continue to crit as often as he is currently.
Yeah, what is that? That is some crazy RNG. Yeah, Runan's Hurricane and Blade of the Rune King now picked up for him, so he still only sat on 30 crit chance. It definitely feels like more than that. SMLZ walking into the mid lane, and as we all know, better players do indeed crit more, so it does make sense as SMLZ. I do rate him as a top 2 AD carry in the league.
There we go.
That must be the secret sauce, the secret to his success.
I wonder if you were gifted more crits because you were good, or if you were so good that you were just being given crits. It's one or the other. We'll never be answered that.
You'll never know.
Yeah.
Are you good because you crit more? Maybe. It's a good chance. And how are we doing? We're just going off to side lanes right now, you know. Double teleport out from Newbie allowed them just to play around those side lanes very easily.
Yeah, these are good lane assignments coming in through from OMG specifically, giving this much farm to the Twitch, and just having him push out mid time and time again gives them so much map control. You have Cho'Gath on the bottom side of the map to having no tower and having a tower behind them. That just means he has a lot of protection. He can't really get ganked at all just because this is the short walk towards his own tower. And just having to push out an extra wave that can go in towards Newbie's inner tower means that right now, bottom side of the map is heavily in favor of OMG. And with the next dragon coming up in about just less than 2 minutes, I don't know how Newbie are going to be able to walk out and place down the vision safely.
Because it's certainly, you know, a dragon that you want to try and contest since it is Mountain Dragon.
Oh my
SMLZ
God.
is
Get in there!
Do it again. Okay.
Oh, okay.
He was out of range in this one since LWX was already backing away.
You're never out of range if you press ulti. And SMLZ for the past 20 minutes has just been pressing ulti off cooldown. So
that is true, but you want him to be around the middle of your poison vial, so it just gives you a bit more slow, so you can open more distance.
That's true.
But he was just running away, and plus he was in range of Whimsy, right?
And more poison stacks.
And more poison stacks. Icon has corralled them into the top side of the map, into this river. LWX and Swift have been pushed back, but unfortunately out of range.
Yeah, but fortunately for OMG, they have the inside track now on the mid lane turret. You'd have to expect Newbie to want to regain control here. But remember what this means. With Dragon coming up so soon, they can actually just retire back towards the Dragon Pit and just have that vision, lay down the control wards. They're not interested in that. SMLZ wants something else, something sweeter.
Yeah, he's always hunting. Has to dodge these skill shots.
Open fire! Just kidding.
He'll get him next time. So it's a game of numbers. But they always have to be backing away when he wants to open fire.
Yeah, at the exact same time. Without reason.
But eventually he's going to do it, and he's just going to murder someone.
Ooh.
And does a bunch of damage, especially if he has 5 shield on top of him. But Dragon's about to spawn anyway, so that would have just been a nice pick, just allowing him to get that one for free. But SMLZ, of course, still hunting for a potential kill.
And this is the most scariest part of the game right now for a newbie. They want to be able to move up and contest for Dragon. Placing vision like this puts him in the line of fire for SMLZ. At the very least, now they know that they can do this because SMLZ is pushing up the mid lane. But once he starts to hide, once he moves towards his own control ward, they have to move away again. So I don't know how they're going to be able to move up towards the Earth Dragon and look to contest it, unless if OMG makes a bit of a mistake.
Xiang's in the top lane as well, just pushing in this wave. Looks like he's going into Fog of War now, though. Actually, Coco going to the top side of the map to try and meet him, it looks like, but he has TP as well. Actually going towards his blue buff.
Ooh.
Yeah, it almost seems to me like Newbie don't want to contest this.
They really shouldn't, with how SMLZ is playing this one out, because he's more interested in the fight than he is in the Dragon. And I think at this point, Newbie knows it.
Oh, Xiang's turning it around, though, and making sure that the collapse comes in. Icon, what a wall as well. Traps in Swift and LWX, who is kiting magnificently, but ultimately 5 people bearing down on him.
What a wonderful Weaver's wall that was. And even though it only was 1 kill, it was on the 80 carry.
SMLZ taking a bunch of damage out from Sky. He'll chase him down, but now he's under the clutches of Xiang, allowing SMLZ to open fire. He goes back into stealth mode.
He didn't want to flash. He didn't need to. He saw the confidence in SMLZ that he could just hug the wall until the final moment. That final moment didn't come. And now OMG wants to go towards Baron.
They'll take this down very quickly. What is the response now from Newbie? They're just going to take a consolation prize of the Dragon, it looks like here, Raz.
Not much of a prize, but at least it's something for them.
Yep. And this goes down over to Zherko, but this has only just been started off. I don't even think Newbie's going to get this one. Not going to happen. Icon and SMLZ and 5 all saying thank you very much for the leash.
Yeah, I wonder if Icon is using Rookie's movement speed runes, because he was moving there pretty quickly. I knew that he had his passive procced out, but that was really fast. So with that being said, they knew that Taliyah was coming. They needed to back away. And OMG get both neutral objectives.
They just got everything. They got their cake and they ate it too. The Baron, the top tower, and the Dragon in the form of a mountain. And the good Dragons have run dry, as the next one will be a Cloud. But let's take a look at that one more time as the engage actually came out from LWX.
Ooh. And even though LWX was popped away from the team, it did not matter. Xiang was coming through in a flank position, and the Weaver's wall was just too good. So ultimately, even though it results to just 1 kill, that's a lot of flashes down from Newbie. So in the next team fight, you would have to expect that to be much easier for OMG. Get to take a look at the extended fight here.
Yeah, and look at that silencing from Xiang. At that point, what else can you do if you're Nah? Unfortunately, that was going a little bit too deep. But Coco, he has the package. It's the chance for him to stall out some time on that Baron.
Oh, here comes his own version of the Taliyah wall.
SMLZ, we're trying to get him firstly. In comes Swift, but he's completely by himself. And 5, again, this guy has 9 lives. He just refuses to die. But Swift, the rest of the team not being there. Icon walling them off and Sky pushed away while Xiang, he's waddling after them at breakneck speed. Oh my god! Everyone just explodes in an instant. And then Kog'Maw will do it again. Mid lane about to crumble. 3 kills for 1.
SMLZ does not care about his own life. He was so close to his own barrier too. It was off cooldown. He was getting there. But no, he gets the 2 kills for himself. He just gets barriers, so he's going to be pretty sad about his own luck. But my god, OMG are doing so well in game 1.
They really are, but 5, he only has 1 death in this game, and I've seen him die at least 5 times. He just does not seem to fall. Keeps flashing away at the very last moment, but yeah, SMLZ went all in. Good thing is that he has both his summons for next team fight, Raz, so
that's fair.
It's going to be very big for him.
You know, it's fun. You know, with how much Janna we've been seeing recently. I remember the old days in which we saw Jannas with Maji's Soul Stealer, the FZZF special, Gorilla, if you were watching the LCK at the time. And it's just because, you know what, if you're that mobile, if you're that, I guess, hard to kill, why not?
Yeah, just keep doing it.
Put that seed in anyone's mind. If you're a support player out there, control your own team, get him a Jai Soul Stealer. That'd be so funny.
I mean, to be fair, Janna going from the Jais is something that's been done for a long, long time, like at least 2 seasons. Because Janna just doesn't really die very often. She's got a shield, an ultimate, pretty much all her abilities in her kit just allow her to stay alive.
The only reason you wouldn't get it now is just because there are so many good support items for mages recently. You never really had either of these items up and available at the time. The Redemption and Ardent Sensor.
Yeah. Because before, Medjai's was just a cheap way to get AP essentially as a support, because you'd soak up all those assists. So you would get gradually stronger, especially in high kill games. But tower being sieged in here, and Newbie have lost a lot of the Baron power play actually, like mid tower, top tower, bottom tower, Dragon.
There's not much they can do. Every single time that Icon has his Weaver's Wall up and available, he's in position to use it. And with the last fight, Weaver's Wall impacting their own flashes. That's going to be 3k gold. Baron power play. Oh, Coco, you're on the wrong side of the map, I say.
Yeah, and there's SMLZ. Oh, and the face plant as well. Corki's face is indented into that wall for the rest of time.
Yeah, if it means anything, we would probably have died anyways.
Okay, well, Xiang just got trolled.
Thank
Bring
you
down
very
this
much.
wall, Icon. That's for earlier when Icon burnt his flash in the jungle for no reason.
It's not even Xiang's fault, but you know what? I guess he's just...
Neither was that original kill, Raz. Icon's just salty. Tower down, Inhib down. And Newbie honestly just seems to be giving up without much of a fight right now.
Not much they can do, and Swift has to get away.
Opening up onto Swift.
That's been happening all game, Pulse. Every other minute, SMLZ is just
but not
hiding into the shadows.
Not on the person who's meant to be jumping on SMLZ's face.
He's just so strong at this point. What is a Jarvan power spike to an SMLZ powered up by, I guess now he has IE, so this is just the natural growth of him having 8 kills in the game.
Yep.
But I feel like SMLZ has had power spikes at just every other minute.
He's just farming everything. He's taking the waves, taking the Krugs. Everything goes to SMLZ right now. That being said, LWX is farming up a Storm as well. 300 CS at 30 minutes is gigantic, and he has 3 damage items.
Being at the back foot for the entirety of this game, being chained to every tower essentially, it's really impressive that LWX is still able to perform up to this point. So, yeah, kudos to him.
We're 4-12 right now in this game, and OMG, keep taking objectives, keep taking kills. This is the first time I've seen Newbie push out for a long while, and will allow them to take this tower. You can see a good amount of damage from LWX onto the big tanky Cho'Gath.
Yeah,
But imagine that in a team fight. That was still like 2 seconds where he didn't really scratch Xiang.
Exactly. I mean, right now, Xiang has 4,700 HP, and he didn't even want to proc his Gargoyle Stoneplate. So in a team fight, I honestly just don't see LWX doing the necessary damage. In fact, LWX has just kind of just said, I don't want to do damage. I actually want to be a tank
now.
Give Is he going into Randuin's
Looks
Omen?
like it.
He's been crit so often, he's jaded. He just wants to stop getting crit.
I think you just have to go full damage, honestly.
You
if
do.
You're LWX.
You really do. This is not the right choice if you're behind in the game.
Like, you want to go front to back. This isn't going to stop the bleeding. SMLZ is going to kill you anyway.
You're just going to be bleeding more because that's what it takes for you to die.
Yep. Oh, dear.
Okay.
Oh, well. Xiang. It's on this Cho'Gath. And Cho'Gath, he just seems like a better Mundo right now. He just does more. The fact that he has this much HP is pretty disgusting.
Yeah, it's fun, especially if you're this far ahead in the game.
Okay, well, we've been trapped into the fight. Coco jumps all the way in and literally kamikaze dives into the back line, takes no one with him. And look at Xiang, 10,000 HP, massive Nara ultimate. But that would mean a whole lot more if he had any of his team members alive with him. Chris goes back to base, and that was a complete whitewash of a team fight for OMG, and they're going to look for the win here.
Yeah, that would have been a clean sweep had Crisp, the only support in here, would have died as well, but he wants to at least remain a little higher in the KDA ranking.
You know what Chris was doing? He's going back to base, blowing full AP and being like, Sky, I see it. I'm going to rush out of base and I'm going to one-shot the team. Not going to happen, though. OMG, roll over Newbie for game 1.
Yeah, if I was Chris, I would change my end game build to be about 6 tiers because that I would be crying. I would be. That Twitch has done too much work.
Yeah. When your AD carry decides to go around Ruins, that's when you sell all your items and go tiers.
I don't even blame him at this point. At that point, just get a Rabadon's death cap because that game is over. Legitimately, it's done.
And SMLZ elated at that win, as we always see him. And OMG, great first game out from them. Honestly, really good.
Really impressive. I know that this was, for me, going to be, I kind of pegged this to be a very difficult set for OMG because they didn't do too well up against teams that had early game focus. Game 1 is actually Newbie going towards a late game focus, and OMG wanted to get that early game pick into the layup. Did very well for them.
We had a lot of criticisms of OMG last time we saw them play, and indeed Newbie, honestly, because they dropped their game against JD Gaming. But OMG seems to have fixed a lot of that, especially against Newbie and the teams below them, so nice to see. And that was honestly just a very cut and dry game. Welcome back, Rusty, to the desk, and honestly, like I think the goal graph just sells the entire game for me.
Yeah, we didn't know what iteration of either of these teams would show up to play today. And what we can say is that we still don't know what type of Newbie showed up because we only saw OMG play this game. They played the good OMG from the very first minute. The fact that, yeah, you know what? He rushed a Hurricane as Twitch, but he's still got 3 crits with it. Like, God forbid he doesn't get RNG. Like, he's playing well and he's playing to win, and RNG even favors OMG in this one. There's no way around it. They played incredibly well, and everybody on the team performed well. There was no exceptions to that rule. Bottom lane performed well. Top lane got a solo kill. Icon, couple mechanical mistakes. Didn't really matter. The ultimates were fantastic, and that's what matters.
Yeah, and honestly, they just simply rolled over Newbie. And I think it's really true when you say that we only saw one of these teams really play in the first game, so it's difficult to say what Newbie's going to turn up in game 2, because it was just like, oh, we can kind of push out of our base, but then Twitch is just going to assassinate literally anyone who steps up, even if it's Jarvan.
Yep, and I know the OMG coach has to be ecstatic off of that one, not just because, of course, them getting the W, but in the fashion in which they've done so. I think the Cho'Gath, this is the best Cho'Gath I've seen. I know it's easy to say that because the rest of the map really won it for him, but the flank plays that he's been looking for, not even utilizing his TP, but just being behind the team, using the enemy blue side jungle, the map that was honestly given to you because of how much of a lead you've had, just to get flank plays and constantly abuse the flashes that Newbie have to utilize. So that's why Newbie never had an option to play the game, because they never had a flash to work with.
Yeah, and a lot of this game for me, whilst there was a couple mistakes here and there from the side of Newbie early on, you know, Xiang played it well enough. He was in good position, so I agree with you. The Cho'Gath was a fantastic performer. I always look back towards this bottom lane, because to me, that's where the difference was going to be made up. You have 2 different barrier heal AD carry support duos. One of them has to get fed. They're both looking towards the late game. Kog'Maw will rush Wit's End. Ardent Sense will be seen by Lulu. And so everybody in the bottom lane is one item spiking. But the adaptation, which is curious to me, I'm still not sure it's the best idea, but it worked, is that the Twitch went for the Hurricane first item. Didn't go BF Sword, just left it at a Doran's, Boots 1, and Hurricane. And to me, that works, because he has a Janna. He wants to spike at the exact same time as the Kog'Maw, but he wants to kill both of them. Lulu's job in that lane, and that's why this is really interesting to me, is like Janna and Lulu, you're not meant to take any damage. You don't even get a Sight Stone. You rush out and Sensor, you have like 900 health. You're meant to be out of range, protecting your AD carry as they frontline, and Twitch is able to hit both of them with his ult and his Hurricane. And so he kills the Lulu in a situation where Lulu's not meant to take damage, and that was ultimately the difference.
It kicked off the snowball and led to his MVP in this game, 10, 2, and 4. And SMLZ, it's just another SMLZ game, honestly.
And it just comes down to, I would say, Hurricane being necessary, or at least not necessary, but it's an option now because, of course, at the time, with that first item spike being a thing, being a reality, being able to have that extra attack speed, the crit is nice, sure. It's nice for SMLZ because he was able to proc it so often, but also of the fact that you can also, of course, you said the Janna shield giving you the extra AD.
Twitch's ultimate.
Yes, the ultimate working out as well. There's also the option of course, if you do have Fervor of Battle, you can just say, well, I have enough AD in the scenario regardless. So that's an option. And I like to see the fact that, of course, AD carry is now really moving outside of the Blade of the Rune King realm.
Yeah, and the scary thing for me, right, is that from the point he gets a single kill, from the moment they take a single turret, he just sits invisible. For the rest of the game, you don't see SMLZ unless he's hitting an enemy champion, because he's just sneaking around invisible. And there is a Janna, like, Newbie are looking at this, and there is a frontline Janna walking out. There's absolutely no way that SMLZ is not here, but they don't know. Like, what if it is just a Janna and they're afraid of just Janna? That's such a difficult position to be in if you're newbie, and there was no way back in that game.
Yeah, they actually just don't know. But for what was interesting to me in this game was because we were playing around bot lanes for newbie, and they also put in LWX, and they didn't put in like Moore and Vasily. You know, this is another facet of the team they potentially could have gone for. So we'll see if they look to sub them in into game 2, as we are going to take a short break while we set up for that second game.
Knowing that you're wanting me too. Why should we deny it? Pretend like we don't like it. All I wanna say is, give me just a little bit more. Can you come a little closer and give a little bit? Just give a little bit more. Don't be scared to just come over. Just a little bit, just a little bit, just a little bit closer, closer. Give me just a little bit more. Can you come a little closer?
Give me all that, bring your body over here. You're a cool cat, party like you got no fear. In the middle of the night, you still be shining bright. Energy you bring it makes me craving for your loving side.
I think I'm going crazy for you. Knowing that you're wanting me too. Why should we deny it? Pretend like we don't like it. All I wanna say is, give me just a little bit more. Can you come a little closer and give a little bit? Just give a little bit more. Don't be scared to just come over. Just a little bit, just a little bit, just a little bit closer, closer. Give me just a little bit more. Can you come a little closer?
Girl, now listen, you're shining like a star in the sky. And honestly speaking, you're all that I'm seeking. I would never tell you a lie. I will show you the world if you give me a chance. Allow me to bring you romance, cause I knew from the start you got it all. I wanna be able to catch if you fall.
Yeah, I am also feeling the way you do. Oh, I wanna be closer to you. Oh,
bring it on now.
give me just a little bit, just a little bit.
Welcome back to Radio LPL, bringing you hits all day long, 24/7. And we're coming back in for our second game as well between OMG and Newbie. I'm still paused, and I'm still with my analysts as well. Let's talk about this one. I was talking about the bottom lane, and we do have subs coming in, but it was not Vasily, but it was also Moore. He's going to be alongside Happy in this one.
Yeah, weird change to be coming out of Newbie. Of course, we've seen Vasily play. We know he's very good. And from what we have seen of Vasily, it's been mostly Varus type of plays. And so the question has to be brought up of, is he as good at hyper carries as LWX, and in this case, Happy are? Because from memory, knowing Happy, he was a Tristana player. He was a very good Tristana player.
And a decent Ezreal as well, but not going to be happening here unless he has something surprising for us. We haven't seen Happy in a very, very long time. It's quizzical for me, unless if they've seen something within their own scrims. It's fun that they have 3 AD carries that they can pick and choose from. But the last we've seen from Happy, he was in a slumping period. I guess the last set was actually really good. It was. But, of course, there was that long point of time in which he wasn't doing so well, wasn't doing so hot in the meta. But then he did have that nice Ezreal set. So it's nice to see how he's doing lately.
Yeah, and it's also interesting to me that it's not just 3 AD carries, it's 2 supports that are constantly changing. And if you're going to bring back Happy, you bring back Moore. You put those two together. They've been the best friends club for a very long time. And when they were best friends, it was when Vasily and Moore broke up. And they've come back together, and suddenly there's 3 of them making a love triangle with just Moore at the point of the triangle. It's very confusing.
It
but
is.
I like that Moore is back nonetheless.
Does it mean that the gameplay, or the game plan rather, is the same for them heading into game 2 then? Is it just like also play around the bot lane if OMG challenged them to an AD carry off again? That's exactly what Newbie do.
I don't think it is. From memory, and you may know something different as of late, I don't think we've seen much Happy. He has always been known as they don't get any resources. The game plan was always Swift. When Newbie were playing, when they were QG, it was Doinb and Swift. And these two, Moore and Happy, were just used to getting nothing at all. They struggled, but he was also one of the best statistical players with the least amount of gold, which is where Happy does shine. And I mean, from game number 1, he's not going to get a lot of gold if that continues here.
It's not a bad team to do it with, though, because you have Coco and Swift in the mid lane and jungle, and you know what Coco can do with resources when he goes off.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see how the team will now play. Their style has been towards the top side of the map, so seeing Coco and Sky getting the same amount of resources, I don't necessarily agree with bringing in Happy just because I am still high on LWX, and in fact I would say that Vasily has been playing well recently as well. I guess it's just a bit of bias because we haven't seen Happy at all. So I don't know what they've seen. Yeah. I wouldn't say it's much just because I think that they will still play towards the top side of the map.
Definitely the case. When you contrast this, though, OMG, based off their Game 1 performance, no subs needed, no subs necessary. They are just such a good performing team right now, and that consistency is where we look towards with them. Newbie, they change bottom lanes all the time. We've seen good things from all of the iterations of them, and I still have high expectations here with Happy in the roster again, and it is honestly just a pleasure to see him back because he was very fun to watch play League of Legends when he was playing competitively, but now he's come in against a mountain of a task, and against SMLZ and 5 who are in form again, it seems. I mean, good luck, welcome back, right?
Yeah, I mean, I do like to imagine SMLZ as the mountain, and I honestly think that bottom lane is basically what it is.
Yeah, this is a really high pressure situation for Happy. I mean, it's a great opportunity. He doesn't have a lot of, let's say, opportunities in the LPL, but for him to come out, it's a good, I guess, a chip on his shoulder to come out and have a great performance.
He's had an interesting career so far, Happy. He has existed, formerly known as TNT, and then gets replaced by Uzi. Not just once.
A couple times.
Twice. Replaced by Uzi.
He just follows him.
Everywhere TNT, now known as Happy, goes, Uzi comes in and takes his slot. And now it's Vasily, and now it's LWX. And everyone replaces him, so he's definitely a hungry player. And he always proves himself.
There he is.
And there he is, yeah, taking over from LWX in this one. The fact that Newbie just have so many AD carries ready to go, just a warehouse full of them, and they're all good.
They're all good, that's true. It's always fun. And now bringing in Moore, which I do prefer in this support position. Now, Moore is a great shot caller. Alistar, Rakan.
That's his meta.
It's his time to shine. He's going up against 5, and maybe he does still get relegated to the Ardent Sensor support mages.
I hope not.
Yeah, I really do hope he doesn't.
Yeah, he's known as the Alistar that goes 1-7 but shot calls to victory. And the beauty of being 1-7 as Alistar is you've still got your R button and you're very much relevant.
You act as if you're just incredibly tanky because you are at all stages of the game.
So what's the game plan from OMG? Just more of the same? Just literally play around SMLZ again and just win?
Yep, and I like the plan or tactic to just have Icon on a early game playmaker because he is a playmaker. And putting him on scaling mages, not really his style, or at least not really prevalent for the team. He's a high mechanical mid laner, but you know, you don't have to give him that late game scale.
Yeah. We will have swapped sides here, I'd have to imagine. Blue side will probably go to OMG unless they choose to be on red side. Now, that to me is interesting because of the target bans they did even on red side. Whereas Newbie, they kind of took away some of the strong meta champions and now they're forced to do the same thing again, but the first pick goes to OMG. And Kog'Maw now stands to attention for OMG. And Newbie, I mean, do you get rid of the Kog'Maw, prevent SMLZ from having it, or do you actually stick to the meta bans?
I mean, Newbie, for the last 2 sets, Kog'Maw has really just dictated how they play the game. You'd have to expect for them to ban it out here.
Yep, honestly, and what we really want to see from OMG is a solid draft because that's what plagued them in the last series. Thank you very much, Rusty. We'll catch you after the game. We'll see if that is the 2-0 to OMG as we predicted. But at least we'll start us off as another ban against Jericho, same as game 1. Coco is going to have his Jace again, just taken away from him, just never gets that pick ever. Rumble again against Sky, so the bans have been very similar.
Yeah, very similar. Newbie, even though they've been draining this timeout, they do need to start to ban out the Maokai and Kog'Maw. As I say that, it's Twitch that's got their eye, which is really interesting. I understand that SMLZ played that last game so well, but now it's going to be up to Newbie to, honestly, it feels like their back's against the wall and the pick ban immediately.
It's so interesting that you would ban Twitch when there's like 5 different AD carries which do very similar things in terms of being hyper carries. Kog'Maw is one of them. So it does, force him back onto a different pick now, but you can still pick up, I don't know, a Caitlyn or like a Tristana.
Yeah, but at this point it's a little bit more comfortable for them. With that being said, the Maokai is up and available, and the Cho'Gath is up and available. So they're trying to look to see if they can get a trade for this. OMG naturally will go towards a Maokai because it works so well for them. And sure, maybe Newbie gets a Cho'Gath, but who's going to pick that up for themselves? Like Coco, you don't want him to have the Cho'Gath because you want him to be able to have that early game skirmishing power. Especially since he can pick up the Taliyah, and he's a great Taliyah player. You put it on Skye, and I suppose that could be your answer. But it kind of telegraphs it immediately if you're OMG that you're going up against the Cho'Gath top lane.
Basically, yes. And they will pick up the Cho'Gath very early on and usually be saying, yes, triple flex pick. But you're absolutely right. It pretty much just lock it into the top lane now. But yeah, Caitlyn is still available. You can see them hovering it, though Newbie are considering that fact and maybe locking in the Varus first, just in case OMG pick up the Caitlyn so that Varus has a good laning phase into it. Yeah,
and honestly, one thing to take away from all of this is that Corki is still available as well. So I wonder if that's going to be a pick for Newbie to go Corki, Varus, high poke, a lot of tanks as well. That could really round out their composition. Oh, but that would be a very scary bottom lane. Yeah, gets locked in.
Yep, Kalista and Thresh for OMG, so actually just taking a right turn, not going full in on the AD carry right now, but OMG will probably look for another point of power on the lineup now in terms of damage.
Yeah, that's a lot of, I guess, strong skirmishing power coming out of OMG. And now if you're a Newbie, you immediately have to start focusing on this bottom side of the map and start banning out junglers specifically. I mean, Maokai could just be flexed into Jericho, and he could just be sitting bottom lane, and you can't really do much about it. But there's still the fear of a Gragas being in order. You can have a Gragas Maokai composition. I wonder if they ban out the Gragas, because ultimately it feels like a trap. You do ban out all these junglers, you're like, it ends up still being a Maokai jungle. So they might just accept their fate and try their hardest to not get outright smashed in the bottom side of the map.
Still, facing down as a bot lane playing into Maokai jungle Kalista Thresh does not feel like fun.
It's bad.
Feels pretty awful.
Especially since some of the solo queue builds have been, and we haven't seen it too much. I know Avoid listed it today as the Boots of Mobility Rush, and you just run around the map just pressing W.
Yep, it is incredible. I've tried it in solo queue. It is literally freelo.
Yep, I got a lot of elo off that, but then I stopped playing it because it's not fun. It's actually the least interactive thing you can do.
It is extremely fun because I click W and they die.
That's all you do.
Yep.
At least with Elise, you press Cocoon and you press other buttons.
10 out of 10. Would play again. Syndra against Icon. We're just taking away all his picks once again. And Taliyah banned out by OMG. So Icon's going to be pulling out something different this game for certain.
Yeah, for me, Taliyah was going to be the major focus pick from both of these teams. Icon played so well on that pick the first time around, and Coco has been an amazing Taliyah player and would have had first pickings at it in terms of being on red side. So it's still Coco, and I would give Coco last pick. So if you're OMG, you're not going to have a strong mid lane pick, nor should you recognize that. I think they should just pick up an Orianna, because Renkar, definitely pick up an Orianna.
Now you have a delivery system, so just double down on your point there, Raz.
Please, OMG, pick up Orianna. I do not want to see Orianna Rengar running around my map.
Or especially if they picked it with the Jarvan, this could be good from OMG. But Icon's probably gonna be like, Zed, give me Zed.
Yeah, you know what? I don't want it. I don't want to hear that.
Ari.
Don't do that. Icon, no.
How about LeBlanc or Fizz?
Just get Orianna.
Maybe Echo.
Twisted Fate. Wow, this is as cheesy as you can possibly get if he locks this in.
Yeah, Icon's only ever going to go for an assassin or someone who has high kill potential, so...
Corki makes sense.
Corki,
that's fair. You know what? I mean, they're just trolling us to
I'm getting full trolled.
I'm just saying Orianna is the pick you should go towards, because their bottom lane is pretty much free trading. They should be playing around their bot side so well. In fact, picking up the Jarvan, it feels like their focus is bottom lane. LeBlanc does that, but you can actually look towards playing a more reactive style with Orianna. Look to rotate when plays do happen, and of course, you have that team fighting pick as well. You're not taking the team fight style away from you. That's a Kassadin.
That is a Kassadin, Raz.
Unbelievable.
I have my thoughts on OMG, but talk to me about what the Kassadin pick just did to Newbie's composition.
I should have been in Oriana.
Yeah, it should have been, because now we're in Snowball Town.
Yeah, this is Snowball Town, all right. The Kassadin is a counter pick to the LeBlanc. Simple as that. LeBlanc has had very tough laning phases versus Kassadin, and it all comes into the fact that whenever LeBlanc tries to go in on the Kassadin, you press the Q, no damage done. He trades up very well, has proper sustain. You're probably going to see Icon go towards a Corrupting Potion early on just to match it, so he doesn't get too hard of an early on laning phase, because you'll just see, I mean, we'll keep track of it within the game, because I'm sure the observer is as excited as we are when it comes towards this mid lane. But Force Pulse, Q, E, a lot of it gives the trading in favor of Kassadin. Once he hits ulti, it's just a very tough lane to deal with. The Rengar makes things all the more interesting because we've just decided to put in a whole lot more assassin action in this game, especially in that one composition of Newbie.
And the reason why we say Snowball Town is because you have a Rengar, you have a Kassadin.
Yes.
And what to do is 2 picks, 1 to 2. Snowball, get big, carry the game.
Yep.
And I mean, we even said that before coming into this game, that it's going to be around the top side of the map for Newbie.
Ring ring SMLZ, run.
Kassadin's coming for you.
Kassadin and Rengar are about to jump you. They're probably so pissed off of what happened last game with Twitch running around and killing people for free. They don't want that happening again, Pulse.
Nope, they're going to kill him dead.
They want him dead.
They're coming for that bottom lane. However, OMG are doing the exact same thing, because they have a Maokai who's just going to be like, ah, yes, W button. And then Happy's like, oh, I don't have an escape. I guess I die.
At the very least, there are second options here. Now, LeBlanc is the second option. You know, like, there are a few carries on this team. You just have a problem with LeBlanc once you get into the later portions of the game, having to deal with the carry potential. How do you jump in on this team as LeBlanc? They want to end it early. They should be able to do so because their bottom lane is pretty strong, and it's up to Happy with his new task, his new mission, not to die in this bottom lane.
Great points, Raz, as we head on to the rep between OMG and Newbie for Game 2. And this is interesting. It's just me, Xian, coming into this bush.
I'm the only person. Wonder, is Sky suspicious? He should be suspicious.
Yeah, but he'll be like, ah, it must be only 1. But then, here comes 5. Sky, get out of here.
Run!
Okay. We burn his ward. Net gain.
Yeah, there we have it. We found the ward. We know that he won't have a ward really early on. Level 2 gank, jeez. Maokai, go.
That's a Deathfire Touch on Coco. I find that Deathfire Touch is extremely good on AP mid laners.
Yep.
And also, he's never going to be able to activate Fun Lords in the laning phase ever. So, Deathfire is going to be the go-to.
Especially since he's probably going into the defensive tree as well. Has a lot of sustain in that one. It's been the Kassadin favorite, I suppose, up until the tank phase really ruined Kassadin's life. Because one thing we have to take note of course. Oh, it's stacking. The cats have stacked. Okay, but one thing we have to take note of is the fact that if Kassadin jumps in with his ulti at some point, there's still a lot of options to lock him down just based off of Maokai. Maokai in these later team fights will just be holding his W, or at least he should be, just for Coco, and Coco will have to find a way to play around that.
Nice thing as well about Maokai, if he starts in the buff, is you can essentially hide where Maokai is starting, because he doesn't need anyone to leash for him, because he's got his kitties to help him out.
Yeah, he has friends. He doesn't need anyone else. Makes it easier for him to clear.
And what's that? Jericho playing towards the bottom side with his initial clear. What a shocker.
Ah, couldn't have seen this one coming.
Absolutely unpredictable. But OMG is still pushing up in the bottom lane regardless, so he's going to go back and probably look for a full clear now.
Just knowing this, just seeing the style in which OMG are playing, which was basically, you know, you can see this one coming from a mile away. The Rengar makes that pick all the more interesting, because you would want to think that, of course, yeah, he's taking Krugs now. He's going to be playing through lanes a little bit more. He has to be a little bit more creative in how he looks to gank lanes, because ganking for a Cho'Gath is pretty difficult. You think it's as easy as, you know, Cho'Gath walks up and uses Q. Well, guess what? Jarvan's going to be easily able to just walk out of it. Doesn't even necessarily, you need to use EQ combination. So it's going to be hard for Rengar to get ganks off for kills. He could get damage, but just for kills, it's going to be really difficult, especially in the mid lane. So it's going to be hard for him to do just that. And Jericho has realized the man is not taking his own blue buff.
Yep. I mean, look at this. Newbie have 3 lanes that are essentially going to be pushed in. Top lane is the only question mark, as Cho'Gath should be able to shove back Xiang between portions of this lane.
Yeah, and you know what? Xiang knows that this top lane is riddled with a jungler, just because...
Where else is he going to go?
Exactly. They know that the wolf camp is up, so it's like, wait, how is the wolf camp and blue buff up, and I was still able to take my own blue side and red side jungle? Jericho is incredibly suspicious. This cat is cheesy, and he's somewhere top lane.
He's taking everything. I've never seen a Maokai take so many camps away from a Rengar before. Oh, it's... I actually don't know if Swift beat Jericho. He's the level up. We'll get the jump off. Jericho turning around. We'll give him the backhand and the Bramble smash as well. In comes the bottom lane from Newbie. The lockdown from the bowler was good, but the chair doesn't land. The steel chair was not in range. And mid lane's pushing in as well. So OMG, big change from what we saw last time they played against IG, which was we're going to draft triple losing lanes. And now they have triple pushing lanes.
Yeah, there we
or
go.
at least 2.
They've definitely, something has happened during practice. They've realized that early laning phase is pretty important. And they can still transition that into the mid to late game. So that's fun to see from OMG, especially with how well they played the last game. And immediately Jericho is having a stellar time because he's playing around winning lanes. He's able to push in, get a jungle advantage based off of Swift's movement. Now, to be fair, you see you're like wondering, well, why is Swift still even in the jungle? It's just because of the Krugs that he was able to take of his own Krug camp. Maokai took his own Krug, and he's even in experience, yes, even in experience, even in farm. So Rengar, honestly, is going to be going up towards his level 6 portion and trying to get, I guess, more gold for himself. Meanwhile, Maokai's like, I'm just going to gank lanes. I have boots of mobility.
Nope, that's essentially the plan. And boots of mobility is definitely a declaration of intent. I mean, what else are you going to do with that? Raz, move to camp very quickly? No, you're going to be going for those ganks.
He's basically sent a few lanes eviction notices. Leave your lane, or I will start firing.
Well, the cats will be taking over your apartment and making it their own.
Yeah. It's the cat man. If you had a cat landlord, lady, how would you respond to an eviction notice? How would you respond? If you would leave immediately.
You'd get out immediately.
Yeah, you don't want... That's a real threat. You'd have cats clawing at your face if you don't leave.
That's true. They could be attack cats. You know what they've been given? They could be high on catnip.
Good lord.
Bot lane's completely shoved out. Happy is not having a great time whatsoever. Has to go back and the wave is pushing in. 37 CS to 52.
This is going to be the case for the entirety of the map. The only one
don't tell me that.
The only one who's doing well.
I don't want to hear it.
Is Xiang. What's honestly hilarious is that usually the way you would want to play out your Kassadin compositions is just hope and pray for a bottom lane dive to happen. And so you can have those double TPs in, get a few kills for the Kassadin. Early plays do very well for him. I remember the whole EDG style, put Pawn on Kassadin, have an early skirmish around mid lane, bring everybody in, have that early snowball party. If Kassadin is just going to be sitting in this lane for 10 minutes with no plays, he's just falling behind in farm, he's going to be a sad person.
There appears to be a cat in my jungle. But here comes Icon.
Meow,
Flash
meow.
out from Swift, trying to get into this brush as fast as possible. Coco's going to follow after, and Jericho kind of by himself over this wall. If he had Nature's Grasp, he definitely would have picked up a kill, but he was not level 6.
There we go. Very least, Swift is firing. He's got to get out of there.
Flash hook, woo. 5 with a quick little taunt there. What's going to follow after? Coco, don't know what that lantern was about. Flash over the wall, Happy wants in. Jericho's going to jump on top of him and kind of jump away. What was that damage? Swift completely removes Jericho for first blood.
Yep, you know what? Swift is going straight lethality. Has a serrated Dirk. Easy kill to go for. And welcome, Happy. Welcome to the team. Seems like he wants to join in that play pretty quickly. So one way he's going to be able to get gold in this game, has that 1 assist to his name. That's great. We wanted to see snowballing. This is snowballing.
I mean, at least they're starting. There is a snowball. It just needs to be pushed down the hill now, Raz.
Yeah. Maybe it's the sad snowball. Like, you know, when you see snow on the ground, and I don't know if you've had this in England, but...
Is it yellow?
Why is it yellow?
I don't know. You said it was sad.
Okay, well, how is a sad... You know what? I'm not even going to dignify that one response. A sad snowball is when you had a very dry snow, and you try to ball it up, and you're like, this is going to be great. I'm going to throw it at someone, and it just fizzles in the air. And you're like, wow, this didn't even turn into a snowball because there's no moisture in the snow. You just throw it at someone.
Ah, it's very powdery.
Exactly. It's just legitimate powder. I've had a lot of winters like that, and you're like, this is the least fun snow ever. All of those Peanut movies with Charlie Brown throwing those snowballs, fake news. Can't even make a Ford out of this.
Does that characterize Canadian snow in general? Is that
No, it's just I've had a few of those winters, but for the most part, you get like moisturized snow. You get real snow.
Yeah. It's like that in the UK. I've almost never really found that. I found that in Germany, but not in the UK. Usually the snow that you find in the UK, you can make legit igloos with.
Ooh. I've made some great igloos myself.
Yeah. It's great. You sit inside and it was like, well, this was great for about 10 seconds, and now I'm bored.
Yeah. And if you're a lazy worker, then you just have a very bad igloo, and you're just gonna get collapsed upon while you get inside of it. I've had that one experience. You can't cut corners with igloos.
People always start off strong, Raz, but they give up as they get towards the top. But that's the most important for art, you know, part of the structural integrity.
Takes a lot of time, and you need to start traveling, because once you start like getting halfway through, you realize that all of the snow in that area is pretty much done and over with. Here comes the cats.
Oh, this has been the least hype engage I think I've ever seen.
Oh my god.
But we're catching up anyway. Xiang with the slam dunk, but now he's completely caught in, and he was the one in there with the people he didn't want to be with. Xieko, where did LeBlanc go? I feel like there was an extra person in this team fight, and Icon definitely just left his jungler out to dry.
Yeah, about that. Yeah, you know what? That's a 1 for 2. Icon, he just vanished. And to be quite honest, that he committed to that. I feel like Kassadin had too much HP, along with Cho'Gath. It was pretty much done with. He was just trying to get a trade across. He was just looking pretty bleak. Xiang was just getting a little bit too excited. Speaking about excited
Engage in the bottom lane. Good fate's call, but SMLC still rooted in place, and it's given enough time for Coco to jump to this fight, but the teleport coming in is very late out from OMG. Coco will jump underneath this tower. He's flayed away. Now the chase comes out. Flash out. And the teleport was not completed by Xiang. He, in fact, resumes his journey to the top lane.
Yeah, you know what? For the past 3 minutes of this game, Coco has been across the world. Has actually just been all over the place. He's 1-0-2, so he's getting pretty close to his Rod of Ages, just not there yet. So this is getting a little bit scary if you're OMG. The fact that this game is really starting to get to that point where Coco is able to move, able to make a lot of plays, and even though it's OMG who started a few of those plays out, it's just Newbie able to react a lot faster, collapse, and be there for the team.
This is good stuff from Newbie, because honestly, if they didn't snowball in the early game, or at least get some kills onto their big snowball members like Swift, like Coco, then OMG would just very slowly win this game, and that was what was happening for a good 6 minutes to 7 minutes of the early game. So it's nice to see Newbie get out onto the map and make things happen.
Exactly, and I think that just to pre-warn people are going to start, you know, for the next 10 minutes, be calling this game a little bit of a fiesta, but it's a fiesta by necessity. Newbie have a composition that wants to fight. If they just stick to these lanes, what do you expect is going to happen? OMG have been winning these lanes quite handily, very naturally. You can see the first turret going down for OMG. It's a lot of gold. And so Newbie just wants to be able to push plays forward and get kills for themselves.
Well, I don't know what your opinion is on Fiestas, Raz, but in my opinion, a Fiesta is always going to be better than a Siesta.
Yes.
So I would much rather watch that than people do nothing.
I like festivals. I don't know about you guys. I know you guys probably like staying at home, playing their favorite computer games. That's a lie. Actually, I play computer games as well. But in theory, I like going to festivals myself.
That is the worst argument I think I've ever heard. In theory, I like doing this thing that I don't actually do.
There's not a lot of festivals in my neighborhood. I don't have that option.
Raz, you live in Sydney. You literally live in the same city as me. Stuff goes on like every week.
I just don't look for it, okay?
Yeah, that's the problem. Now we've gotten to the core of it, haven't we?
If I was invited to a fiesta, I would go to the fiesta.
And there you have it, folks.
There we have it.
And we might have one here today on the LPL, and we're not going to run away from it.
And you're all invited.
Yeah. You're all invited. You hear that? You don't even need to look for it.
Tell your friends. If you have friends, tell them.
Did you just assume the friend circle of how people should?
We're all friends here. We can be honest with each other.
Well, there you go. If you don't have friends, then Raz will be your friend.
I'll be your friend.
Knows how to build a killer igloo.
There we have it. 50% win rate on igloos.
50%. That's not great.
I've had pretty bad igloos.
Newbie are very far behind on tempo.
Yeah.
hell did this happen? I thought they were snowballing, Graz.
Well, snowballing meant looking and picking fights. The whole tower game was never in their favor. They're just getting chipped out time and time again in the bottom lane tower. Not so much in the mid lane. But really what all that matters is OMG's trying to play through SMLZ in 5. So they're going to eventually take this one. And they're going to try to push this one to the next.
There is a Jarvan. There is a Jericho there. So I feel like they should be able to stop it. And Jericho, yeah, you have to go towards the bottom lane, buddy. There we go. Newbie will back away from this. So top tower goes down, and OMG still maintain their advantage in terms of tempo. Unfortunately, the first dragon of the game that they netted for themselves was a Cloud Dragon, so...
Yeah. Now here's what's important, Pulse.
What's that, Raz?
You know,
enlighten me.
Because even though we were talking about all this interesting rotation, look, you know, this OMG's getting Rift Herald, isn't that exciting?
Uh-huh.
Swift has just rushed Duskbladed Drakthar. Didn't even finish his jungle item. Boots, brown boots, and Duskbladed Drakthar.
Is the brown bags on his feet?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now the Mercury treads.
There we go. It's not that he's not poor anymore. He's making it. He's getting to the promised land. The promised land is a team fight in which he can just mess up SMLZ.
SMLZ's just picked up a QSS.
At this point, I wouldn't blame him if he went towards like the Randuin's Omen that SMLZ did.
I will allow him to do that, Raz. That is totally fine by me.
Yeah.
You know what I do not like is Starix Gauge anymore. I think that is a terrible item by itself.
Yeah, I mean,
on AD carries.
Back in the day, you know what? You can justify it. Got changed a few times.
Ah, well, Sky, you appear to be pushed up in a long lane where Jericho and Icon are blocking you down. However, the teleport coming in from Coco, put on a timer, and Sky is not dying very quickly. At least Jericho will die from this one in return. No, just kidding. Coco does not want to be part of this anymore. Ooh, nice predict from 5. It's not going to hit the mark because he was out of range, but that was definitely the right angle.
Yeah, I don't understand why Coco looked to channel his TP there. That was definitely the call to look to protect him, but he was in no man's land. The members were already there from OMG. Sky would not have been a factor. Sure, he had his ulti, and maybe that's what he was banking on. But from all of that, now they're member down, no TP, and they have to try and protect this tower.
Ruh-roh, well, they've caught Swift, and he only has a Duskblade. He's not very tanky. Herald comes in as well, just smashing against the turret. Icon looks for the assassinate. Oh! Sigil of Malice for the kill there. And Herald's gonna find the mark on this tower. That goes down. Happy will follow as well. Icon didn't even know that's own strength in this one. Double kill, and the Death Sentence lives up to its name. A triple kill for OMG.
Oh, welcome to the party, ladies and gentlemen. That's tower kills a tower, and I feel like they've had enough kills to go for the next tower. Oh, let's give a. Nah, they're gonna go back home.
Oh, they have pulled out, but they are going to sweep the jungle and take everything away from Swift.
16 minutes into the game, OMG just bursts out. This has happened when Cho'Gath had died in the top lane. 5 gets a hook. They go straight in. You look towards J4 because Jarvan's not a part of this fight, but he has a plan. He has the blueprint. That was fun. And he's ready to share his team, the wealth. Gets right on top of Happy. He ain't happy no more. He's dead. And it's just at this point and forward, this is pretty much game. I mean, 5's gonna get himself this kill as well. But they get another tower. That's 2 mid lane towers down. I don't know how Newbie's gonna be able to recover off that.
That was the bad snowball.
That was the
snowball that just got thrown out and disintegrated.
Yeah. We had a few minutes in which we thought it was a good snowball.
Yeah.
You know, he curled it up into a ball. He actually tried to go for a few one. Yeah. Just wasn't good enough to fly.
No. Rest in peace. I don't know if Newbie will be able to construct a new one by the end of this game because OMG just got very, 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 very far ahead off of that play.
Yeah.
4,000 gold, 2,000 in the mid lane. 4 towers to 1. The amount of map pressure these people have. Insanity. A little bit ridiculous.
A little bit ridiculous, a wise man once said. Newbie right now, they don't have any flashes because of the last catastrophe, and I think that's going to bite them with the next dragon. I mean, sure, it's a dragon that they can give away, but right now it feels like they're going to be giving up too much away, giving away the map pressure, giving away, honestly, chip on towers, because they can't really look to extend themselves out inside the map. Sky is only able to do this because he has Rengar directly behind them. The last time he did this alone, he got collapsed on and died. So, with the flashes gone from Newbie, they should not even be thinking about fighting and contesting for this.
Honestly, 3 of any dragon is not a bad thing. If you have 3 Cloud Dragons, it gives you a crazy amount of movement speed.
Yeah, you don't want that boots of mobility Maokai with 3 Cloud Dragons running at you. That's a thing of horror.
Yeah, it's an extra like 75 movement speed, and you think that Ghostblade, you feel like you move super fast with that item, and that's a 40.
He actually has Ghost. He has Summoner's Ghost on him at all times.
And it's 50 movement speed when you have 2. So, yeah. And the 3rd dragon, what is it, Raz? It's Cloud Dragon.
I am afraid for newbie. I have never been more afraid about Cloud Dragon in my life.
Yep. It's just like, yes, I would like to rotate to this lane faster, please. But then OMG are already there because they have triple Cloud Dragon.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not even worried about rotating the towers. If they want to go for the towers, give them the towers. I don't want to die. That's what it is. Maokai is so fast. If he just runs at them, that's a scary enough call. They're going to be blowing flashes for the rest of this game. Legitimately, none of them should have flashes anymore.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think that when Swift ults, he's actually still slower than pretty much every member on this team just because they have so many Cloud Dragons.
This is not going to be a good game for newbie.
No, it is not. And they can't afford a bad game, right? Because they're 1 game down, so they need this one if they want to stay alive in this game.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit sad for Newbie because coming into this week, it was just like, yes, Newbie could be challenging over, the first place in their group. Not only that, but we had them touted as a team who could potentially challenge OMG and maybe RNG over the 3rd place slot. You look towards WE and look towards EDG and you're saying head and shoulders above the rest. They should be able to take the slot on the road to Worlds. 3rd place, who's it going to go to? And we had, honestly, 3 strong contenders coming into that 3rd place, and I think that Nubia is starting to fall by the wayside.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, it's happening now and not when it counts in the playoffs. Get out of there.
What the heck happened to his ultimate?
He just gotten completely demolished. But yeah, it's not looking good so far for Newbie, especially this week, losing to both Jingdong, and now looks like they're about to lose to OMG. Gonna have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, back to the drawing board. I mean, they do have more AD carries, honestly, to sub in. So if they wanted to try another series now with Vasily, that they could. And they can't in this one, unfortunately, if they lose this game. But there are roster changes that they can make, which of any of the teams, Newbie is one of the teams where I'm saying that actually if they make some roster substitutions, it's not necessarily a bad thing, because they all have very good AD carries that slot into the team and don't change the team dynamic too much, but they change in a positive way, in a different way, whereas I find that some teams, honestly, it just changes too many dynamics on the team where it just becomes not worth it.
Yeah, and honestly, props to the management of Newbie because their scouting is impeccable. I feel like the pickups that they've had throughout the offseason have been really solid. LWX was a great one. LWX and Crisp coming in from the LSPL had amazing statistics, and we were just wondering what team was going to pick them up. It ended up being Newbie. They have themselves, honestly, a great 10-man roster. So, sure, they have the tools, and they should feel confident about that. I guess now the next step is just trying to find the consistency and the understanding of the meta, because currently it's not looking so good for them. They're going to go for Jericho, I believe.
Going to give this a shot, but there's 3 members here, Raz. It's going to be a 3 versus 3 at best, unless the teleport comes in, but that's a real nice lantern. SMLZ gets a speed boost as well, and Moore turns up to the fight alongside the Cho'Gath, but what does that mean? Bot lane completely exposed. Mid lane completely exposed.
OMG should just chase them down so they don't have an opportunity to back, because both LeBlanc and Jarvan are doing a lot of work here.
There's going to be a bunch of damage on this tower. In fact, LeBlanc is actually saying, screw this minion wave. I'm going to come bot lane, try and crack this one open. Coco's approaching. I don't think he's going to get here in time. This tower's going to fall, and OMG just gets back away.
I think they're on Baron, too. So right now, OMG are doing everything at the same time, and Newbie can't do anything to stop him.
4-5 connecting the hook as well. He might follow this one after. Cat comes over the wall. There's Nature's Grasp as well. Icon running down more, but right now it's just preventing anyone from getting near this pit, so it's going to be a clean Baron. And they literally got everything from that play, and then hit the tower and a Baron to OMG.
Yeah, Newbie's flustered 100%. They thought they could try and take a play on the top side of the map, but you said it, there were 3 members just sitting there, and they were all ready to save out SMLZ. So there was no ability for Newbie to get on top of him. In the meantime, of course, 2 side lanes being worked on from OMG. OMG looked like a completely different team from the past couple weeks that we've seen them. They've been really frustrated about their play. Even though they've been taking wins, their losses have come through recently we include Rift Rivals as well, they haven't been too happy. They've had high expectations, and it feels like they're starting to reach it.
Yep, finally, when they get it together. Because we know this team, you know, they play with swagger. They play very disrespectfully at times. They're the type of team, if you had to turn OMG into a person, that person in solo queue who flashes their flare at you, their mastery emote, every time they get a kill, you know, they're that guy. And when it works, it looks fantastic. They completely roll over you. They demoralize you with their play. But when it works out not well, it goes real bad, real fast.
Yeah, I mean, you could legitimately look at every game of OMG, and you can say for certain that 1 minute, you'd have Icon on LeBlanc, and he would look for a 1v1 kill. Like, legitimately, there would be those moments where OMG, these players, would want to find an easy way out, an easy advantage. They're good enough to be able to get those kills, and it would blow up on their face. This time around, they've only had 5 kills. It's been an 8-kill game for the 24 minutes that have gone through, and they're just playing the map. Get red buff, push mid, push bot, push top. Newbie don't really have any options, and OMG don't have to pick any fights to win this game.
Not really. They just need to play slowly, honestly, because they'll just naturally win this game as long as they don't make a cataclysmic mistake. But the fact that there's only been 8 kills in this game is honestly shocking for an OMG win, honestly. But they have played this very well, very slowly. This inhibitor's open, and if you're newbie, you don't really want to contest this.
That's kind of scary if you don't want to contest an open inhibitor. And I mean, that's just the pace of the game right now. Kassadin, Rod of Ages, Sheen, he's not even anywhere near his Lichbane proc, so if he goes in, he just dies. Especially with LeBlanc on Banshee's Veil, so there's no way to really pop that Banshee's Veil. Who is his target? You would expect SMLZ. Maybe they get onto him now.
Here come the Feline's Grasp, and locks down actually just everyone from Newbie. So Newbie, if they wanted to engage, it's not going to happen anymore.
Yeah, this is awkward. Swift recognizes that, and he's going to be able to back away. So right now, for Newbie, this is nigh impossible.
Fate's Call. This is going to be a zoning tool right now. Jericho, he's running at them at the speed of light, the fastest I've ever seen a tree move. This tower's going to go down, and so will the inhib. 2 inhibitors, and Newbie do not get to fight.
You have to start to ask yourself, if you're Newbie, what is it going to take? What fight are you going to be looking to pick up? Now, finally, Lichbane is on Coco. That would be the item he would want to fight on. He doesn't really have any other options.
Oh,
he gets hooked up.
Finds the predicts, and of course, you've got to engage on a hook like that. In comes the Cataclysm. Swift goes down, more followed after. SMLZ wants the Ren, but he's stuck underneath this tower. They'll finish this one off, and now Sky caught out. He'll flash in, get the feast onto SMLZ, but it's just a scratch. 2 kills to OMG, and they are looking for the inhibitor and the win.
Oh, I feel like 5 just knows how Coco's about to play the game. He's found a match, hooking him up. That was beautifully well played.
Can you say downloaded? 5 absolutely destroys Coco, and Newbie have no inhibitors remaining.
It's a large lead. 3K Baron power play. With no inhibs up, honestly, you can't really get much more off that. There's not much to take. They were barred by 3K because there are no more objectives other than the Nexus turrets itself.
All right, let's see that one more time, because that was perfect timing from 5.
You said it. With a hook as beautiful as that, you have to engage on it. Newbie, they're in full crisis mode. They have to get out of it, and so they concede the turret. And with how much CC, that's reliable CC, by the way. Sky was going to die. Anyone else that tried to protect him was going to die. There's not a lot of options on the side of Newbie.
The curtain's starting to come down, Raz. And Newbie, you have one more shot to come back into this game, and it will be in a team fight when they are 13,000 gold down.
What hurts now with the burst that Coco and Swift have, there's not much of an option. Xiang's getting jumped on.
Yeah, if they get this kill, this could be very actually good for Newbie.
That's a lot of
He takes
damage.
so much damage, and Xiang is still alive! Swift jumps in, but he has to kamikaze this one if he wants that. A 2-for-1 trade. It still works out for OMG, though Jericho, feasted upon by Sky. 5 gets the hook once more on top of more. And SMLZ will finish him off as well. It's still a 3-for-2 trade. And SMLZ's jumping into Coco as well. He Rift walks away looking for the death sentence, but somehow Icon just finishes him off on the way to the Nexus. And the 6th man is already there. Look at all these super minions crashing onto these Nexus towers. Sky, the last remaining member, just gets to be an onlooker as his Nexus falls. A newbie fall 0-2, and OMG take the series.
There's so many minions that the super minions can't even get the auto attacks. There we have it. That's game. And how good are OMG?
They're good, Raz. They're real good.
It's frustrated from newbie. You have to feel frustrated. There's a lot of expectations for them coming into this week. This could have been the week for them to pick up that first place slot within their group. And I mean, going into playoff, the gauntlet means a lot. Newbie went pretty far in the gauntlet last time. Last time we saw them going up against EDG, and that's when they faltered. This time around, they recognize how impactful every series is. They just want to be able to get those buys, and it feels so difficult with OMG playing this well along with RNG.
OMG just played a very smart game, honestly. Like, there was 2 drafts that I was much happier with than the last time that we saw OMG, and that's been one of the only reasons that they have been falling down recently is because of those drafts. They come into the next game, they win those lanes, they win the game.
Yeah, I mean, the last series that they had versus IG, they just kept getting punished in their draft phase. It was Rumble, Rumble, Rumble. 3 Rumble games in a row. They didn't want any part of that. Rumble bans across the board because they knew they were going up against a Rumble player in Sky. Didn't want to deal with that. And they had such strong laning phases because they had so much faith in SMLZ and 5 as strong laners. So why are you taking away that power? They didn't do it this time around. They finally gave them the power really early on. So you found some really early wins.
Good stuff from OMG, but it's a feels bad for newbie going 0-2 on the weekend in that fashion as well, losing to JD Gaming, and then honestly this game should have been them competing over that first lot for OMG, but they just completely fell by the wayside. And that didn't even hit half an hour on the clock as well. Newbie just got completely annihilated. And when you're looking at Cloud Dragon and saying this is the nail in the coffin for Newbie, you're in bad shape. Welcome back, Rusty, to the desk. How are you feeling about that game?
I mean, I'm feeling really good if you're an OMG fan, right? Like, that was incredible. And this is, like, it's refreshing to see them back. We've had a very interesting week of LPL, but to finish it on this note, to me, just makes me feel a little bit better about how we are as a region. That our top teams, when they come to play and they mean business and they're playing close to their best, they are that good. Like, they are actually just that good at League of Legends.
And that was scary for any international team because that was Icon on point, with respect to his opponent, strong in the laning phase, strong in the 1-3-1. How do you try and deal with that? It felt like even Jericho was learning a lot of lessons along in the split, so this time around OMG looking really well.
Yeah, it's scary for Newbie. You mentioned that, Pulse. I mean, going 0-2 this week, once against Jingdong, and the second one against OMG. Only one of those would be expected, but even the OMG set, in this battle for first, you didn't see good form from OMG up until this set in particular.
Yes.
And this isn't just good form OMG. I'm happy to actually say this is close to, top 2 in the league type of form. Being rivaled by what seems like RNG from their own group suddenly, it makes that match up together against each other very exciting. And this was individual, very strong, team play, very strong, macro, coordinated extremely well, vision, like every single detail of this game. I just sat backstage and was like, great.
Yeah.
All of it's great.
It's just good, honestly, Raz, because you can look at a performance like this, and I can allow myself to say that was world class right there from OMG, a team that are still competing over that third slot, honestly. And if you say top 2, then they're almost secured into getting into Worlds in the first place. And watching a team like that, watching OMG play like this, like they did today, not what we saw at Rift Rivals, but play like that in a world scenario on the international stage is very, very exciting to me. And it was also around this man as well on your screen. Icon taking the MVP 6-0 and 5 on LeBlanc.
And you can tell how meaningful this set was for them because losing to EDG, losing to WE, coming to this point, even losing to their previous opponents in IG, they see themselves as true competitors. The joke is King of the North. They wanted to be the kings within Group B, so losing to Newbie would have been a massive setback.
Yeah, it's not just losing to Newbie that would have been a massive setback either. It's that momentum loss, and they haven't had momentum for quite a while. Since Rift Rivals, they've looked like a completely different team. They were exposed. It feels like they've hit the drawing board. They've come back, and if nothing else, they've worked out that they can play without that extra swagger. You know, there's a certain amount that you're allowed to have in League of Legends, and you can get away with that because it looks good. But then there is a certain amount that is too much. And they got rid of the too much, and they hit the just right amount. And every little detail in this game, to me, shows that they've been working really hard. 5, incredible performance in the support role. Might not get MVP, but very much deserving of that in his own right. He downloaded Coco. He had a miserable time as Kassadin. But then also the fact that, like, Jericho's engaging as Maokai under turret. And amidst the team fight, he still has a lantern thrown for him. And it's not just that the lantern was thrown, it's that he took the lantern to safety at the correct time. And then he lives. They go for Baron. They send 2 bottom and break the base, then both teleport in and push them away. Like, every detail of the communication from this team shows and looks like they've improved it.
Yeah, it feels like we can just keep talking about what OMG did right like all day, and that's like a happy day for me because so many times we're looking at OMG, it's like, what happened in the draft? What happened in the early? What happened here? You know? And right now it was just like they did everything well, and it looked so clean because they played it well. It wasn't just because Newbie just kind of sat back and didn't do anything. It was because OMG just kept them down. And they couldn't do anything.
Yeah, and you could tell that they've had a very productive week of practice because a lot of the times our major criticisms comes through drafting, maybe understanding the meta, and even off that point, when they have proper drafting, you've already talked about it, the individual respect from some of these players, that they believe that they can go for a kill, so they will go for a kill. That has all been stripped bare in a good way. So we do see an OMG that is honestly on the top of their game. So I really want to see that match versus RNG because really early on into the split, we got to see OMG taking a win on that front. Yep. But now both teams seem incredibly powerful at the end of the split, it seems.
Makes you very excited for SMLZ against Uzi in particular as well when you talk about matchups. Bottom lane 2v2, that'd be nuts based off what we saw today.
It's going to be extremely fun. And also talking about how not only just those 2 players, but also the 2 teams as well, because we were looking before at OMG, RNG, and Newbie gunning towards the 3rd slot when we're looking towards the playoff run. So with Newbie performing like this, we have enough tape now to look at Newbie and say, have they actually just left the race? Is it now just a 2-horse?
I see with how much, or at least with how quickly some of these teams have improved, it feels so hard to write teams off because Newbie have shown such great amount of growth throughout cross-conference that, yeah, sure, they seem like they're definitively weaker than RNG and OMG, but with how much time going into the playoffs, I do believe that they can take that time in practice and legitimately work on what was wrong.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this as well, like I'm not going to say they're out of the race, I just say that the light is dimming at the end of the tunnel for them, and like they'll still get to the playoffs, and this is exactly what happened to Newbie last split. They make the playoffs, and you're like, fantastic, Newbie. They get into their first set against the team below them, and they look great. You're like, oh my god, they're going to do it. No, they got 3-0. They're immediately removed from the league, right? Like, it does feel like 1 and 2 in our leagues are always just that extra bit ahead, and to the point where it's class is the difference between them. And that, to me, is what separated these 2 teams in this game, is that OMG actually displayed a degree of class where Newbie had no response at all.
So we've also seen RNG play up, especially when they played against WE. That was RNG. I felt also firing on all cylinders, especially Xiaohu, a very hungry player. And like when he has a lot on the line for him, he goes in real hard, especially when we saw him at Rift Rivals against the Korean teams. You know how much he wanted those wins. And seeing that against WE, I saw that same spark in his eyes, honestly, from his play. So it was very exciting to me. And now, when you look at RNG and OMG, they are right at the top of the standings. OMG just only slightly ahead of RNG in Group B.
Yeah, it's fun to see, because of course the 1st and 2nd place run from both groups are really, I guess, exciting in a lot of ways. That EDG versus WE, you see that race coming along with EDG just ahead, and then OMG versus RNG, and a lot of it's just based off the fact that RNG has that extra game, that extra loss. You'd have to see if OMG continues this momentum and can keep themselves ahead.
Yeah, I'm actually very excited for the top 4 of our teams going into playoffs, because week 8 for me has just been this really interesting roller coaster of like EDG suddenly look fantastic, but we don't get to see them play against RNG, who suddenly look beyond fantastic.
Yeah.
And then OMG show up like this as well at the end. Like, it's confusing, but it's exciting. I'm not going to go full KT Rolster and say I'm going to get excited, but like I'm getting there.
You know what? I'm there. Yeah, I shouldn't be, but I am there. So we got a lot of excited people, and you know what? I'll sleep tonight, and hopefully tomorrow I will not be excited.
Because you'll regret this statement.
I will regret it. I will regret it, and hopefully by the time we get to the playoffs, I won't have like completely just keeled over.
All right, Raz, that seems like a good place to end on. So we're going to do that. We're going to close the show there. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you to my analyst and production as well for joining us over this long week of games as well. We know that today was very long. So again, thank you much for watching. We'll see you again for next week as we round out week 9 as well and come very close towards our playoff run.